Junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 504 7 plus 1 is not as good as 1 blood worry free. Orange Noodle was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was not convinced. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been attacked at all. His master, Elder Tear, also saw his apprentice's thoughts and said calmly, Zhu Wuyu, I heard that you are quite talented in alchemy. Why don't you try alchemy with Cheng Mian? Cheng Mian was delighted. Yes, let's compete in elixir refining. Fang Shi blinked. The lottery. It's still 100 million. It is good. So, everyone went to the alchemy room of Wei Holy Land. Cheng Mian said rather arrogantly, I never need anyone else to light the fire when making elixirs. You shouldn't be able to do that, right? Fang Shi sighed, I really haven't tried it before, but I can try it today. Seeing this, Cheng Mian felt more confident. Soon, the competition began. Orange Mian methodically started to make a fire, add herbs, and make elixirs. Fang Shi roasted some cassava with fire crystal charcoal and distributed it to Old Man Chai and others. She also ate half of it herself. When there was still half an hour left before the competition, he started refining the pill. She was much more wild than Orange Face. She stuffed all the herbs into the alchemy furnace, and then started to make the alchemy seal. Everyone shook their heads repeatedly. This Zhu Wuyu doesn't know how to make alchemy at all. What do the dead elders and the drunken elders think? How could he accept her as a disciple? A quarter of an hour later, Fang Shi stopped, indicating that he had finished refining. Everyone thought she was talking nonsense. Immediately afterwards, the orange noodles were also refined. He glanced at Fang Shi proudly and opened the alchemy furnace. There was a % success rate in producing pills, 6 of which were top grade and 4 were medium grade. Elder Tyre nodded with satisfaction. Then, Fang Shi slowly opened the alchemy furnace. Everyone stretched their necks and looked at it, and saw 10 round pills lying inside, all of which were top grade. The place was dead silent again. Fang Shi sighed, I didn't perform very well, otherwise they should all be top quality elixirs. Everyone. If you don't brag, you'll die, right? She does have bragging rights, though. Her alchemy talent is so strong. Even more perverted than the original blood-devouring world. Next, Fang Shi had a friendly exchange with other people from Away Seven Suns. Whether it was making talismans, refining weapons or forming formations, the opponent's face was stunned. As for beast control, there is no comparison. Because there is no need to compare, as Yanjin Moth before has explained everything. The seventh son of Wei was completely wilted. The pride and superiority I had always felt became a joke. They can't even compare to a teenage girl, they're trash. Elder Tai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, 7 plus 1 are not as good as 1 Zhu Wuyu. They taught loneliness. If I had known this earlier, I might as well have accepted a disciple like this. How much worry does this save? He reluctantly said a few words and signaled to Fang Shi and the others that they could leave. Before leaving, Fang Shi said to Away's seventh son with a smile. You must still be unconvinced, right? Whenever you want to compete with me, just send me a message. I'll be there when you call. It's not just me, anyone can do it. Although the seventh son of Wei was beaten to death in projects such as making talismans and refining elixirs, they still felt that their cultivation was superior to Fang's eyes. Even Orange Face, who lost, thought so. Besides, there are other 6 wastes. Especially King Yin and Zimian, wishing they could beat Situ Shou and Tao Xinglan right away. So, yes. Old Man Chai narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fang Shi. This damn girl must have been holding back something good. The 7 Wei sons will definitely be trapped in a terrible way in the end, and maybe even their master's coffin will have to be placed in it. However, what he is more concerned about now is how much hush money he can get from Fang Shi. This damn girl doesn't need to be hugged. Everyone came out of the holy land of Wei, and Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak said, Wuyu, it's fate that you arrived at Tianshu Peak as soon as you entered the island. Logically speaking, as a Peak Master, one cannot accept apprentices, but I like you very much and want to accept you as an apprentice. Are you willing? Fang Shi pretended to ask the other 10 masters for instructions, and gained another wave of favorability. Peak Master Du of Tianshu and Peak coughed twice. Wuyu, I also have plans to accept you as my disciple, so just let me know as well. Du and Fengzhu. You are very good at it. Wan Fang of Tianquan Peak laughed and said, add me. Peak Master Kong of Tianji Peak smiled heartily, and me. Ellipsis. In a blink of an eye, 6 of the 7 Peak Masters expressed their intention to take Fang Shi as their apprentice. Only Peak Master Du of Tianshu Peak is left. After half a day of mental construction, he said with a sigh of relief. Well, that little Wuyu, I had some misunderstandings about you before and said some unpleasant things to you, but I always thought you were a good boy. Anyway, you already worshipped them as your teachers, so you don't want me to be the only one, right? In addition, I think your brother is not bad, so I will accept you brothers and sisters. Zhengwen. Oops, you actually want to take me in. Then I have to ask my master Nangong for instructions. After all, he is also a person who respects teachers. He silently said to Xiao Beidao who was far away from the human race in his heart. Master, I'm sorry, your disciple's brilliance can no longer be concealed. Someone has already started fighting for me. I am no longer the unsatisfactory person you talk about. I'm out. After Elder Nangong and others received the summons from Fang Shi and Zhengwen, they agreed even though their hearts were bubbling with sadness. On the one hand, it is not easy to refute the Peak Master's face, but on the other hand, it is also for the sake of the future of his apprentice. Old Man Chai watched silently. Did this damn girl come to Langyuan to purchase goods? Who worshipped 17 masters in one go? Moreover, these 17 masters are all top masters of Langyuan. At this time, he remembered that Fang Shi specially asked for Wei's 7th son to challenge her in the future. Could this damn girl have the idea of the 7 supreme elders? Is it possible that you still want to worship them as your teachers? How dare she think about it? This is indeed what Feng Shi planned. If she could learn the skills of those 7 supreme elders, she would be a well-deserved light of the demon clan. As for having too many masters, she doesn't think there's anything wrong with it. If nothing else, when she encounters difficulties in the future, she will just shake her master. Gang war. Gang fight. That's how ungrateful he is. Updated tomorrow at PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 505 Feng Shi ran away when she couldn't beat her. From 17th to th, Master was very particular and gave Feng Shi a meeting gift. Feng Shi felt that she could not favor one person over another, so she gave each of them her apprenticeship gift package. Old man Chai's flesh ached when he saw it. The dead girl is really poor and generous. Those losers are all extremely rich, so what kind of apprenticeship ceremony do you need? You might as well give me all as hush money. Jun Wen also received a meeting gift from Master Du, and he also gave Master Du a gift package for apprenticeship. Although the gold content is not as good as Feng Shi's, at least it has an attitude, and Pete Master Du is still very satisfied. It's strange to say that he used to think that the blood family brothers and sisters were an eyesore, but now he thinks they are pleasing to the eye, and he even wants them to move to Tiangshan Peak. He was just pushed back by the other 6 Peak Masters. Poor and helpless. After coming out of the meeting hall, Old Man Chai carried Feng Shi to a secluded place. The hush money you gave me before was not enough, give me more. Feng Shi felt that she was quite shameless, but she didn't expect that there would be someone even more shameless. This black and white game is very clear. However, she still gave it obediently. If she beeped a few words, Old Man Chai wouldn't think much about it, but if she gave it to him so happily, Old Man Chai always felt that she wasn't holding anything back. There was some drumming in his heart. Are you asking for something from me? Feng Shi bared her little white teeth and said, either we or the 2 of us have a mutual understanding. I really have a little thing to ask you. Old Man Chai snorted coldly. If you have something to say it quickly, and if you have something to say it quickly. You said that I have now accepted 17 masters, and only one is short of the auspicious number 18. Please make up the number for me. Old Man Chai, are you sure that 18 is auspicious? The auspiciousness of the hell. Besides, where do you have the face to ask me to be your master? Still let me make up the number. It's really untidy. Old Man Chai flicked his sleeves, and Feng Shi easily avoided it. Old man, it's okay to use this trick once or twice, but it won't work if you use it all the time. If you don't agree, just don't agree. Why are you so anxious? How uncouth. After speaking, S.A. Yazi ran away. Old Man Chai wanted to chase after him, but Feng Shi ran so fast that he soon turned into a small black spot. Old Man Chai was angry and funny, but the dead girl was a quick learner, and she was able to escape so quickly. Feng Shi returned to the courtyard of Longyuchi. After a while, Jun Wen came back with a poop. Although he left first, he couldn't stand it because Feng Zai's little boots were not as fast. Little sister, did I perform well today? If nothing else, wasn't my sword stunning? I thought I was doomed at the time, but I didn't expect a warm current to surge within the magic pill, so I subconsciously used that sword. It seems that I have great potential. In fact, he wanted to say something else. For example, he felt that although there were differences in the swordsmanship between demons and humans, they also had many things in common. He discovered that the human sword power and the demon sword energy seemed to come from the same source. He also wanted to say that he was obviously a human but had such a good understanding of the magic sword. Could it be that he had demon blood? In fact, he is the demon emperor's precious son. But I was afraid that the walls had ears, so I endured it. Feng Shi knew that Jun Wen just wanted her to brace her, so she blew a few rainbow farts very flatteringly. Jun Wen suddenly felt a little carried away, feeling that the room was too small to accommodate him. If nothing else, he is definitely much stronger than the other 4 heads of Xuanshan Sect now. Maybe he can convert his spiritual power back into a nascent soul. Feng Shi saw that he was so beautiful that even Bei could not find him, and said, Brother, although we won today's competition, we will still have to compete with the Wei 7th son in the future, and I'm afraid we will be abused by then. Therefore, we still have to guard against arrogance and impetuosity and practice hard. Jun Wen suddenly stopped thinking. Yes, winning this time was just luck. He is still too weak. What's more, he and his junior sister are human beings and must be careful. Seeing that he had listened, Feng Shi said no more. Because she knows that Jun Wen is still very measured. So, change the topic. Brother, please tell me about sword energy in detail. Jun Wen immediately talked eloquently, and the somewhat clear and stupid eyes on weekdays also became wise. Du Fengzhu just gave Feng Shi a magic sword, and Feng Shi immediately began to make gestures. Although the moves were neat and precise, he didn't realize the sword energy Jun Wen mentioned at all. Little sister, I say 1,000 words and 10,000, just follow the trend, follow the movement of the sword according to your heart, and you will naturally be able to use the sword energy. Feng Shi. Although I understand what you are saying and my brain can do it, why can't my hands still do it? Jun Wen watched from the side and thought to himself, it seems that the junior sister is not omnipotent. At least when it comes to sword power and sword energy, he really has no understanding. In Feng Zai's consciousness, Mu Jian, who had been making swords with his tail between his legs recently, felt that the unscrupulous master was too smart to be confused. It has signed a contract with her, which shows that she is a rare natural swordsman. Maybe you will realize it at some point. Why are you so anxious? Besides, the broken sword she held in her hand was far worse than that, so just sell it as junk. However, Mu Jian is now good at learning and will not speak if he can, lest his unscrupulous master settle old scores. The next day, Wei Kizi sent a message to Feng Shi, asking her to take Lang Yin Chihui to Wei Holy Land for discussion. It was their limit to endure it for one night. They have to take back the lost face themselves. This time, the Langyan Seven Wastes were abused terribly. Especially Situ Sho and Tao Shuinglan. In the morning, you enter the Holy Land of Wei vertically, and in the evening you exit horizontally. Well, they were carried out. That is a horrible sight. Others were not much better, even Yu Wanwen came out with a swollen face. Jun Wen was also very embarrassed, but much lighter than the others. It's not that Wei Seven Sons let off steam, the key is that Jun Wen was tortured by his junior sisters, kneel, move, so he knew how to avoid the key points. If nothing else, at least it can ensure that there is no injury on the face. Fang Shi was fine, because she ran away if she couldn't beat him. At the end of the day, she ran more than 100 times around Wei Holy Land. This guy didn't just run away, he also took the time to brush his face in front of 7 Supreme Elders. Because there were basically no outsiders coming into the Holy Land of Wei, the courtyards of the 7 Supreme Elders did not have any formations set up at all and were not locked. Therefore, the Fang Shi stream flows once in a while. Elder Tai, how busy are you always? Elder Tai, are you making alchemy? Do you need me to light the fire for you? It's not me, I'll make the fire burn well. Elder Taisen, where are you refining your weapon? My forging skills are just okay. Can I help you get started? Elder Tai Si, how about some tea? I just happen to be thirsty from running, so give me a cup. Ellipsis. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 506 The seventh son of Wei may become the abandoned son of Wei. The 7 Supreme Elders felt that a big grey mouse had slithered in, and then ran away again. After a while, he jumped in again, and then ran out again. Ellipsis. Annoying. Logically speaking, it would be enough to open the formation in the courtyard, but none of the 7 people did it. As for the reason, they themselves can't explain it. Maybe it's because people are getting older and like liveliness. Except for Fang Shi who was not injured, Old Man Chai was not injured either. Because as soon as he arrived at Wei Holy Land, he was so drunk that he fell into a deep sleep. Wei Kizi couldn't find a drunkard to compete with, so he could only ignore him. Time flies so fast, half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Shi was as busy as a top. Basically, he would come to study with the 7 masters of Wei every other day, and the rest of the time would be spent taking turns to study with the 17 masters. Let's put it this way, after half a month, most of the masters still haven't even seen Fang Shi noodles. Fang Shi felt that this was not possible because it was too inefficient. So, she called 17 masters together for a meeting. Let them teach jointly in the future. In other words, several masters taught her lessons together. As for scheduling, they schedule it themselves. After Old Man Chai found out, he felt like her tail was sticking up to the sky. Also teaching jointly, still scheduled. Who is the apprentice and who is the master? It didn't matter whether he complained or not. The 17 teachers didn't have any objection at all. They arranged the class schedule and came to Fang Zai's class on time. They found that in the past, they practiced separately, but now they get together to communicate, and they feel a little more enlightened. Some of them even advanced. It is precisely because of this incident that other elders of Langyan Yuan also started a cross-category joint teaching model, with remarkable results. Old Man Chai. Fang Shi also became familiar with the 7 Supreme Elders. While she was chasing after me with the 7 Wei sons, she would run into the courtyard of some Supreme Elders from time to have a cup of tea and some snacks. One time King Mian chased him, and Elder Taiwo asked him to wait aside until Fang Shi finished eating before beating him. King Mian. Master. I am your pro-apprentice. Are your elbows turned out a little? Have you forgotten how this Zhu Wu Yu tricked me? Have you forgotten that she is the granddaughter of the great scourge blood-devouring world? Of course Elder Taiwo didn't forget it, but he just felt that the little girl was tired from running, so wouldn't it be appropriate to drink some tea and eat something? No matter how anxious you are, don't rush to this moment. As for why he had this idea, it might be that Fang Shi showed him the new formation pattern she invented. A new array pattern in addition to the 360 array patterns. Genius. Genius of geniuses. He never thought in his life that someone could research a new formation pattern. Or connect the array pattern. Of course, it's also possible that Fang Shi was given some gifts just because he was fine. The tea brought by the blood family, the honey from the flame-colored bee. It's not that he is short-sighted, the key is that King Mian, his own disciple, didn't give him any shit. Anyway, Elder Taiwo now sees Fang Shi as not being so annoying, but he feels that his apprentice is a bit unpleasant. Why is it so mediocre? Why are you so stupid? Why are you so blind? It seems to be useless. King Mian was keenly aware of his master's disgusted eyes, and felt very hurt. So I found 6 other people to complain about. As a result, the other 6 people also look miserable. Because their master is the same. It was rare that Zemian and King Mian had a common topic, and he sighed and said, "You don't know, my master specially prepared a basket of dried fruit preserves and snacks, and it seems that they're for that Zhu Wuyu. Not to mention, last time Zhu Wuyu said he wanted to eat shrimp, my master went to the Sea of New Moon and brought back hundreds of kilograms of shrimp. Steamed shrimps, boiled shrimps, fried shrimps, shrimp buns filled a big table. I'm a little scared. If one day she says she's hungry for human flesh, wouldn't master have to ask me to cut off a piece of meat for her?" A few people were silent, and it was rare that they thought of the same word in unison. To lure wolves into the house. They originally wanted to recover the face that fell on the ground, but in the end they lost the master. Therefore, Wuwei's 7th son no longer summoned Fang Shi, but only asked Zhang Wen for a few competitions. As for Old Man Chai, they have stopped looking for him a long time ago. What are you looking for? Are you watching him being drunk and crazy? However, they didn't look for Fang Shi, but Fang Shi came anyway. You were busy with your work. It was the Supreme Elder and others who asked me to come. I will first go to Elder Tai's place to drink tea, then go to Elder Tae's place to have snacks, and then go to Elder Taezen's place to play chess. The seventh son of Wei was so angry that his face turned green. It is really easy to ask God, but difficult to send God away. This Zhu Wuyu can be regarded as relying on their Wei holy land. No wonder she took the initiative to discuss the matter in the first place. It turned out that she had already made up her mind. It's such a loss. The Supreme Elder and the others like Fang Shi more and more. Who wouldn't like such a talented and capable little girl? If they hadn't considered Master's death, they would have offered to accept Fang Shi as their disciple. It's all because of that blood-devouring world. It's all his fault. As a result, on this day, after they summoned Fang Shi did not come. The reason is also very simple. She has to study with several masters, and she has no time to come here today. Several Supreme Elders suddenly felt a little disappointed. One day passed and Fang Shi didn't come. 2 days passed, and Fang Shi still didn't come. On the third day, Elder Taiwu couldn't bear it anymore. How dare they teach Wu with their little skills? I'm not saying that, Xe Kingdom only occupies the position of Pavilion Master, and is far worse than me in terms of formations. Elder Tai also looked dissatisfied. Elder Drunk and Elder Dead can also refine some ordinary elixirs, and even have to find someone to help them light the fire. They are the only ones who have Xiao Wu as their master. Ellipsis. Several people complained, and then fell into silence. We all knew what each other was planning, but no one wanted to speak out first. Because this involves the master's last life. In the end, no one spoke first, and everyone went back to their homes. As a result, Wu's 7 sons were unlucky. They were all assigned very heavy training tasks, and life was worse than death. Therefore, they are now both afraid of Fang Zai's arrival and also looking forward to Fang Zai's arrival. Fortunately, 7 days later, Fang Shi came jumping. The 7 sons of Wu finally had a chance to breathe. Several people gathered together to complain. Didn't you see that my master's face burst into laughter? It's not just pleats, my master's mouth is grinning from ear to ear. Isn't my master like this too? He serves tea and pours water at the same time, just like entertaining his ancestors. Ellipsis. All 7 of them had expressions of despair. The 7 sons of inaction may become the abandoned son of inaction. Updated tomorrow at PM. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 507 makes up 24 chapters of Qi. While the 7 Wu sons were hugging each other to keep warm, Fang Shi was having a chat with several supreme elders. The central content is to praise how powerful her 17 masters are, and the praise is overwhelming. The 7 supreme elders were very upset when they heard this. I wish I could plug my ears. Elder Taiwo endured it, but he really couldn't hold it back. They're just the bigger ones among the poor, so let's just do it. I am not boasting, but if you were my disciple, I would be 100 times better than what they taught you. Thump. Fang Shi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Wu Yu pays homage to master. Elder Tai Wu. Just when I said that, you immediately became a disciple. You can climb very smoothly. He was very troubled. On the one hand he really wanted to take Fang Shi as his apprentice, on the other hand he felt that doing so would be against his teacher's order and disobedience. Seeing that he was silent, Fang Shi raised her little face. Master, are you in a bit of trouble because my grandfather and my grandfather had a bad fight in the past? Elder Tai Wu was speechless and acquiesced. Fang Shi immediately said, Master, I don't know what happened back then, but the harm cannot be done to the children, not to mention that I am still a granddaughter. Besides, I believe that the old man and his wife only have some conceptual differences and have no personal grudges. If my grandfather hadn't been expelled from Langyan Yuan, maybe the misunderstanding would have been resolved long ago. Being able to turn conflicts into friendship in my generation, they would definitely be very happy if they were alive in heaven. Although Elder Taiwo was a little touched, he remained speechless. Fang Shi blinked. Master, let's look at it from another perspective. From now on, I will be your apprentice. No matter how you deal with me, I have to recognize you. My grandpa makes your master and the others unhappy, so you deal with his granddaughter. Clean it up hard. Go to hell. You are avenging your master. Elder Taiwo. Correct. He just wants to avenge his master. He is so filial. Although he was happy in his heart, his face was serious, even bitter and resentful. There is some truth in what you say. I can accept you, but please think carefully. I will probably be very harsh on you, even a little unkind. Are you still willing to accept me as your teacher? Fang Zai's little face was full of admiration. Master, once I am a teacher, I will always be a father. Don't say that you are harsh to me. Even if you beat me and scold me, I am willing. Elder Taiwo nodded. In that case, I will accept you as my master. Get up. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Taichi said, 5th senior brother, I also want to revenge master. Elder Taiwu. If you want to steal your apprentice, just say so. Shameless. At this time, the other 5 supreme elders also expressed that they were also very filial disciples, so they also wanted to revenge their master. They also want to take Zhu Wuyu as their disciple, teach her well, deal with her well, and let her pay off her grandfather's debt. Although Elder Taiwu groaned in anger, he couldn't say anything. As a result, Fang Shi gained 7 more masters. This makes up 24 solar terms. The Supreme Elder and the others called the 7th son of Wei over. From now on, Xiao Wuyu will be your junior sister. She is young and has a simple mind. You must take good care of her in the future, do you understand? The 7th son of Wei. Masters are collectively blind. Is she simple-minded? She's about to become a civ. But they were mentally prepared for this, so they could only smile and recognize Fang Shi, the junior sister. The 7 Supreme Elders immediately asked Feng Shi to move to Away Holy Land to make it easier for them to teach. Feng Shi and 17 other masters asked for instructions and agreed. From now on, they can just come to Away Holy Land for teaching. However, Feng Shi made a request, that is, let Zhang Wen also live in the house. Before the 7 Supreme Elders said anything, the 7 Wei disciples all said good things for Feng Shi. The Supreme Elders are very pleased that the disciples have grown up. As everyone knows, Wei 7th son feels that the future will be dark and dark, so why not let that silly boy Zhu Anfang live in so that they can take out their anger on him. After the discussion was completed, Feng Shi left Wei Holy Land to find Old Man Chai. Old man, why do you think I am so popular? The 7 Supreme Elders also accepted me as their disciple. My team of masters has grown to 24. Even if you want to make up the number, I don't need you. 24. Old Man Chai, 818 novels. Although he had expected it, he still felt it was outrageous. Did the 7 Supreme Elders just forget about their master's last words? Aren't they afraid that they won't be able to see their master in the future? How did the dead girl convince them? Then, Feng Shi told what happened. Old Man Chai. You know language arts. Old man, I will move to Away Holy Land from now on. If you miss me, just send me a message. No matter how busy I am, I will still find time to see you. Old Man Chai snorted, will I miss you? I wish you would stay away from me. Feng Shi said with a smile, even if you don't miss me, you still have to think about the fine wine and snacks I prepared for you. I won't tell you any more, I have to comfort the 17 masters at the front so that they don't feel uncomfortable. Alas, it's a pity that I have to learn the art of balancing at such a young age. It's so hard for me. After speaking, S.A. Yazi ran away. Old Man Chai. Damn girl. It feels uncomfortable if you don't show off for a day. After Feng Shi appeased Elder Hu and others, he took Zhang Wen to the Holy Land of Wei. Zhang Wen heard that this gift was immediately warmly welcomed by Wei 7th son. We don't dare to deal with the freshly minted junior sister, but we don't dare to deal with you. Zhang Wen was beaten so badly. He didn't even save his face. However, he has a strong psychological adjustment ability. He knows that this is a rare and good opportunity to learn, so he will beat him. From this day on, Feng Shi and Zhang Wen devoted all their energy to studying. Only sleep for an hour at most every day. Because of the urgency of time. Feng Shi is all-round learning, while Zhang Wen's main energy is on kendo and actual combat. However, Feng Shi also asked Zhang Wen to listen to other courses occasionally. He didn't need to be very proficient, but at least knew a little bit. There are many skills that don't overwhelm you, and you might be able to use them at some point. Zhang Wen knew that Feng Shi was doing it for his own good, so although he wasn't very interested, he still studied hard. Listen to what my junior sister said, you were right. The Supreme Elder and others turned a blind eye to Zhang Wen saying, okay, let's just treat it as buy one get one free. Next chapter around 10:30, some people died, but not completely. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 508 The Golden Pig. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Shi has already learned some basic things, and started to learn some top skills. Such as talisman. Logically speaking, her cultivation level was not enough and she could not learn talisman for the time being, but she couldn't stop her from acting coquettishly, so several masters responsible for teaching talisman making had no choice but to agree. The so-called talisman is actually an overlap of magic talismans. Divide the special magic talisman paper into several areas, and then draw the magic talisman in each area. After the drawing is completed, use the space magic talisman to squeeze them together. This is only the first step, and there is another very important and very dangerous step, which is the refining of spiritual consciousness. Divine consciousness refining is to use spiritual consciousness to repeatedly strengthen along the lines of the talisman until several magic talismans in the talisman are connected together. In this process, the spiritual consciousness is likely to be damaged. In the least case, the spiritual consciousness is damaged. In the worst case, the person becomes crazy and stupid, or even loses his life. After studying for a few days, Feng Shi felt ready to make a move. She started making dragon armor talismans. According to what Elder Taisi said, after the dragon armor talisman is refined, once activated, it will be protected by a golden dragon, which can withstand a blow from the peak of transformation. Feng Shi thinks this thing is too practical. You have to learn it. So, she got into a fight with the dragon armor talisman. Unfortunately, it failed several times. Elder Taisi shook his head. It's a flaw because of insufficient cultivation. Stop wasting your time. Why not try to make the simplest hurricane talisman? Feng Shi still listened to the advice, so she made a hurricane talisman instead. The hurricane talisman is an attack talisman. Once activated, it will blow up a very violent hurricane. Even the monks in the transformation stage dare not take it lightly. After trying several times, Feng Shi succeeded. Although the power is a little smaller than the normal hurricane talisman, it is still enough to make Taisi elders and the others laugh from ear to ear. A little girl who is not even in the magic pill stage can successfully make a talisman. She is simply a genius among geniuses. But Feng Shi has always been thinking about the dragon armor talisman. Not to mention, the hard work paid off. Half a month later, she finally completed a dragon armor talisman. Not to mention Feng Zai's joy. I deliberately gathered all 24 masters together, and even called the non-staff Mr. Chai over. Old Man Chai couldn't say he would come, but he came earlier than anyone else. Zhang Wen and Wei 7 sons were also present. The 7 Wei sons now have no hostility towards Feng Shi. The reason is very simple. Putting their cultivation level aside, in terms of skills, even the 7 of them combined cannot compare to him. I can only be convinced. The key is that Fang Shi will cause trouble, shouting at each senior brother, and giving him a big gift package from senior brother, so they are embarrassed even if they want to find trouble. Of course, even if they wanted to find fault, they would only get brutal beatings from the masters. Seeing that everyone was here, Fang Shi took out the Dragon Armor Talisman. Let everyone circulate it again, and then activate the Dragon Armor Talisman. Fang Shi feels wonderful when she thinks about being protected by a golden dragon. Then, in front of her, a pig appeared. To be precise, the shadow of a golden pig. Fang Shi. Other people. Others were still reserved, but Old Man Chai laughed out loud. You don't call this a Dragon Armor Talisman, you call it a stupid pig talisman. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden pig rushed towards Old Man Chai. He bit Old Man Chai's arm. Old Man Chai subconsciously flicked his arm and got rid of the golden pig, but half of his sleeves were torn off. In fact, when the golden pig pounced, Old Man Chai could dodge, but he didn't. Even so, he was very surprised. This golden pig has some skills. Not only can he understand people's words, but he can also take the initiative to attack. Is this a sense of autonomy? Logically speaking, talisman treasures are disposable, so this kind of thing shouldn't happen. Fang Shi was very depressed. The puppet talisman you draw is a pig, and the talisman you get is still a pig. Is she having sex with a pig? At this time, Jun Wen said, Little sister, why do I feel that this golden pig and the puppet pig look similar, but they seem to be bigger? Fang Shi said feebly, they are all pigs, of course they will look alike. Jun Wen vaguely felt that it was not that simple, but saw Fang's eyes listless look and stopped saying anything. Seeing that the precious apprentice was unhappy, Taisi Elder and others scrambled to make Fang Shi happy. Old Man Chai only found it annoying. Fang Shi is not a person who sticks to the horns of a dead end. After a short while of depression, she will be overwhelmed. Just be a pig, as long as it works. So, while studying, she made another golden pig talisman. This time she did not call people over in a big way, but secretly activated the golden pig talisman in the house. She was somewhat unwilling to give up. Maybe it was just an accident last time, and maybe it would be a golden dragon when it was released this time. Soon, the shadow of a golden pig appeared in the house. Fang Shi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and muttered a few words, which probably meant she disliked the golden pig. Then, she saw the golden pig curl its lips. Fang Shi. Is she dazzled? The next moment, the pig's trotters pattered towards her. Fang Shi was startled and narrowly avoided it. Seeing that the pig's trotters were coming again, she rushed out of the door and ran away. The golden pig is chasing after him. Fang Shi was almost furious. What she drew was a defensive talisman, but instead she chased after her. This is a big joke. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She turned around and took out a large pile of breaking magic talismans. After activating them, she threw them at the golden pig. Blow you up. As a result, the golden pig opened its mouth wide and swallowed all the magic symbols. Then, Fang Shi noticed that the way the golden pig looked at her changed. He no longer looked fierce and arrogant, but became flattery. Fang Shi. Does it want to eat the magic talisman? Fang Shi tried to take out a bunch of magic talismans and threw them over, but they were immediately swallowed by the golden pig. Wagging his head and wagging his tail. Fang Shi. What the hell did she come up with? However, she is very receptive and said to the golden pig. If you want to eat the magic talisman, you have to be obedient. I ask you questions and you have to answer them honestly. Do you hear me? The golden pig nodded obediently. But Fang Shi could tell at a glance that its cuteness was just an act, because she often did this. However, Fang Shi didn't expose it, and asked. You shouldn't be a talisman, right? The golden pig nodded. Then what are you? The golden pig looked confused, then shook his head. Fang Shi. She couldn't judge whether the golden pig was lying for a while, but some things should not be rushed, so she didn't continue to press. Not only did he not force him to ask, but he also gave the golden pig a sack of magic charms. The golden pig is so happy. The tail is almost wagging and leaving an afterimage. Fang Shi was surprised to find that after eating these magic talismans, the golden pig seemed to be more solid than before. If you keep feeding magic talismans, this thing won't turn into a real pig, right? She vaguely felt that this golden pig was not simple, and decided to start raising pigs from now on. Anyway, for magic talismans, she has a sack for drawing casually, and she can afford to feed them. But, how can I release this thing next time? You won't have to spend a golden pig talisman every time, right? Soon, Fang Shi realized that she was worrying too much. Because from that day on, the golden pig ran out from time to time to ask for food, and even used pig hooves to show Fang's eyes feelings. Without any knowledge of the teacher. Fang Shi. Updated tomorrow at PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 509 Old Man Chai kidnapped Fang Shi. Although Fang Shi was speechless, she continued to feed the golden pig with magic talismans. Little Black Ball was very dissatisfied with this. The spiritual pets I received before are still useful, but this golden pig is useless for nothing but food. Not to mention the golden pig body protection, replacing it with other talismans can still have a defensive effect. It didn't dare to talk to Fang Shi, so it just whispered to the little fat bird. The little fat bird was too lazy to pay attention to it, but it kept beeping, so he had to say impatiently. You have to understand your position. You are just one of my mother's spiritual pets. Whether the master accepts other spiritual pets or not has nothing to do with you. Also, do you think it's a good thing to keep feeding magic talismans to the golden pig? When pigs are fattened, they should be sorted. The little black ball selectively filtered out the words that the little fat bird said earlier, and only remembered the last sentence, and immediately smiled. Yup. When pigs are fattened, they should be sorted. Although the unscrupulous owner is very tolerant of the golden pig now, when it is fattened, he will definitely squeeze it severely. There is no need to be jealous of it, just wait for it to be unlucky. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and Feng Zai's heart began to grow. Although there are still many skills that have not been learned, she has been out for such a long time, and she can no longer waste time in the demon clan. But how can we make 24 solar terms except that she is a human? If things go wrong, they might team up and shoot her to death. Even if he was reluctant to attack her, the fifth senior brother who was given as a gift would still be in bad luck. She had to find a suitable opportunity. This suitable opportunity can be met but not sought after. If it doesn't work, you can only break them one by one. Starting from the dead elder who is the most protective of the calf, and then gradually expand the scope of those who know. On this day, Feng Shi found an opportunity to be alone with the dead elder. The dead elder hadn't spoken alone with his precious apprentice for a long time, so the old man was quite excited. After the two chatted for a few words, Feng Shi asked, "Master, what do you think of the Northern Territory human race?" The dead elder curled his lips. "It's just a bunch of trash. If we hadn't been concerned about the human race in the southern region, our demon race would have wiped them out long ago." Feng Shi. The dead elder continued, "Not only is it a waste, but he also likes to play tricks, and he has formed an alliance with the Yan clan. I heard that it was all the fault of a stinky girl named Feng Shi. If you meet her in the future, be careful, I heard that Feng Shi has minds." Feng Shi. Her heart skipped a beat. "Master, actually I." Before Feng Shi finished speaking, Old Man Chai broke into the alchemy room and galloped away, holding Feng Zai's collar. The dead elder didn't even react. Was it Chai Bui, that old drunkard just now? Isn't he an old trash? How come you are so fast? In addition, he just opened the formation in the alchemy room. How did he get in? But, most importantly, why did he kidnap his precious apprentice? The dead elder was angry and anxious, and hurriedly chased him out. But not even the shadow of Old Man Chai was seen. He quickly sent a message to others to look for traces of Feng Shi and Old Man Chai. However, they turned Lang and Yuan upside down and could not find any trace of the two of them. Zhang Wen had some guesses in his mind, so he waited and said nothing. Although Old Man Chai dislikes Feng Shi in every possible way, it can be seen that he actually likes Feng Shi very much. He probably means no harm. It was estimated that the two of them were going to do something important, and it would be bad if others got involved. Besides, with the little junior sister's cleverness, she would definitely be able to escape even if there was danger. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer, and will be updated around the clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 510. You are the Feng Shi of the human race. At this time, Feng Shi was taken to the dark river by Old Man Chai. The arm-footed monster trembled as soon as it saw the two of them. Whether they are old immortals or petty thieves, they are not good things. Every time you see them, there is no good thing. Old Man Chai didn't have time to pay attention to it, but asked Feng Shi, "Did you release the source of life in the whirlpool last time?" Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, and then realized that Old Man Chai was talking about the good things in the whirlpool. She wasn't too surprised, because last time she guessed that the brachiopid monster had sold her. She didn't hide it and told her what happened. "Old man, to be precise, I didn't release it, it was the violent moray eel that pulled out the seaweed that was camouflaging the formation by mistake." Old Man Chai said immediately, "No matter what, you are the cause of the incident, which shows that you're a person with great luck. With you by my side, there may be a glimmer of hope for me when I go to die later." Feng Shi. "Are you going to die? Am I following you? Doesn't that mean I'm going to die too? Thanks to me, I usually bring you wine and delicious food, and I also give you hush money, so you treat me like this. You old white-eyed wolf. Well, old man, I still have things to do, so you can go alone." After Feng Shi finished speaking, she wanted to run away, but as soon as she turned around, she bumped into a barrier. Old Man Chai said solemnly, "Although you are from the human race, you have worshipped 24 masters, so you should do something for Lang and Yuan, right?" Feng Shi was shocked. Just as she was about to speak, Old Man Chai sneered. "Your method of covering up is indeed very clever, but don't forget that what is fake will always be fake, and there will always be places where the truth is exposed. Based on your age and cultivation, I speculate that you are probably Feng Shi from the Northern Territory human race. That Zuan should be your fifth senior brother, Zhang Wen, am I right?" Although Feng Shi felt a turmoil in her heart, she still had a look of confusion on her face. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could I be that wicked Feng Shi with smoke? I am a real demon. If I were a human race, how could the ancestors of our blood family and the demon god give me blessings?" Old Man Chai said lightly, "I can't speculate about the ancestors of your blood family, but it's not surprising that the demon god blessed you. Who said that the devil can only bless the devils? The demon god is a god, so he can naturally bless any living being. Human race is no exception. Little girl, I don't have time to talk to you about this. Time is urgent. Come with me quickly." Although Feng Shi really wanted to know where she was exposed, but now she wanted to get away even more, so as not to die with Old Man Chai. She didn't want to go, but the difference in cultivation between her and Old Man Chai was too great, and there was no way to resist. The golden pig was quite loyal, and he appeared out of nowhere and just snarled at the arm-footed monster. "Feng Shi. Are you so fucking blind? You bite Old Man Chai. What did you bite that brachiopid monster for?" The arm-footed monster was caught off guard and a small piece of its arm was bitten off by the golden pig. It was so angry that it almost exploded. He picked up his other arms and legs and hit the golden pig. The golden pig was swallowing the severed arms and legs before disappearing. "Feng Shi, it's true that people are dying for money and pigs are dying for food. The key is that you can't eat food at all as a ghost, okay? However, she soon discovered that something was wrong with the arms and legs left behind by the golden pig. With a light touch, the arms and legs turned into powder. The golden pig absorbed all the magic energy and nutrients inside. Old Man Chai was also very surprised, but he didn't care about it now and dragged Feng Shi into a barrier. Under the strong white light, Feng Shi had no choice but to close her eyes. After their figures disappeared, the arm-footed monsters began to curse their 8th-generation ancestors. Of course, silent scolding. The scolding is called a dirty word. Feng Shi, who was cursed by it, had regained her sight at this time. This is a desolate place, only stones and no life. Standing in the distance was a skeleton, holding a long sword in his hand. Under his feet was a disc, with wisps of mist seeping out of it. Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, feeling of deathly silence. Although a little surprised, it's not particularly surprising. After all, the human race has discovered 2 dead places, and it is normal for the demon race to have 1. What surprised her was that Old Man Chai had obviously known this for a long time. While she was thinking about it, Old Man Chai pointed at the skeleton and said, "Do you know who that is?" "Who?" "Your grandfather." "Feng Shi, you mean the grandfather in my grave?" Old Man Chai, "Yeah. Not finished yet, there is still 1 chapter left. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 511 My grandfather is really a strange person. Feng Shi was completely confused now. This skeleton is blood-devouring world, so who is in the grave? Maybe it was because Feng Shi couldn't escape now that he was here, but Old Man Chai didn't have the same impatience as before. Of course, it's also possible that he was going to die and wanted to say a few more words before he died. He looked at the skeleton, and then seemed to look through the skeleton into the distance, and said slowly, "That's right, he is the bloody Huan, the scourge that everyone talks about. Who would have thought that when the building was about to collapse, he would sacrifice his life to save Lang Yuan, and it could even be said that he saved the demon clan. If such people are a scourge, then others do not deserve to be called human beings." Feng Shi was even more shocked now. Her cheap grandpa is not only not a disaster but also a hero. Yes, she had long felt that although blood-devouring world was out of tune, it would not do anything to poke a hole in the island defense formation. So why did he lose such a reputation? Isn't it him who is buried in the grave? Why does Old Man Chai know this, and who is he? Feng Shi had a guess in her mind and asked tentatively, "You are not the last island owner of Lang Yuan, Yuan Wenshan, are you?" Old Man Chai laughed slightly at himself. "Yuan Wenshan. I haven't heard this name for a long time, but it seems a bit unfamiliar. Yes, I am the useless island owner who watched his friend die without mercy. I am a waste." Feng Shi nodded. "Then you're indeed a waste. If I were you, you would have found a crooked neck tree and hanged yourself. Why would you live? Exclamation mark. What a waste of food." "Old Man Chai, you can't say that. It's better to live than to die." The two looked at each other, and both saw the shamelessness of the other. Old Man Chai said meaningfully, "You guessed my identity a long time ago, right? That's why you came to my side when you have nothing to do, and even offered to give me a hush money." Feng Shi. "I agree with you earlier, don't you know what the hush money is about?" Feng Shi coughed twice. "Let's not talk about this for now. Can you tell us what's going on?" Old Man Chai snorted coldly. "It's useless even if you don't admit it. I can guess your little thoughts with my eyes closed. Little girl, I have eaten more salt than you have walked across the bridge. Stop playing tricks in front of me in the future." Feng Shi bared her small white teeth. "Well, people are always treacherous and cunning. I can't compare with you." Old Man Chai. He decided to continue talking about the topic and not argue with the dead girl. "Do you know why our Lang Yinyuan has been hidden from the world? Do you know why Lang Yinyuan is more willing to recruit common people's children?" Feng Shi was a little speechless. "Old man, when is this? Don't ask and answer yourself here, just talk about the main points." Old Man Chai glared at her and then said, "According to the will of the first island owner, our Lang Yinyuan will never come out of this world, unless there is a crisis on the entire continent. It is precisely because we do not want to join the world that we are more willing to recruit children from the common people." Feng Shi felt that this was not the main reason, but to prepare for a rainy day. In case Lang Yinyuan and the royal family fight against each other in the future, it will be difficult to deal with people from the royal family and noble families on my side. Common people don't have this worry. Old Chai continued, "In addition to never leaving the world, our Lang Yinyuan has another mission, which is to use the entire island to suppress a formation. It is not suppressed by the weight of the island, but by the vitality of everyone. Not only us, but also the sea beasts in the New Moon Sea are part of it. Because they are tired by the formation, they will be violent and restless at night." Feng Shi was extremely shocked. She had thought that Lang Yuan was like a prison before, but she didn't expect that her words had truly come true. She pointed to the dead air. "Is that what suppresses it?" Old Chai nodded. "That's right, those are the air of death, which can erode the vitality of living beings. Once they're leaked out, let alone the demons, everything will turn into death. Fortunately, there is a formation to suppress them, so they will not escape. The formation originally ran very smoothly. Although it borrowed our vitality, the impact was not too great. After all, practitioners have long lifespans. However, the formation suddenly became loose. According to the information left by the first-generation island owner, there is only one way to stabilize the formation, and that is to extract the vitality of everyone on the island and all the sea beasts in the New Moon Sea and forcibly suppress them. I was very embarrassed at the time and could not make up my mind. I always hoped to find other ways. However, I couldn't find it at all. But this time your grandfather found me and said that he has a way to stabilize the formation. Your grandfather acted recklessly, not to mention complaining. However, I do think he is a charming person. Although I am a little older, I have become a lifelong friend with him and helped him clean up a lot of messes. Not to mention anything else, at that time he occupied the Holy Land of Wei and drove 7 of the Supreme Elders to teach. If it weren't for me, they would have fought against him. Fang Shi coughed twice. Old man, I'm off topic. They've all gone to the horizon. Only then did Old Man Chai return to the topic. I was very puzzled at the time. The location of the Deathly Silence was a forbidden area, and no one except the island owner knew it. How did he know? As a result, your grandfather suddenly laughed and said that there is no place in Langian Abyss that he can't find, even he has been to the mouse cave. Fang Shi asked curiously, let me interrupt, how did my grandfather get into a mouse hole that's so small? He studied a kind of puppet, then attached his spiritual consciousness to it, and commanded the puppet to get into the mouse hole. Fang Shi. My grandpa is really a strange person. Will still be updated at PM tomorrow. Closed black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 512 Blood Devours the World, the first generation of heroes. The more Fang Shi thought about it, the more he felt that the puppet villain was pretty good, and it was so convenient for him to do some sneaky things. She'll study it carefully when she gets a chance. Even if you can't make a little puppet, you can still make some little puppet pigs. When Fang Shi was thinking wildly, Old Man Chai glared at her. Just ask some questions, waste time. Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, then tell me, what solution did my grandfather propose at that time? He said you don't have to use life to suppress it, you can also do the opposite and use death energy to suppress the death energy. To be precise, it's deception. The heir of death mistakenly thinks that it has escaped, so it will no longer forcefully attack the formation. I asked him, where did the dead heir come from? He said that he had studied a set of sword techniques that could disguise the appearance of burning life, so that he could hide the aura of death. I was also dizzy at the time, or I was in a hurry to go to the doctor. Seeing that he was so sure, I couldn't wait to let him try it. Result. When Old Man Chai said this, his face was filled with regret, and even his body became a little stooped. He took a deep breath and then continued. As a result, when he stood on the center of the formation and danced his sword, the flesh and blood on his body was gradually peeled off, and finally only a skeleton remained. That's what you see now. Old Man Chai seemed to have seen the situation that day again. Only the bones of Zhu Sihuan, who was originally dressed in red robes, were left. He held a long sword in his hand and said with emotion, Brother Wenshan, everyone on the island said that I, the blood-devouring world, was a scourge, but in fact they were. Right. I am a nuisance, and I feel uncomfortable if I don't bring nuisance to others. But don't you think it's strange? When I knew that these idiots were going to have their life sucked out, my mother's heart softened. There are also those little beasts in the sea, although they are different from us, but they were born with them after all, so it would be a pity to die like this. If nothing else, there won't be such delicious dishes to go with drinks in the future. Sacrifice me and save so many bastards, it's not a loss. When Old Man Chai said this, he burst into tears. Fang Shi also had a solemn look on his face. The sea was flowing, Fang showed his true colors. Blood devours the world, a generation of heroes, worthy of the name. There is no contradiction between his daily arrogance and his willingness to stand up at critical moments. This just shows that he is a person of true temperament. After a moment of silence, Fang Shi asked, then what happened to the grandfather in that grave of mine? Old Man Chai wiped his tears with his sleeve and smiled. At that time, when he was in agony, the bloody skull shook. Brother Wenshan, you don't have to be sad. I never engage in loss-making business. I made myself a puppet before and diverted part of my consciousness. Although his cultivation level has been greatly reduced, he can still survive for a few years. The less people know about the forbidden area, the better, so you can give me a crime and expel my puppet clone from Langian Abyss. On the one hand, it prevents the puppet clone from being exposed, and on the other hand, it also hides the forces behind the Deathly Silence. It just so happened that I also went out to enjoy the colorful world, so my life was not in vain. Fang Shi. Can you do this? Puppet clone. She must learn this skill no matter what. This is a life-saving weapon. From now on, she will get herself 180 puppet clones, and when she encounters danger, she will throw one out as a scapegoat. This is equivalent to her having 180 lives. When she was dreaming here, Old Man Chai talked about the following things. Although Old Man Chai was unwilling to throw dirty water on his good brother, he also knew that Zhu Yanhuan's decision was the right one. The force behind the aura of death must be extremely powerful. It is best to continue to paralyze the opponent and make them think that the world does not know the existence of the aura of death. At that time, there was a gap in the island protection formation due to the air of death, and Old Man Chai pinned the matter on Zhu Huan's head. He suffered a lifetime of infamy. When repairing the island protection formation, Mr. Chai was seriously injured, and he felt sorry for his brother, so he ran away. Of course, he did this to hide in the dark. On the one hand, it was convenient to investigate the forces behind the aura of death, and on the other hand, he was looking for ways to stabilize the formation. During this period, he changed several identities, including those of the human race and the Tao race. A few years ago, Chai Buyi, a direct disciple of the artifact refining pavilion, died unfortunately, so he took over his identity. Fang Shi looked at Old Man Chai with envy. Old man, I don't envy anything else, but I envy you for being able to live. More alive than the old bastard in the sea. Old Man Chai, who was full of sorrow and anger because of recalling the past. This damn girl always manages to make her style go astray. He calmed down and said, the vortex you discovered before has a very strong vitality in it, which may be able to restrain the air of death. It's a pity that I haven't found any clues after investigating for so long. It's up to you to complete it in the future. In addition, I think your grandfather's consciousness should be slowly recovering, and there may be a glimmer of hope. After you leave the island in the future, you must find a way to help him. Fang Shi interrupted him. Old man, are you giving your last words? Then don't tell me whether you have these things or not. Tell me first, where do you hide all the good things? If this thing can live or die, it might as well be easier on me. Old man Chai. He seems to have found the wrong person. Is it too late to regret now? He glared at Fang Shi. Don't make jokes here. Since you are a human race, you must have some agenda when you come to Langyan Abyss. If I guessed correctly, you want to win over the demons in order to deal with the Southern Territory humans. If you accept my instructions, you will soon achieve your goal. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as trying to convince the Demon Emperor by yourself. Fang Shi was speechless. Old man Chai took it as her acquiescence and continued. You have also seen that the formation has become loose, which means that your grandfather's remains are no longer able to suppress the formation. For now, I am the only one to take over this position. Having said this, Old man Chai's appearance and temperament have changed. A dragon walks like a tiger, but it is not angry but it is powerful. Fang Shi, I choose you as the successor as the second-generation owner of Langyan Yuan No. 30 Island. From now on, you will be the third-generation owner of Langyan Yuan No. 30 Island. Kneel down and take the Island Master's order. He thought that Fang Shi would definitely refuse. After all, this damn girl seemed to be avoiding him before. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, Fang Shi knelt on the ground with a plop. Fang Shi takes the order. Old man Chai. Don't you even want to show off your politeness? He regretted it a little. So, cling to the Island Master's order. As a result, he was snatched away by Fang Shi. Old man Chai. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 513 I also have a clan name, Fang Shi. Fang Shi didn't even look at the island owner's order, and quickly put away the storage ring, fearing that Old man Chai would snatch it back. Old man Chai's nose was so angry that he was crooked. Once again I doubted the correctness of my decision. Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, Old man, I'm just confused. You clearly know that the owner of this island is a human race, why do you still let me be the owner of the island? Old man Chai. He held back his anger and said, if there were other choices, do you think I would choose you? Mr. Chai is telling the truth. He has been looking for a successor for many years. But none of them met his requirements. Cultivation is only one aspect, the key is strategy and character. Until he met Fang Shi. Although he was very curious why Zhu Bawan recognized the granddaughter and sent her to Langyan Yuan. However, he did not intend to intervene and wanted to wait and see what would happen. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi took the initiative to find him, and even lacked day to harvest his colorful corals. From then on, the gears of fate began to turn. The time when Fang Shi was drunk, he took his pulse and discovered some clues. Although the little black ball came to Fang Zai's rescue, he still had doubts. Later, through some clues, especially age and behavior style, he thought of Fang Shi from the human race. Another point is that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen should have formed magic pills long ago, but their cultivation has been stagnant, which aroused his suspicion. Of course, Old man Chai can guess this. The important thing is, he also changes his vest frequently. He smells something of the same kind. He didn't intend to expose Fang Shi. First of all, he really liked Fang Shi. Although this dead girl is immoral and smoky, she has a sincere heart. She is very similar to blood-devouring Huan back then to a certain extent, but she understands human nature, is sophisticated, has strategies, and is destined to go further than blood-devouring Huan. Secondly, he knew that the forces behind the deathly silence must be targeting the entire continent. Whether it is the demon race or the human race, including the glutton race, we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. But this time, we must abandon the past and work together to help each other. This Fang Shi is also a network of human race, gluttonous race and demon race, and it is perfect for her to carry the banner in the future. The key is that this damn girl is too evil-minded and does harm and is immoral. Generally speaking, such people are lucky. Another very important point is that Fang Shi discovered a vortex containing vitality, which shows that she is a person with great luck. You know, he wandered around for tens of thousands of years without even noticing a fart. Of course, even with these factors, he never thought about letting her take over as the island owner now, at least it will take a few more years of investigation. I just didn't expect the sudden change and couldn't wait for so long. He knew that Fang Shi had been making jokes all the time just because he didn't want to make him too sad. Although this kid was out of tune, he was very kind at heart. He took a deep breath. Girl, it's time for me to go. I have put some of my experiences and discoveries over the years into the Island Master Order. You can just use your spiritual sense to read it when the time comes. I know you are a good boy, and I will entrust Langyan Yuan and even the entire demon race to you from now on. I believe you can fulfill my instructions. After saying that, he walked towards the formation. The pace is firm. He should have taken this road long ago. His good brother has been carrying the burden for him for tens of thousands of years, and now it is his turn. Master Yuanshan Island, stay. Old man Chai. If you ask me to stop, why did you specifically emphasize that I am the former island owner? I'm going to die, why don't you stab me in the heart? Fang Shi ran over in a hurry. Island Master Yuanshan, I see that my grandfather is standing quite steadily there. He should not be dead yet. When I teach him a set of sword skills, maybe he can suppress him for hundreds more years. Therefore, even if you want to die, you can live for a little while longer. Old man Chai didn't care about her incoherent words now, so he grabbed her by the collar. What did you say? You will suppress the sword technique of the heir of death. Fang Shi was a little speechless and kept talking. Why was she always pulling my collar? She explained, there are also two places of death and silence on the human side, and they use the sword technique I mentioned. Although Old Man Chai was a little surprised, he also thought it was reasonable. Since the forces behind the Aura of Death want to capture the entire continent, they will definitely not only set up their layout in the demon race. It is also normal for the human race to have an Aura of Death. It's a pity that he has also been with a few vests in the human race, but he did not find out about these things. It seems that when it comes to being a spy, he is far worse than a dead girl. That is to say, he is an old man, otherwise she would really hide it from everyone. When he was meditating, Fang Shi had already reached the vicinity of the skeleton. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Grandpa, I am the granddaughter that your puppet clone adopted for you. My name is Zhu Wuyu. I also have a clan name, Fang Shi. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you are human or demon. In my heart, you are my grandfather. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of a river, and my admiration for you is like the stars in the sky that never dim. Old Man Chai said angrily, it's already here. Who has the time to listen to what you say? Let's get down to business. The next moment, his voice stopped abruptly, because blood, skull, Eater Huan tilted his skull slightly, as if he wanted to listen carefully. Old Man Chai. Fang Shi blew a rainbow fart for a long time before getting to the point. Grandpa, the owner of Yuanshan Island said that you are unable to continue to support me. I think this is simply a slander against you. A hero like you, as long as you can still stand, you can hold up the sky. I am now teaching you a set of sword techniques. I believe that with your talent, you will be able to learn it very quickly, and with the countless heroic spirit in your heart, you will be able to survive for at least 1 year. Old Man Chai discovered that the skeleton had grown at least half an inch taller after listening to Fang Zai's words. The reason is simple. He straightened his back. He is proud, he is proud, he is awesome. Old Man Chai didn't know what to say except being speechless. His good friend liked to listen to good things when he was alive, and he still had the same temper after his death. Could it be that the reason why he accepted Fang Shi as his granddaughter was because she had a good mouth? On his side, Fang Shi was already demonstrating with the magic sword. She didn't dare to take out the wooden sword because it scared the skeletons in the dead place before. Although she felt that blood-devouring Huan was not so timid, for the sake of safety, it was better not to take it out. Not to mention the frustration Yu Jian felt in his heart. It obviously didn't do anything, but it lived like a dark outer room. But this time, Old Man Chai's eyes were completely attracted by Fang Shi. The flowing clouds and flowing water are as graceful as a startled dragon. This damn girl has indeed been hiding her clumsiness. But when he thought that he might not have to die, he began to think about how to deceive the island owner's order. Will still be updated at PM tomorrow. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 514. Are you adopting a pixie as your granddaughter? Fang Shi demonstrated the swordsmanship once, and as soon as he finished his move, the skeleton world moved. Although it's not particularly coherent, I've learned at least % of it. Fang Shi hurriedly blew another rainbow fart, and then skillfully corrected his mistakes. After doing this several times, Skull Huan can fully perform the entire set of sword techniques. As he swung his sword, the air of death that escaped became less and less until it disappeared. Fang Shi had a look of admiration on her face. Grandpa, I knew you could do it. You are worthy of being the #1 Batalu among the demons. Skull Huan tilted his skull slightly, obviously confused about what Batalu meant. Fang Shi hurriedly said, Batalu is the dialect of our place, which means hero and warrior. As soon as he finished speaking, the skull's jaws opened. I don't know if it's because it's been in disrepair, or if it's because I laughed too hard and it's dislocated. The skull was not awkward at all, it was installed again naturally. Of course, even if he was embarrassed, Fang Shi and Old Man Chai couldn't tell. Fang Shi continued, Grandpa, if you use your sword skills several times every once in a while, there should be no big problem in a short period of time. In 2 days, Island Master Yuanshan and I will send you some good things. I believe you can persist for at least 10 years. Old Man Chai. How dare you say it? 20,000 years. Why don't you say forever? Also, can you stop emphasizing the former island owner all the time? But what good thing did the dead girl say? Old Man Chai also wanted to say a few words to Skull Huan, but he had so many words to say that he didn't know where to start, so he finally said. Xe Huan, you have gained a good granddaughter. After hearing this, Skull Huan immediately put his left hand behind his back and raised his skull so high. Old Man Chai was worried that his skull would fly out in a flash. He originally wanted to say something, but now he didn't want to say anything. Grandfather and grandson both have the same virtue. They really have the same chemistry. However, it was useless even if he wanted to say anything, because Skull World had already fallen into dormancy. If it weren't for the dead girl's rainbow fart, she would have gone dormant long ago. Old Man Chai winked at Fang Shi, indicating that he could leave. Fang Shi kowtowed to Skull Huan respectfully, and then left with Old Man Chai. Old Man Chai felt a little sour for no reason. She must be his granddaughter. Even if she is her adopted granddaughter, she is very filial. Unlike him, although he has lived for tens of thousands of years, he has no relatives. However, this bit of soreness was quickly forgotten by him, because now he just wanted to get the island owner's order back as soon as possible. The dead girl is so arrogant, he needs to use some strategy. The two returned to the cave of the brachyid monster through the barrier. The arm-footed monster was still cursing silently. After cursing for such a long time, the words were never the same. When you see the two of them coming back, shut up. Can't even think about it. I am afraid that I will be heard by the two evil stars. Old Man Chai asked Fang Shi, what is the good thing you are talking about? Fang Shi burst into laughter. Have you forgotten the source of life in the whirlpool? Let's find a way to store some and send them to my grandfather, so won't it allow him to persist for a while longer? I'm just wondering, why didn't you think of this? Also, when you get older, your thoughts are not as active as those of young people. Enjoy. Also, when you get older, your thoughts are not as active as those of young people. Enjoy the happiness you deserve, and don't hold on to it anymore. Old Man Chai glared at her fiercely. You think I didn't think of it? Those vitality sources cannot be stored at all and can only be absorbed on the spot. Fang Shi curled her lips. It could mean that you have a rigid mind. Didn't those mother-child heir and training arrays you buried under the sea successfully lead the source of life to other places? Why didn't you think of introducing it into the forbidden area? Old Man Chai. After a long while, he said quietly, there is a barrier in the forbidden area. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Is this a difficult problem to solve? Old Man Chai was speechless. A wise man will make mistakes every time he thinks, and he really didn't think of this. To be precise, he lost his sense of proportion. The death of Xi Yanhuan has always been a knot in his heart, and he has never dreamed of dying to atone for his sins. So after discovering that the formation was loose, the only way he thought of was to replace it with his own body. Only in this way can one atone for one's sins. Fang Shi sighed. Old man, you have to obey your old age. Experience is important, but young people's enterprising spirit and fearlessness are the key to breaking through. It is great wisdom to let go at the right time. In addition, you obviously have a knot in your mind and are afraid of doing things. Why not throw away the burdens on your body and travel lightly? Maybe you will have unexpected gains. Although Old Man Chai found these words unpalatable, he also felt that they made some sense. Yes, people have to accept old age. He is old. Time to let go. From now on, just leave the burden to the dead girl. Although this girl is usually aloof, she is still reliable at critical times. When he retreats, he can sort out the clues he finds, and he can talk to his good brothers when he is free. By the way, I still have to find time to go to the ancestral grave of the blood family to see the puppet clone of my good brother. While he was immersed in his thoughts, he was suddenly startled. And many more. I fell for it. Damn girl, you were digging a hole for me. She was afraid that I would ask her for the island master's order, so she kept trying to persuade me to let go. Good guy, before I even asked her for the island lord's order, she started brainwashing me. Although he gritted his teeth in his heart, his face looked like he had listened. Girl, you were right, I really should let go. From now on, Lang Yin Yuan will be left to you. By the way, the island lord order has some special uses. Take it out and I will demonstrate it to you. Fang Shi blinked. No need to demonstrate, just say it. With my cleverness, I can definitely learn it. Old Man Chai. Then he made several excuses. Fang Shi promised well, but would not hand over the island master's order. Old Man Chai was so angry that his head was buzzing. Blood devouring the world, you have adopted a pixie as your granddaughter. Fang Shi said with a smile. Old man, please stop digging holes for me. Let's put it this way, even if you tell me about Wire, I won't give you the island lord's order. Also, don't think about going back on your word, I recorded the whole process with a photo stone. Old Man Chai. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and couldn't do anything to Fang Shi, so he angered the arm-footed monster. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll pluck out all 13 of your eyeballs and stomp on them. Brachiopod monster. Who did I provoke? However, it still wisely closed all 13 eyes. He also rolled himself into a ball. He was afraid that Old Man Chai would chop off its arms and legs in anger. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Old man, why are you taking it out on yourself? I know you didn't die, so I'm not happy. Old Man Chai. No wonder you came to be a spy for the demon clan, you don't know how to speak human language at all. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 515, once the Tiank Alliance invades, he will never come back. When Old Man Chai was about to get angry, Fang Shi said sincerely. Old man, I know you are not regretting it, you just think that I am young and have little experience, and I need a few more years of training before I can take on this responsibility. You feel sorry for me. I understand them all. Old Man Chai's anger suddenly dissipated by half. It doesn't matter whether he thinks so or not, at least the words are pleasing to the ear. Fang Shi continued. But the situation waits for no one. You said before that I wanted to join forces with the demons to fight against the southern humans. You really underestimated me. The human race in the southern region is just like that. Even if there are no demons, we human race in the northern region can still hold them hostage. What I am guarding against is the Tiank Alliance, the force behind the Chi of Death. Old Man Chai was shocked. Tiank Alliance. Well, I have been to the junction of the north and south domains before, entered the ancient battlefield, and learned some secrets. Fang Shi told everything about what happened on the ancient battlefield. Old Man Chai looked shocked. But I think this is unexpected and reasonable. He had always known that someone coveted the entire continent, but now it was confirmed. Fang Shi continued. Everyone who entered the ancient battlefield with me had their memories sealed, and I was the only one who broke the seal by accident. Therefore, I felt that someone was spying on the entire continent, so I did not dare to tell others about it. On the one hand, they are afraid of alerting others, and on the other hand, they are afraid that they will be in danger. Your cultivation is unfathomable, and you know how powerful the aura of death is, so I dare to tell you the truth. The Tiank Alliance's strength is far superior to ours. If we want to fight against them, we must unite all our forces. But we are now trapped in a civil war. There is constant friction between the humans in the northern region and the demons, and the humans in the southern region are always ready to make a move. Someone has to step up and put an end to this internal strife. Therefore, I took the risk of losing my life at any time and came to the demon clan. On the surface, my motive is to unite the demons to fight against the Southern Territory humans, so that the people of the Tiank Alliance will not be suspicious. My real purpose is to use the alliance between the Northern humans and the demons to threaten the Southern humans and ensure that there will be no large-scale civil war in our Jiu continent in a short time. Then I will find an opportunity to sneak into the Southern Territory human race and find the right time to explain the truth. As long as we reach a united front, once the Tiank Alliance invades, there will be no way for him to come back. Therefore, I did not obey the Island Master's order for selfish reasons, but for the sake of the overall situation. If you feel that what I have said is not enough to be the island owner, then please take back the island owner order. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he took out the Island Master's order and presented it with both hands. Old Man Chai's voice was slightly trembling. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so responsible at such a young age. Not only has courage but also strategy, this Island Master allows you to use your talents to maximum effect. You are right, people have to accept old age. I have been busy for tens of thousands of years, but I have never found someone ugly enough to bear this heavy burden. From now on, feel free to rush forward boldly, I will protect you. Fang Shi was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Old man, we are all people with righteous hearts, so I won't say anything unnecessary. You and my grandfather are close friends, and we are very close to each other. From now on, you will be my biological grandfather. Before Old Man Chai could react, Fang Shi knelt on the ground. Grandpa, my granddaughter Fang Shi kowtows to you. Really kowtowed 3 times. Old Man Chai doesn't want to recognize any of Lao Shi's descendants. But the mouth had its own thoughts, and said with great kindness. My dear granddaughter, get up. Fang Shi tilted her head and looked at him. Old Man Chai. Of course he understood that the dead girl wanted a meeting gift. She had no choice but to give Fang Shi a gift package for her granddaughter. It almost blinded Fang Zai's eyes. As expected of the island owner. Really rich. There are not only demon treasures but also many human treasures. It seems that her grandfather, the island owner, made a lot of money when he went to the human tribe to hang out. She was so beautiful. Old Man Chai stretched out his right hand. Where is your filial piety? Fang Shi. So, she also gave Mr. Chai a grandpa gift package. The arm-footed monster secretly poked and opened its eyes a little, thinking to itself that it had long thought that the older mortal and the young thief were from the same family, because they were both so sinister and shameless. Now they're really hooking up. Its life will definitely be more difficult in the future. Either way. In order to avoid suffering in the future, I can only shed some blood. Thinking of this, it cut off its 2 arms and legs and gave them to Fang Shi and Old Man Chai. Congratulations. The main thing is to be polite. Fang Shi didn't expect it to be capable of trouble, so she gave it 2 bottles of hemostatic pills and praised it a few times. The arm-footed monster instantly felt that the little damaged thief was much better than the old and immortal one. At least they gave it a gift in return. And it sounds nice. Unlike the older mortal who only scolded it and beat it, he didn't treat it as a human being at all. Ha, what seems wrong? No matter what, anyway, a small damaged thief is 100 times stronger than an older mortal. Here, Fang Shi and Old Man Chai discussed their future plans. Old Man Chai said, the identity of your island owner is not suitable for disclosure for the time being, but the identity of the human race can be discussed with the 24 heads. With their support, you have a good chance of winning when you go to negotiate with the Demon Emperor. In addition, let me tell you the truth. The Demon King has always been afraid of several noble families. You will have a better chance of persuading him to form an alliance with the Northern Territory human race by starting from this aspect. If you still can't convince him after all your efforts, I'll tell you the truth and force him to agree to an alliance by force. Of course, this is a bad idea and it's best not to use it. Fang Shi. Having a grandpa who is so powerful is so awesome. Otherwise, she should change her last name. Let's call it Yuan Shi from now on. Fang Shi immediately let out a rainbow fart, praising Old Man Chai that he was hard to find in the sky or on the ground, and called him Grandpa hundreds of times in one breath. Although Old Man Chai kept laughing and scolding the girl, he felt very happy in his heart, and even couldn't help but assume the same posture as Skull Huan. He stood with his hands behind his back and raised his neck, like a big white goose. At this time, Fang Shi asked, my masters must have gone crazy looking for me. How do they explain what happened today? Old Man Chai said nonchalantly. You just blamed everything on me and said I had convulsions. Anyway, with a few cheap senior brothers of mine protecting me, no one dares to do anything to me. Fang Shi. The group pet is willful. After the discussion was completed, Old Man Chai took Fang Shi and left Anhei. After reaching a secluded place, the two separated. The little tadpoles on the Fang Shi side were looking for their master, while Old Man Chai was humming a little tune and walking towards his residence. Walking and walking, I stopped. He smacked and felt the taste. It seemed that he had been tricked by the dead girl after all. What she used was to retreat in order to advance, and she also used the tactic of suffering family ties. The trick of using words to deceive him before was clear, just to make him relax his vigilance and facilitate the subsequent tricks. It turns out he really fell for it. This damn girl's name really suits her, Fang Shi. The gap is the right one. If there is a gap, she can get through it. Everywhere. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 516 I am the Fang Shi who lacks great virtue. The more Old Man Chai thought about it, the angrier he became. Not only did the island owner's order not lie to him, but he even hooked himself up. Isn't this a typical case of helping someone count the money after being sold? But there's nothing wrong with being more thoughtful, otherwise you wouldn't be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. That's it. If you're being cheated, just be cheated. If you pick up a granddaughter for nothing, it won't be a loss no matter what. On the other side, Feng Shi soon met the dead elder. The dead elder was so anxious that he was sweating. When he saw Feng Shi, he breathed a sigh of relief. Disciple, are you okay? Where is that old drunkard Chai Buyi? I have to kill him. Elder Hua and others also rushed over after hearing the news. In addition to questioning Feng Shi, they also asked about the whereabouts of old man Chai. Everyone wants to take a bite of his flesh. Feng Shi was afraid that things would get serious, so she hurriedly said. He actually doesn't have any ill intentions, he just got a gourd of good spiritual wine and wanted me to drink 2 glasses with him. He was probably too drunk, so he acted rashly. Peak Master 1 of Tianquan Peak said angrily, this ineffective thing. He drinks nothing but drinks. I have to skin him this time. Elder Shang also gnashed his teeth and followed the curse, and even pushed old man Chai into the refining furnace to refine it. Feng Shi. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The more Master 1 Peak, Monk and Elder said this, the more embarrassed others would be to be cruel. Old man Chai really has 2 good senior brothers. Sure enough, although the others were very angry, there was nothing wrong with Feng Shi, and secondly, they had to give some face to Master Wan Feng and the elder monk, so they left it alone. Feng Shi pity and followed the dead elder back to the alchemy room. Although the other masters felt sour, no one said anything. Who let the dead elder be the master? Even the 7 supreme elders lined up behind him. The dead elder was careful this time and activated several arrays, for fear that someone would break in again. Disciple, you were interrupted by Chai Buyi in the middle of what you were saying. What do you want to say? Feng Shi knelt on the ground with a plop. Master, I am guilty. My crime is unforgivable. I lied to you. I deserve death. The dead elder looked distressed and held his hands together. You kid just knows how to talk nonsense about crimes that are not punishable by death. You are my apprentice, even if you lied to me, it was for my own good. Feng Shi refused to get up. Master, I told a big lie. I have no shame to tell you about it. The dead elder was amused by her. A big lie? What kind of big lie can you, a little girl, tell? Could it be that you want to tell me that you are a human? Feng Shi, yeah. Dead elder. He glared at Feng Shi. Don't talk nonsense there. I can't tell whether you are a demon or a human. Feng Shi said timidly. Master, I really belong to the human race, and I am the Feng Shi with 800 scheming minds. However, I can swear to the demon god that I had absolutely no ill intentions when I entered Langyan Abyss. I just wanted to promote an alliance between the demon clan and the Northern Territory human race. I could have continued to deceive you, but you were so kind to me. If I don't tell the truth again, I will be so heartless. To be honest, I couldn't sleep at night during this period, and I didn't even dare to look at you because I felt guilty. Master, you can hit me, you can scold me, even if it means killing me, I will be willing to do so. I'm sorry for you, woo woo woo. The dead elder didn't move for a long time as if someone had cast a immobilization spell on him. Is my precious apprentice a human race? How could she be a human? How could the human race know the demon's alchemy method, still so talented? No, not just alchemy, but also weapon refining, beast control, formations. At this time, Feng Shi took out the jade token of his identity as a direct disciple of the Xuanshan sect and handed it to the dead elder. Although the dead elder didn't want to believe it, he could only believe it now. What troubled him the most was that he always thought he was his precious disciple's main master, but it turned out he was also a sidekick. Xiao Beidao from Xuanshan sect is the serious master. Looking at his apprentice who was about to burst into tears, he still couldn't bear to punish him, and he couldn't even bear to say a few harsh words. Get up. If you can take the initiative to confess, it shows that you trust me as your master. I am very happy to be my master. It doesn't really matter whether you are a human or a demon. As long as you recognize me as your master and I recognize you as my disciple, that's enough. When Feng Shi heard this, her cry that was originally a bit of acting suddenly turned into true feelings. The dead elder really had nothing to say to her. She originally thought it would take some time, but she didn't expect Elder Death to forgive her so easily. Feng Shi casually wiped her tears with her sleeves, cut out 3 times to the dead elder solemnly, and then served tea with both hands. Master, my disciple Feng Shi offers you tea. The corners of the eyes of the dead elder were a little moist. He took the teacup, took a symbolic sip of tea and said, Teacher, get up. Feng Shi then stood up. Elder Death asked Feng Shi in detail how he sneaked into the demon world, and was very impressed by his precious apprentice's courage and strategy. If she hadn't taken the initiative to confess, she would have been hiding the truth. The dead elder asked Feng Shi, what are you going to do next? Find someone else to confess your identity. Feng Shi nodded. If I don't tell the truth, I will really feel uncomfortable and always feel guilty. If I say it, even if I am punished, it is better than having my conscience condemn me every day. The dead elder pondered for a moment and said, then let's talk in the order of apprenticeship, and finally talk to the 7 supreme elders to avoid any mistakes. Feng Shi understood what he meant. The masters who were more advanced in her apprenticeship were more tolerant to her, while the 7 supreme elders at the end might not be so easy to talk to. Convince the masters in front of her first so that they can help her when the time comes. So, Feng Shi came to find the second master, Elder Zui. The dead elder came with him. As soon as Feng Shi entered the door, she knelt down and cried bitterly. Master, I am sorry for you, I lied to you. When Elder Zui saw Feng's eyes pitiful look, he felt heartbroken. If you have something to say, even if it's a big deal, Master won't blame you. Feng Shi twitched and said, I'd better kneel down and say it. I'm actually not a demon, I'm a human. I'm the Feng Shi who has been lacking virtue for 8 lifetimes. After saying that, he took out the personal disciple token of Xuanshan sect again. Prove identity. Drunk elder. He slowly looked at the dead elder, meaning, is what the disciple said true? You already know. The dead elder sighed. Wu Yu has no choice, let alone talking about the overall situation. She is also worried that her 4th senior brother will be intimidated by the Wang Fu family in the southern region. This kid is just too emotional. Besides, she didn't have any ill intentions when she sneaked into our Langyan abyss, and she also helped us a lot many times. Not only was she innocent, but she also made great achievements. Lao Zui, people can't be too stubborn, it doesn't matter whether they're demons or humans, as long as their nature is good, it doesn't matter. Drunk Elder. This was the first time he knew that the dead elder was so capable. Open black lens bracket next chapter 1030 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 517. Can you have some sense of right and wrong? Elder Zui was actually more shocked than angry at being deceived. After all, Lang Yinyuan has never been in the world, so he doesn't have much grudge against the human race. Besides, he wasn't the only one who was deceived, everyone was deceived. If he blamed his apprentice, wouldn't it be an advantage to other old people? Master believes that you are a kind and good boy. If you say you have no ill intentions towards Lang Yinyuan and the demons, then you definitely have no ill intentions. As long as this limit is not crossed, everything else is trivial. It's cold on the ground, get up quickly. Fang Shi. It seems that the baskets I prepared will not be used. The dead elder glared at the drunk elder. It seems like you can say that, right? Fortunately, I was smart and didn't get angry just now, otherwise the position of Grand Master might have been taken away by you. Fang Shi said a few words from the bottom of her heart, and then served tea to Elder Zui again. After the drunk elder finished drinking the tea, he said to the dead elder. Old man, originally, I envied you. After all, you are the first master Wu you worshipped. I didn't expect that there is a serious master. Dead elder. Which pot is not open to mention which pot. Besides, what does it mean to be a serious master, as if none of us are serious? Immediately afterwards, Fang Shi brought Elder Dead and Elder Zui to see Elder Nangong. Zhang Wen is also here. After hearing what Fang Shi said, Elder Nangong froze on the spot. How could Xiao Wuyu, a natural-born swordsman, be from the human race? By the way, not only is she a human race, but the eldest disciple Zhu Fangfang is also a human race. Zhang Wen also knelt down at this time, lowered his head and said nothing. As long as the junior sister is here, he can just be the wooden stake. Elder Dead and Elder Zui quickly came to their aid and defended Fang Shi. Elder Nangong sighed. Everyone, get up. This is the end of the matter. There is no point in pursuing these matters. As long as you stick to your true intentions and don't do anything detrimental to Lang Yinyuan and the demons. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were moved to tears and then became apprentices again. Then, Elder Nangong also joined the gang. They accompanied Fang Shi to see Elder Ni. As soon as Fang Shi got started, Elder Ni helped her up. Disciple, I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be such a small thing. Don't say you are a human race, it doesn't matter if you're a big demon in disguise. This identity is just a skin, the key is your heart. Master is not angry when he hears what you said. Master just feels sorry for you. You, a little kid, took the risk of sneaking into the demon clan. You must be on tenterhooks all day long. You can't eat well, and you can't sleep well. Look, your little face has become so thin that it's pointed. Please relax, if someone makes things difficult for you, Master will protect you from Langyan Abyss. There is always a place for us masters and disciples in the vast world. The mouths of the three dead elders are about to turn into gods. Hypocritical. Shameless. No matter what they thought, Fang Shi was very moved, cut out 3 times sincerely, and then offered tea. Then, they came to find Elder Shang again. Let's put it this way, the top 10 masters all easily forgiven Fang Shi, leaving only the 7 peak masters and 7 supreme elders. Different statuses naturally lead to different ideas. Therefore, Fang Shi was ready to attack the enemy. The group first came to see Peak Master Duan of Tianshu Peak. Fang Shi knelt on the ground and explained the matter in detail, and the gang began to explain Fang Zai's words one by one. Pavilion Master Xe even listed in detail the contributions Fang Shi made after entering the island. Duan Fengzhu. I know you are protective, but can you have some sense of right and wrong? She is a human race. Can you guys tolerate this? However, looking at Fang Zai's red eyes and the strings of tears falling down, he swallowed back the accusations that reached his lips. This can't be entirely blamed on her. After all, as a human being, she naturally has to consider issues from a human perspective. They just have different positions and no personal grudges. Besides, if she can really bring about an alliance between the humans and demons in the Northern Territory, what does it matter if she is a human or not? After some mental struggle, he scolded Fang Shi for a few words and then forgave her. It's okay not to forgive. After finally grabbing the 11th spot, he had to cherish it. The next few peak masters were somewhat unhappy because of Fang Zai's deception, but with the help of the gang, they finally had no choice but to forgive Fang Shi. In the end, only 7 supreme elders were left. These are 7 hard bones. Not very easy to chew. Even if it's not easy to chew, you have to chew it. A group of people arrived at Bawei Holy Land. Bawei Kizi rushed over to greet him. I have to say that since they had their little junior sister, they have become very good at dealing with people. It's impossible if you don't make progress. My master thinks they are 120 disgusted. If they don't make progress, they might be kicked out of the Holy Land of Bawei. They were stunned when they saw Fang Zai's appearance. Because Fang Shi carried a thorn stick on his back, but it was just a little thin. Let's put it this way, it's slightly thicker than the thread used to sew clothes. Which one is this singing? Fang Shi first came to see Elder Taiwu. Because among the Taishang elders, Taiwu Elder is relatively more lively. As soon as they met, Fang Shi knelt down. Thanks to her being used to kneeling in front of the Xuanshan Sect's mountain gate, otherwise she really wouldn't be able to stand this series of kneeling and kneeling. Master, I made a big mistake, please punish me. Elder Taiwu looked confused. Disciple, what do you mean by this? Master, I lied to you. In fact, I am not me. I am human. Well, it was Fang Shi who was the one who promoted the alliance between the human race and the Tao tribe. I infiltrated the demon clan in order to promote an alliance between the Northern Territory human race and the demon clan, which would allow the Northern Territory human race and the demon clan to recuperate and work together on a prosperous road. From a small perspective, I wanted to prevent the Wang Fu family in the Southern Territory from intimidating my fourth senior brother. Originally, I wanted to start from the Demon Emperor, but I didn't expect that I entered Langyan Abyss by mistake, and I was lucky enough to become your teacher. It is an unpardonable sin for me to tell such a big lie. Please punish me. As long as you can vent your anger, even if you beat me to death, I will have no complaints. Elder Taiwu looked dull. Then his eyes fell on the thorn tree Fang Shi was carrying. Are you sure this thing can kill you? Upon seeing this, Peak Master Duan and others quickly helped Fang Shi by saying good things. It can be said that everyone performed beyond their level. I have never been so talkative in my life. He also risked his life for his apprentice. Elder Taiwu looked like he was in a state of wandering mind. After a long while, he stared at Fang Shi and said, So, Zhu Yanhuan doesn't know that you are a human race. Fang Shi nodded. The old man probably doesn't know, otherwise he wouldn't accept me as his granddaughter, let alone give me Langyan Yuan's token. Elder Taiwu laughed loudly when he heard this. Duan Fengzhu and others. Isn't it because he was overstimulated and went crazy? Blood-devouring Huan, you claim to be extremely smart, but you didn't expect to adopt a clan member as your granddaughter. What a laugh. Another day, I have to burn paper and tell Master and others about this, so that they can also enjoy it. Duan Fengzhu and others. No wonder someone can become a supreme elder. This is such a strange way of looking at the problem. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 518. No Q, thank you. Elder Taiwu laughed for a long time, until tears came out of his eyes. Everyone. I really can't relate to it. Elder Taiwu was not dissatisfied with Fang Shi at all, and thought. He did a great job. Zhu Shuhuan said that his masters were fools and fools, but in the end, he was coaxed into running around by a little girl. His precious disciple has indirectly avenged his masters. As for whether the precious apprentice is a human or a demon, it doesn't matter at all, okay. It was precisely because the human race didn't have anyone as powerful as him that she risked her life to become a disciple of Langyan Yuan, which proved his strength from the side. Of course, the premise of all this is what Fang Shi has done since entering the island. She made a real contribution to Langyan Yuan. It can make people believe that she really has no ill intentions towards Langyan Yuan and the demon clan. So, personality is very important. Elder Taiwu asked Fang Shi to get up. It's just a small joke, not a big deal. Wu Wei's seventh son, who has been silently playing quail next to him. She is a human race. She is human. She is human. You say this is a little joke, not a big deal. This heart has no limits. No, to be precise, they're all heartless. Fang Shi also didn't expect Elder Taiwu to be so easy to talk to. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have prepared such thin thorns. She was worried that if any of the supreme elders took advantage of her, how would she be punished if she was really beaten? So I got a thin one. After all, as long as you have an attitude, there is no need to suffer the physical pain. She said a few rainbow farts to Elder Taiwu, saying nothing more than that he had structure, height, and foresight. Elder Taiwu smiled from ear to ear and brought Fang Shi to see Elder Taichi. Although King Mian and Zimian don't deal with each other, Elder Taiwu and Taichi Elder have a very good relationship. As soon as they met, Elder Taiwu grinned widely and said, Lao Chi, I have great news for you. Xiao Wu Yu is the Fang Shi from the human race, and this old fool like Zhu Xuan didn't realize it at all. Are you talking about making people laugh or not? Elder Taichi. Since he was a child, he has felt that the fifth senior brother is not suitable to inherit the formation mantle of the masters. There is only one reason, no brains. Fang Shi is a human race. You actually think this is great news? It's true the blood-devouring world was deceived. What about you? What about us? Aren't you all deceived by this girl's movie? Then when she saw the toothpick that Fang Shi was carrying behind her back, she became even more angry. Said with a cold face. Fang Shi, you are so brave. Do you know your guilt? Fang Shi twitched and said, Master, I know my sin. My sin deserves death. It is an unforgivable crime. I can tell, you are really angry. You might as well slap me to death, lest you become so angry that your body is broken. Seeing Fang's eyes' pitiful appearance, Elder Taiwu glared at Elder Taichi fiercely. It just seems like you have a temper, isn't it? What's wrong with Xiao Wu Yu being a human? Don't humans have one nose and two eyes? If the Northern Territory human race forms an alliance with our demon race, she will be the link of friendship between the two races. What do you mean you're so unkind to ties? Elder Taichi. Link, there's also a bridge. He, the fifth senior brother, has a problem. If he dislikes someone, even if he is given a magic crystal, he will feel that they're harming him. If he approves of someone, even their farts will smell good. Clearly, the latter is the case now. Not to mention that Fang Shi is a human race, even if the wild boar becomes a strut, he thinks it is good. At this time, Gangbang Twin came online. From 10,000 years of black ice algae to the reproduction of purple arowana, from the cooperation between humans and demons to the growth of the seven sons of Wei. The seven silently eating melons. No Q, thank you. Elder Taichi was so noisy that his head was buzzing. Like 100 flies circling around. He persuaded himself that these people had forgiven his apprentice, so why was he pretending to be this big clove of garlic? It seems that he is no longer a human being inside and outside. So, he sighed, okay, get up. I am also in a hurry as a teacher, so I don't really blame you. However, you have to be careful when doing things in the future and never be so rash, you know. Fang Shi said yes obediently. Elder Taiwu curled his lips, how reckless. If that little girl hadn't taken the initiative to admit it, you might have never known that she was a human until your death. After taking care of the two supreme elders, the rest will be much easier to handle. In the end, only Elder Tai was left. Among the 7 supreme elders, Elder Tai is the most rigid. Therefore, as soon as Fang Shi met, he untied the vitex and handed it to Elder Tai. Master, I made a big mistake, please whip me to death. Elder Tai, beat you to death, you sure? Don't be ridiculous, what mistake did you make? Fang's eyes tears fell. I am from the human race, and I am that wicked and smoking Fang Shi. After hearing this, Elder Tai looked in disbelief at first, and then became furious. What did you say? Are you a human? Have you been lying to me? In anger, he took the thorn stick that Fang Shi was holding with both hands. Before he could whip Fang Shi, the thorn stick was broken into several pieces. Elder Tai. In fact, even if the vitex branches continue, Fang Shi cannot be hit, because a human wall has been built in front of Fang Shi. Elder Taiwu stood in the front. Senior brother, if you are not strict in teaching, you are a lazy teacher. If you want to hit me, just hit me. Others also shouted, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Ellipsis. Elder Tai. Crazy. All crazy. Open black lens bracket continue at 10:30 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 519 Is this what you call Loki? Elder Tai was so angry that he pointed at Elder Taiwo and others. You guys, you really disappoint me. Just one Fang Shi will make you indifferent to right from wrong. Get out of here all of you. Everyone rolled away in despair. It's not that they're cowardly, the key is that they're afraid that Elder Tai will vomit blood in anger. The veins on the old man's forehead popped out, and he was obviously very angry. Fang Shi felt that this was a normal reaction, and the other 23 masters were just joking. Wu Wei's 7th son, who had been eating melons all the time, was somewhat relieved. Fortunately, there was still a master who stuck to the bottom line and was not fooled by Fang Shi. Then, they received a summons from Fang Shi. The general meaning is that now that Taiwo elders and others have been kicked out of Wu Wei Holy Land, they can only rely on you. You are my senior brothers. If you don't contribute at this time, when will you? It doesn't matter if I don't contribute, I will be the master's only child from now on. The 7th son of Wu Wei. Junior sister Yuzu Wu Yu is their blessing. They didn't dare not listen, so they had no choice but to go to Elder Tai to plead for mercy, and in the end they were expelled from the Holy Land of Wu Wei. They were relieved, as long as they didn't get into trouble with Elder Tai. Anyway, everyone has been kicked out, no one can laugh at anyone. Elder Tai thought that Elder Taiwo and the others would come over one after another to intercede, but 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and no one came to him to ask for mercy. It was as if he had been forgotten. He really couldn't hold it back and used his spiritual consciousness to explore the situation outside. Then I saw Fang Shi and a group of masters, brothers and sisters eating barbecue. Fang Shi was still talking about her great achievements in the human race, and also demonstrated her ultimate move, which attracted a series of exclamations. Finally, he also performed a juggling act like wielding a sword. Mu Jian was so happy. After all this time, is finally seeing the light of day. So, work extra hard. What about the carp snapping, the kite turning over, the wild boar rubbing against the tree? Fang Shi was very glad that she was wearing a seat belt, otherwise she would have been smashed into a pulp. All her masters were smiling. As expected of my apprentice, look at how unique this sword-wielding posture is. I dare say, this is definitely Scorpion Barber's unique one. That's right, what else can Co Wu Yu say? A genius among geniuses, if nothing else, who would have thought of tying himself to a sword when wielding a sword? Only she is so smart. None of you have hit the point. The most rare thing about Wu Yu is his filial piety. She obviously has to be very steady, but she flies like this on purpose just to make us happy. What a filial child. Ellipsis. Situ Shou and others silently looked up at the sky. Even if the junior sister slaps the masters, they will only praise her for her strong hands. Elder Tai looked at this happy scene and felt a little sad for no reason. But if he just bowed his head, he would feel embarrassed. He was right, so why should he give in first? Fortunately, the next day, Fang Shi came to the door with his gang. Good guy, Fang Shi is carrying a bundle of thorns this time. Sincere. Master, all the mistakes are my disciples' fault. You punish me. If you feel that you can't relieve your anger with wattle sticks, use your sword to poke me into a sieve. Elder Tai. Do you still use poking? Aren't you just a sieve now? He also knew that Fang Shi was giving him a chance to stay alone for 7 days, and his anger was almost gone. For Fang Shi, his apprentice, he couldn't find anything wrong with him except for his status as a human being. If he was really kicked out of his school, he would be absolutely reluctant to part with it. So, let out a long sigh. Let bygones be bygones, but you must swear in front of the demon god that you will not be detrimental to Lang Yin Yuan and the demons at any time. Fang Shi nodded hurriedly. Okay. I will swear it now. The devil is above me, I have no worries about my blood. Well, I, Fang Shi, swear here that I will be filial to my 24 masters at any time and under any circumstances. If they are in trouble, even if it means going through fire and water, I will not hesitate. If I violate this oath, my soul will fly away and I will never be reincarnated. Elder Tai and others were so moved that they even forgot to ask Feng Shi to swear an oath not to harm Lang Yinyuan and the demons at any time. Of course Feng Shi did it on purpose. 24 solar terms are her master, so she naturally has to maintain them. But that's not necessarily the case with Lang Yinyuan and the demon clan. If someone with no foresight targets her, especially the demon emperor, she certainly can't bear the cowardice. Not to mention the demons, the same goes for the human race. She is truly righteous, but she is not a bad person either. After confessing his identity, Feng Shi began to make arrangements to leave Lang Yinyuan. 24 solar terms are naturally reluctant to part with. Procrastinate and procrastinate. It wasn't until Feng Shi begged again and again that he agreed. On the first night before departure, the Feng Shi courtyard was filled with old men carrying small bundles. Disciple, you have no relatives or friends in the demon clan. I really can't worry about it. I'll accompany you back to the blood family. Co Wu Yu, the demon emperor is very difficult to talk to. If I go with you, I can put some pressure on him. Wu Yu, although you are extremely smart, you still have a lot of knowledge to learn. As a teacher, I will accompany you back and continue to teach you knowledge on the road. Ellipsis. Feng Shi. Although I also want to take you out of the island, Elder Tai may not want to kill me. Sure enough, Elder Tai arrived quickly. After scolding everyone, they gave up the idea of running away from home with their apprentice. But this time, Old Man Chai came over burping from wine. I'll accompany her back to Zhu's house. 24 solar terms almost drowned him with saliva when he heard this. With you, a drunkard. Something more than enough to fail. Unexpectedly, the precious apprentice agreed happily. Then let Mr. Chai accompany me back to Zhu's house. Although his cultivation level is not very high and his temperament is not very calm, he is still a senior disciple of our Lang Yinyuan, and he still has experience. It was thanks to his planning that our Lang Yin 7 wastes were able to defeat the Wei 7 wastes before. Besides, facing the demon emperor, it would be more appropriate for someone like Mr. Chai to be generous. 24 solar terms are so sour. Guess we are no better than an old loser who is an alcoholic. If I had known this, we would have had a few more drinks. The next morning, Feng Shi took Zhang Wen and Old Man Chai to leave. 24 solar terms, Situ Shou and others have been sending Feng Shi and the others outside the barrier. Because the day for opening the island, which occurs once every 3 months, has not yet arrived, they can only leave through the barrier. The 24 solar terms took turns telling Feng Shi, let's put it this way, 2 hours have passed and they haven't finished yet. Elder Nangong and Master Du of Tiangshan Peak also gave Zhang Wen some advice. After all, he is still our eldest disciple. Although he is not as smart as his younger apprentice, although he is not as lovable as his younger apprentice, and although he is not as clever as his younger apprentice, he cannot remain indifferent. Peak Master Wan from Tianquan Peak and Elder Shang from the Weapon Refining Pavilion gave Old Man Qian Dingzhu one instructions. The main idea was not to cause trouble to Feng Shi, otherwise he would be interrupted. Old Man Chai. However, in the end, they still gave Old Man Chai a lot of good things for self-defense. After all, he was the junior brother who had been protecting him, for fear that he would be in danger. Mu Wanwen cried like a tearful person, Sister Wu Yu, will you return to the human race after you convince the demon emperor? Will there be a chance for us to meet in the future? Feng Shi said with a smile, of course. Don't worry, we will see you in the near future. When the Tiank Alliance invaded, there was a gathering of heroes, so they naturally met each other. Yi Zun was a man of few words and didn't say anything. He just silently transferred 200 million magic crystals to Feng Shi. Feng Shi suddenly felt that Yi Zun was very handsome and charming. The charm of money exudes from the inside out. Situ Shou and Tao Xinglan also felt uncomfortable. They even felt that they were being shameless. When this stinky girl was around, the master didn't even look at them. Logically speaking, they should be happy that she was gone. But why do I feel so stuck in my heart? The 7 Wei sons were better than them, after all, they spend less time with Feng Shi. But my heart is empty. Everyone has to continue to send Feng Shi forward, even to send Feng Shi to the shore. Feng Shi suddenly smiled. After seeing you for thousands of miles, we will say goodbye eventually. Let's all stay. Besides, I like to keep a low profile, so I'd better not make such a big fuss. After Feng Shi finished speaking, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to 24 solar terms, and then stood up. A whistle. In an instant, waves surged ahead. The violent moray eel leads an army of sea snakes to sweep in. Feng Shi sat on the violent moray eel and waved her hand. Let's go. 24 solar terms, is this what you call Loki? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 520 everyone, long time no see. Feng Shi did this not for vanity, but just to build momentum. There is no one in power in this world who is not petty. Although Lang Yinyuan is hiding from the world, how can the demon emperor be reassured? Exclamation mark. How could you not send someone to keep an eye on it? She just wanted him to see how majestic her Lang Yinyuan leader was. If the identity of the island owner hadn't been exposed, she would have had more fun. At this time, the sun had just risen, and many fishermen were preparing to go out to sea to fish. Suddenly, they saw huge waves in the distance, and then a giant beast emerged from the sea. Standing on top of the giant beast is a girl in purple clothes, standing proudly with her hands behind her back. Immediately after the giant beast, several more sea beasts emerged, and the pressure of each one was enough to make them tremble. Oh my god, they are all transformed into sea beasts. That girl doll must be a big shot. Does this need to be said? Who of ordinary people would dare to stand on the body of a sea beast that transformed into a god? Besides, didn't you see that there were 2 servants, an old man and a young man, following behind him? Isn't this girl the Neptune of the New Moon Sea? Yes, it must be Neptune. Ellipsis. The fisherman knelt on the deck and shouted, "Greetings to Lord Neptune." Feng Shi. Why is this title so weird? Why can't you call me Poseidon? But it's Neptune. It's as if I'm being extravagant. However, it would not be bad to get the title of Sea King, so he said calmly, "No courtesy." Although the fishermen all stood up, they did not even dare to raise their heads under the pressure of the sea snake army and remained silent. Old Man Chai and Jun Wen behind him. Is this the name of Neptune? She didn't do anything. Jun Wen is a little bit better. Old Man Chai's mouth is about to curl up. She is Aquaman, so what is he? Grandpa Neptune. At this moment, Feng Zai's body shimmered with brilliance. Old Man Chai. The blessing of the devil. Let's just talk about why you gave her a blessing. Just because she bluffed around and got the title of Neptune. If I had known earlier, he would be one of them. Little did they know that those fishermen had already regarded Feng Shi as the king of the sea, and Feng Shi naturally absorbed a lot of power of faith. That's why the devil gave her a blessing. Then, you can also get some power of faith indirectly. Of course, Old Man Chai didn't know this. Feng Shi didn't even know. This thing is so beautiful right now. Although there is no hope of converting back to spiritual power to form a pill, it is definitely a good thing to be blessed by the devil. Seeing this scene, the fisherman knelt down and worshipped on the ground again, which was called piety. Feng Shi also gained a lot of power of faith. Naturally, the demon god also took some commission. Feng Shi meditated and adjusted her breath for a while before going ashore. She did not let the army of violent moray eels and sea snakes return, but put them into the monster bag. It would be fine if the old devil emperor was easy to talk to and negotiate with, but if he was just playing dirty tricks, she would put the violent moray eels and sea snake army into the endless sea and cause chaos. When the time comes, let's see if he is honest or not. Of course, this is a last resort, and it's better not to use it. Feng Shi did not return to the capital immediately, but went to a nearby market town. Everywhere she went, people knelt down to worship, and the voice of the king of the sea could not be heard. Although Feng Shi felt that the word, Neptune, didn't suit her very well, she still liked this kind of cool scene. Old Man Chai was speechless. Fortunately, there are not many people living on the beach, otherwise there would be no need to talk to the demon king, and the dead girl would be able to fight him directly. Feng Shi bought some gifts in the market town. Although the vendors said they would give them to her for free, how could she take advantage of them? Not only did he give, but he also gave some more. The voices of everyone shouting for Neptune became several times louder. Old Man Chai snorted in his heart, "Damn girl, this is the only way to win people's hearts." No matter how sad he felt, Feng Shi gained another wave of favorability. After buying the things, Feng Shi summoned the flying boat and took Old Man Chai and Jun went towards the capital. As for where the flying boat came from, this is not simple, it is given on the 24th solar term. She is now so poor that all she has left is money. There are so many good things in the storage ring. Therefore, it is still very useful to worship a few more masters. Not only can you fight in groups, but you can also make a fortune. When she returns to the capital, she has to hold the master apprenticeship banquet, which is held once by each master and collects gifts for each time. Guaranteed to scrape off 3 feet of the capital's land. There was nothing to say on the way, and the flying boat landed outside the capital. The city gate was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and the demon emperor's left and right guardians and a group of nobles were waiting here. Because they got the news that Lang Yinyuan's special envoy visited the capital. Although the demon emperor is nominally the largest, who dares to offend Lang Yinyuan? Naturally, it has to be more grand. The 3 elders of the Zhu family were also there, and Zhu Tianjue was a little distracted. Lang Yinyuan rarely interfered with outside affairs, so why did he send an envoy here so well? Could it be that girl from Feng Shi who exposed her secret? There has been no news since Feng Shi entered Lang Yin Abyss, and Zhu Tianjue has never had a good night's sleep, always afraid that her human identity will be exposed. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not at that time, he is worried about causing harm to the Blood family and the Blood Demon clan. After all, Feng Shi also has the title of a Saint Aunt of the Blood Demon clan. Maybe Lang Yinyuan would feel that the Blood Demon clan had colluded with the human race. When he thought of this, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. But thinking about having a sensible granddaughter, I felt that it was worth taking the risk. Of course, his grandfather cannot be seen in the light. On the surface, he has to call Feng Shi his great-great-aunt. It's all because of the unreliable ancestor of Zhu Yanhuan, who had to recognize his granddaughter across generations. If Feng Shi hadn't understood people and the world and asked them to call her Saint Aunt, how could they have said it out loud? The second elder and the third elder were also uneasy. Although they didn't know the identity of the Feng Shi human race, when they parted ways, Zhu Wuyu and Zhu Anfang had already offended the people of Lang Yinyuan, so it was estimated that life would be very difficult. This time, maybe the special envoy will help you return it. Just as he was thinking about it, the flying boat slowly landed. As soon as the hatch was opened, there were several humanoid puppets lined up on both sides. Then I heard someone shouting from inside the cabin door. Special envoy Lang Yinyuan has arrived. Everyone was busy holding their breath and concentrating, and stood bowed. Then I saw a girl in purple clothes walking out slowly and smiled faintly. Everyone, it's been a long time. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 521. Maybe Feng Shi is already dead. Zhu Tianjue almost fell to the ground. Isn't this his granddaughter Feng Shi, who is neither a relative nor an acquaintance? How did she become Lang Yinyuan's special envoy? Didn't she just go there for more than half a year, just become a special envoy? Is Lang Yinyuan so short of people? The second elder and the third elder were also stunned. Let's not talk about the quarrel about going to the island. The key point is that Lang Yinyuan is famous for not liking to see the royal family and nobles. How did Zhu Wuyu become the special envoy? At this time, Old Man Chai and Zheng Wen also walked out and followed Feng Shi obediently. Zhu Tianjue was shocked again when he saw Zheng Wen. Zheng Wen, the stupid roe deer, also borrowed the money. What earth-shattering event did Feng Shi do? However, when his eyes fell on Old Man Chai, he felt that this man was a bit unworthy of the spotlight. Because Old Man Chai's clothes were pleated, his hair was very messy, and he was carrying a wine gourd in his hand, he looked like an old drunkard at first glance. Why did Lang Yinyuan send such a person here? Not only were the three of them surprised, but the others were also very surprised. But at this time, Feng Shi had already walked down the gangway, so they had no choice but to suppress the doubts and go forward to chat. Although the left protector Li Nanxi and the right protector Gu Henchuan felt that Lang Yinyuan was probably out of his mind and let Zhu Wuyu become the special envoy, they were still very polite on their faces. Feng Shi was also very polite, but her gestures were somewhat arrogant. It's rare for Li Nanxi and Gu Henchuan to have the same thought. You yellow-haired girl, why are you so proud? Although I don't know how you became a special envoy, you were probably pushed out by Lang Yinyuan to become a swordsman. After all, you have only been there for more than half a year, and you probably haven't even recognized all the people in Lang Yinyuan yet. Li Nanxi suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and said, Special Envoy, His Majesty the Demon Emperor is waiting in the main hall, please move forward. Feng Shi nodded, then sat on the chariot they prepared and rushed to the palace. As for Old Man Chai and Zheng Wen, they were not qualified to ride in the chariot and could only walk. However, there are also many nobles who come to try to get close to each other, but in fact they're just talking. It's a pity that among these two people, Zheng Wen is the one who doesn't know anything about everything, while Old Man Chai is the one who says the opposite. Those people were all frothing at the mouth, and they didn't get anything to say. At this time, Feng Shi, who was sitting inside the chariot, opened the curtain and stepped out of the chariot. Li Nanxi hurriedly said, Special Envoy, this is quite far from the palace. Feng Shi brushed the strands of hair from her forehead and said, I know, it's just a little stuffy inside the carriage. I'll come out and get some air. Li Nanxi felt that her hair-raising action was a bit greasy, but it was hard to say anything. Without paying attention for a moment, Feng Shi walked to the side and shook hands with the welcoming people one by one. The people were so excited. They actually touched the hand of Special Envoy Lang Yinyuan. Is this a hand? This is their belief and dream. Because they were so excited, several of them fainted. The people were so excited that they all crowded forward, and the scene suddenly got out of control. Li Nanxi and Gu Henchuan immediately asked people to maintain order, and Feng Shi waved his hand. We, the Demon Clan's people, are the most orderly people. There is no need to maintain any order at all. We just need to rely on everyone's awareness. After saying that, she moved her left and right hands to the side, and the people immediately stood on both sides of the road again, shouting with red faces and thick necks. The Special Envoy is right. We rely on consciousness for everything. Yes, the Special Envoy still understands us. We all follow order and there is no need for anyone else to order us. Ellipsis. Li Nanxi and Gu Henchuan. This Zhu Wuyu is so captivating. Before this happened, many people were conquered. Is this how she became the Special Envoy of Lang Yinyuan? Old Man Chai took a sip of wine and cursed in his mind, I'm a member of the Demon Clan. Do you have no idea whether you are a human or a demon? It's also strange that her method of winning people's hearts has always been successful and has never failed. Li Nanxi and Gu Henchuan felt that this was not going to work, so they deliberately found topics to attract Feng Zai's attention to them. Li Nanxi smiled and said, Special Envoy, there has been a lot of news from the human race recently, especially Feng Shi from the Xuanshan Sect. I have been in seclusion for more than half a year, and I haven't come out yet. Many people speculated that she had gone crazy and was too embarrassed to come out. The same goes for Zheng Wen, what a pair of losers. Feng Shi nodded. Guardian Zhao is right, Feng Shi is an idiot, 205. Look, I'm not just obsessed, maybe I'm already crazy. Xuanshan is still performing there. Her words immediately made Li Nanxi and others laugh. Zhu Tianjue in the crowd. What a fart you are laughing. She is Feng Shi. Still okay, everyone has become Lang Yinyuan's special envoy. When he saw the second elder and the third elder also enjoying themselves, he suddenly felt a sense of superiority, as if everyone was drunk and I was alone. There is also a short chapter, which can be finished in about 11:30. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 522. This shows how much I am hated by people. Although Zhu Tianjue hadn't seen Feng Shi for a long time, he still had a strong filter on this unrelated granddaughter. Seeing her little mouth, the more people looked at her, the more curious she became. The most correct thing he did in his life was probably to lure the wolf into the house this time. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. After all, both the blood family ancestors and the demon god had blessed Feng Shi. They don't care that Feng Shi is a human race, what is he afraid of? However, he has been wondering how Feng Shi became the special envoy of Lang Yinyuan. What is the purpose of her coming this time? Finally, everyone arrived at the main hall of the demon palace. The demon king was sitting on the throne, with a sinister look on his eyebrows. He had been reported on everything that happened when Feng Shi came out of Lang Yin Abyss. He determined that Feng Shi was the knife pushed out by Lang Yinyuan, otherwise she could command an army of sea beasts. What are you kidding? What exactly does Lang Yinyuan want to do? Could it be that he has been in seclusion for a long time and wants to interfere in the affairs of the demon clan? He smiled as he thought. The special envoy came from afar. Thank you for your hard work. Please watch. So, Feng Shi got into a seat. Others could only stand and watch. Old Man Chai felt that this trip was not worth it, and he was just a green leaf for this damn girl. The Demon King said a few polite words, and then said, "Special Envoy, I wonder what I can learn from you here this time." Fang Shi said with a smile. "I don't take it seriously when I see it, but I just have some good advice. Now the Southern Territory human race is ready to make a move. If our demon tribe and the Northern Territory human race fight again, the Southern Territory human race will definitely take advantage of us. Therefore, what we Lang Yinyuan means is that it is best to sign a new friendship alliance with the Northern Territory human race to fight against the Southern Territory human race." The Demon Emperor nodded. This makes sense, but the humans in the Northern Territory are cunning and are not good candidates for allies. Not talking about others, but just saying that Fang Shi ruined the relationship between us and the Mao tribe, it is really abominable. Therefore, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run. Fang Shi sighed inwardly. I have been going to Lang Yinyuan for so long, but I didn't expect that there is still a legend about me in the world. In just a short time, you have already mentioned me twice. This shows how much I am hated. No, it attracts demonic hatred. Fang Shi did not force the Demon Emperor to express his stance immediately. Instead, he smiled and took out a gold-plated invitation and asked someone to present it to the Demon Emperor. The Demon King opened it and was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the special envoy would become the disciple of the dead elder of Lang Yinyuan Alchemy Pavilion at such a young age. What a hero. Even if I can't come to this apprenticeship banquet in person, I still want to give you a big gift. Fang Shi smiled and thanked her. Old Man Chai standing behind her thought to himself, a big gift. Just wait. This damn girl has to do it 24 times. I guess I have to evacuate half of your demon palace. After getting down to business, the Demon Emperor had people put on a banquet to welcome Fang Shi. Fang Shi had a long memory. Although the alcohol content was very low, she didn't drink a glass. But Old Man Chai did it all by himself. In the end, he shamelessly asked for 10 jars and put them into the storage ring. The Demon King looked at him coldly, and realized that this Chai Bui was just like the rumors, addicted to alcohol and accomplished nothing. Lang Yinyuan sent these 3 people over. What kind of medicine was sold in the gourd? Is it because the 3 of them are the most useless? The Demon Emperor was really puzzled. At this moment, Ying Huanpi, the leader of the Shadow Demon clan, said with a smile. Special Envoy, since you are Elder Death's disciple, you must be very good at alchemy, right? It just so happens that my grandson Ying Fei-chan has some talent in alchemy. How about you compare it? An unnatural look flashed across Fang Zai's face, and she coughed twice. Isn't that necessary? Besides, I usually win big when compared with others. We all start with tens of millions of magic crystals, so let's not compete. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 523 Who hasn't been young yet. Ying Huan, the leader of the Shadow Demon tribe, understood immediately when he saw Fang Zai's expression and heard what she said. This Zhu Wuyu is timid. Deliberately raising the odds is just to scare people away. At a young age, you are so tender when doing things. You can tell what's on your mind at a glance. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, the Special Envoy is really generous, but in order to see the Special Envoy's alchemy skills, I will risk my life. 1,000 million magic crystals is 1,000 million magic crystals. I wonder if the Special Envoy can give me a favor to compare with my worthless grandson. A look of annoyance flashed in Fang Zai's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and said, competition, let's compete. Upon seeing this, Ying Huan became more convinced of his guess and immediately asked the Demon Emperor for instructions. The Demon Emperor immediately issued an order announcing that Fei-chan should enter the palace. Although he felt that it was impossible for the dead elder to accept Wu Yu as his apprentice for no reason, but no matter how talented she was, how powerful could she be in just half a year? That Ying Fei-chan has been learning alchemy since he could walk. If he can't even compete with Zhu Wu Yu, he might as well die. While waiting for Ying Fei-chan to enter the palace, Fang Shi looked distracted. Zheng Wen, who was standing behind him, also looked uneasy. Old Man Chai looked careless and fell asleep. This scene fell into the eyes of the Demon Emperor and others, and they all felt that they had a chance to win this competition. The second elder and third elder of the Zhu family were worried. Zhu Wu Yu was good at making talismans, but I didn't hear that she could make alchemy. Can this work? Losing is not a matter of 1,000 million magic crystals. Not only was Lang Yinyuan's face damaged, but the Blood Demon tribe's reputation was also ruined. After all, Zhu Wu Yu is now the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan. Although Zhu Tianjue pretended to be calm on his face, he was still confident in his heart. There's no basis for it, it's all because the filter is thick enough for unrelated biological granddaughters. In addition, there is a very important point. He knew Fang Zai's virtue, so if he was really unsure, he should act as if nothing had happened, and even actively compete with him, like Ya Za Hu Hu. Now this kind of timidity is actually a trap. Ying Huan, an old man, thought he got a big deal, but you will cry soon. Zhu Shenju wanted Ying Huan to make a fool of himself. On the one hand, the Shadow Demon clan and the Blood Demon clan had been fighting openly and secretly. On the other hand, he and Ying Huan's wife had a romantic past. Who hasn't been young yet? After a while, Ying Fei arrived. The reason why it came so quickly was because many people gathered outside the palace gate to watch the excitement, and naturally Ying Fei-chan was also there. I had some unpleasantness with my cousin Ying Filong just now. In his eyes, Ying Filong was just a useless snack, so he looked down upon him very much. Especially after Ying Filong came back from the human race, Fang Shi opened his mouth and shut up, saying how powerful and smart she was. If he hadn't known that this cousin was a fool who meant what he said but didn't mean it, he would have suspected that he wanted to join the human race. No, when I saw Zhu Wu Yu just now, his cousin actually said that Zhu Wu Yu was a bit like Fang Shi from the human race, and he also praised Fang Shi. He was puzzled. How did he connect Zhu Wuyu and Feng Shi? He must have been poisoned by Feng Shi. He said a few words that didn't sit well with him, but the idiot kept chattering away, which was like a demon. It was just at this time that the Demon King called, and he finally got rid of that idiot. He knew that this must be an opportunity given to him by his grandfather, and he must seize it. Once he wins Zhu Wuyu, his reputation will reach a higher level. As for Feng Shi from the human race, it's just spreading rumors. No real skills. Not to mention refining alchemy. The next chapter will be extended, around o'clock. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 524. Why is it so difficult to hide oneself? After Ying Fei-chan entered the palace, the demon emperor immediately asked him to compete with Feng Shi. Although Ying Fei-chan behaved very politely, there was a bit of contempt in his eyes. Special envoy, you decide the items for the competition. Feng's eyes suddenly lit up and he said hurriedly. Then let's compete in the trial to stop the blood elixir. The limit is half an hour. A high-grade hemostatic pill is worth 5 points, a middle-grade hemostatic pill is worth 3 points, and a low-grade hemostatic pill is worth 1 point. What do you think? The contempt in Ying Fei-chan's eyes became even stronger. It seems that this Zhu Wuyu has just learned alchemy for a short time, and he probably can only refine a few yellow-level elixirs, so he proposed to compete with the introductory hemostatic elixirs. He nodded and said, okay, then just follow what the special envoy said. Ying Fei-chan immediately took out his alchemy furnace. His alchemy furnace was not simple. It was a top-grade alchemy furnace that Ying Heng had finally obtained. As for the heaven-level alchemy furnaces that can only be found but cannot be found, the top-level ones on the earth level are already rare. Although Feng Shi was usually used to the alchemy furnace with a missing leg, but here was the demon clan, so she took out the alchemy furnace given to her by the dead elder. As soon as she took it out, she felt something was wrong. The alchemy furnace that Elder Death gave her was used when he was a beginner, so it was of average quality and light in weight. But although the alchemy furnace she took out now looked the same, it was obviously much heavier than the previous one. It is almost 3 times the size of the original alchemy furnace. How is this going? At this time, the competition began. Feng Shi had no choice but to suppress the doubts in her heart and start placing the fire crystal charcoal. Forget about the trouble. He used his eyes to hang the thread and measured it with a ruler. By the time she finally placed the fire crystal charcoal, Ying Fei-chan had already started refining it. Not to mention, Ying Fei-chan didn't need anyone else to light the fire and controlled the heat himself, which was also his pride. Seeing Feng's eyes' clumsy look, he felt more confident. Then, he saw Feng Shi kneeling on the ground with a plop, opened the alchemy furnace, Lang Yin and Zhu Wuyu praised to the devil for blessing. This saucy move shocked everyone present. Do you still have to pray to the devil before making elixirs? Is this necessary? Regardless of what they thought, Feng Shi prayed respectfully before standing up and starting to make elixirs. Although the movements are a bit slow, the order is pretty good. After a while, Ying Fei-chan finished refining a batch of hemostatic pills, 6 of which were high grade and 4 of which were medium grade. Everyone couldn't help but nod in praise. Ying Fei-chan could still maintain such a level under such circumstances. He was indeed the most talented alchemist of the younger generation. When Ying Fei-chan was halfway through refining the second batch of elixirs, Feng Shi completed refining the first batch of elixirs. All 10 pieces are of medium quality. The Demon Emperor and others took a look and further confirmed the previous guesses. Ying Fei-chan will definitely win this competition. Ying Fei-chan's second batch of elixirs was soon released, with 4 high-grade pills and 6 medium-grade pills. Although it is slightly worse than the previous batch, it is understandable that generally speaking, the alchemist's first batch of elixirs has a higher elixir yield rate and higher quality. After a while, Feng Zai's second furnace of refining was completed. 3 are top grade and 7 are medium grade. Although everyone was a little surprised, they didn't take it too seriously. After all, the gap between her and Ying Fei-chan was quite big. Calculating the remaining time, there was no way she could complete the third and final batch of elixirs. Ying Fei-chan wins. Then, they saw Zhu Wuyu stuffing all the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace and started refining it in a hurry. Many people couldn't help laughing out loud. Even those who don't know how to make alchemy can tell that she is fooling around. If you can practice it, you will see ghosts. After a while, it was time to end the competition. Ying Fei-chan had just finished refining the last batch of elixirs, with 2 high-grade pills and 8 low-grade pills. Feng Shi raised her hand to indicate that hers was also finished. Everyone thought it was funny. The random gestures she made with her claws at the end could be considered to be making elixirs. However, when she said it was done, let it be done. At this time, Feng Shi opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Many people smelled the tangy medicinal fragrance. Although the hall had already been filled with medicinal fragrance due to elixir refining before, the medicinal fragrance of this furnace of elixir is even more mellow. Ying Heng and Zhu Tianjue were standing on the left and right, both stretching their necks to look into the alchemy furnace. The two of them exclaimed almost at the same time. After so many years, it was the first time that they had such a tacit understanding. However, the emotions inside the two exclaims were completely different. Ying Heng's mental activity is as follows: impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Tianjue's mental activity is as follows: ouch, ouch. Others are so anxious, why don't you two talk about it? What are you calling there? If it weren't for the fact that the Demon Emperor was above, they would have gone over to take a look. Good Samaritan Ying Fei-chan answered the doubts. He said with a ghostly expression on his face, the best elixir. How could you possibly refine the best elixir? When everyone heard this, they no longer cared about whether he was the Demon Emperor or not, and swarmed around him. My darling. At the bottom of Feng Shi's alchemy furnace lie 10 round pills, each with 3 golden lines, which is a special sign of the best pills. All 10 of them are top quality. No wonder the medicinal fragrance is so strong. Zhu Wu actually refined the best elixir, and there were 10 of them. It's too outrageous, isn't it? Is it because of the special way she placed the fire crystal charcoal, or because she gave a blessing to the devil? Must be the latter. After all, no matter how neatly arranged the fire crystal charcoal is, it has no such big effect. The devil must have really blessed her. It does not act on the cultivation level, but on the elixir. Many people regretted slapping their thighs. If they had known that praying to the devil would be useful, they would rather cut out to the devil 800 times. At this time, Zheng Wenzi said in a loud voice. I did the math and found that Ying Fei-chan got a total of 110 points. Even if my sister's batch is calculated according to the points of high-grade elixirs, the total points are 110 and 6. So, my sister wins. Don't blame me for speaking harshly. My sister is a disciple of the dead elder. How could she lose? Not to mention the simplest hemostasis pill, even if it was a competition to refine some earth-level or heaven-level elixir, my sister would definitely win. As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Fei-chan said with red eyes. I'm not convinced. Zhu Wu, do you dare to compete with me again? This time we will refine the purple glass barrier breaking pill. The time limit is 1 hour. The reason why Ying Fei-chan dared to say this was because Feng Zai's actions showed that she had just entered the industry not long ago. She was able to refine the best elixir because she was a blind cat who met a dead mouse. The purple glass barrier breaking pill is an earth-level pill. She has probably never heard of it, let alone refined it. Sure enough, Feng Shi looked panicked. We agreed to try one game, but it wouldn't be appropriate to compete again, right? If you want to compete, you have to increase the jackpot to 3,000 million, otherwise forget it. Ying Fei-chan immediately looked at Ying Heng. Ying Heng was a little suspicious, but after thinking about it, he still felt that Feng Shi was lucky and should be able to win this game. So, he nodded to Ying Fei-chan and motioned for him to also pray to the devil. Even if he didn't say it, Ying Fei-chan would do it. After all, the example of Feng Shi is here. So, after placing the fire crystal charcoal, he knelt down and prayed to the devil. Feng Shi did not kneel this time, but she kindly explained to everyone. Kneel down when you turn on the furnace for the first time every day, which is the most sincere thing. If you kneel down for the second time, it will be a bit disrespectful to the demon god. If you don't bless me, you might even be punished. Everyone thought she was just talking nonsense, probably because she was afraid that others would learn from her. She was really petty. Ying Fei-chan thought so too, with a sarcastic look flashing in his eyes. Soon, the two started refining. Ying Fei-chan was refining here in an orderly manner, while Feng Shi was there. In a daze. Some almost laughed. This Zhu Wu definitely doesn't know the recipe for the Zili barrier breaking pill. She will definitely lose this time. At almost half an hour, Ying Fei-chan refined the first batch of purple glass barrier breaking pills. 6 are of medium quality and 2 are of low quality. Although the elixir success rate is only % and the quality is average, this is an earth-level elixir, which is already very good. Ying Fei-chan felt more confident when he saw Feng Shi still in a daze. He began to refine the second batch of elixir. At this time, Feng Shi moved. She still stuffed all the herbs into the alchemy furnace and started to form seals. While practicing, she didn't know if she was dizzy, but she actually hit a pill seal towards Ying Fei's pill furnace. Everyone burst into laughter. Feng Shi blushed and continued to refine the pill. This guy was wondering, why didn't the pill seal she made up work? When I was in Langyuan before, I could explode accurately every time. Forget it, let's win the competition first. Although she is not short of money now, who would object to having too much money? Especially since she will be returning to the human race soon, she has to bring back a mountain of spiritual stones for her master. Otherwise, if the old man knew that she had collected 24 solar terms, he would be angry with her. She could only spend money to buy his smiling face. Ugh. Those fishermen also called her Sea King, how dedicated she is. Although she has prayed for 24 solar terms, Master is the only one in her heart. Feng Shi wrote a short composition in her mind while refining elixirs. Just before the competition ended, her furnace of elixir was finally finished. Ying Fei-chan also finished refining, and then opened the alchemy furnace. 4 are of medium quality and 4 are of low quality. Not bad. Then he looked at Feng Shi with some provocation. Feng Shi slowly opened the lid of the alchemy furnace, and the aroma of medicine that was stronger than before instantly filled the air. Even the guards on duty outside the main hall sniffed, it smelled so good. Zhu Tianjue suddenly screamed. The best elixir, still the best elixir, gar gar gar. Feng Shi stumbled, how could her shameless and cheap grandfather learn to quack like a duck? As everyone knows, Zhu Tianjue was so excited that his voice broke. Not to mention Zhu Tianju, even Feng Shi himself was surprised. She had tried refining earth-level elixirs in Langyan Yuan before. Although she was guaranteed to get 10 top-grade elixirs every time, she had never refined a top-grade elixir. This time, all 10 of them are top quality. How is this going? The key is that she doesn't want to be so high-profile. Ugh. Why is it so difficult to hide your stupidity? When she was thinking about Versailles, suddenly there was a clicking sound next to her. Feng Shi followed the sound and looked over, and saw that Ying Fei-chan's alchemy furnace looked like tea eggs, full of tiny cracks. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 525. People, you have to accept your fate. Feng Shi looked at it in surprise. No one could tell that she was the instigator. However, now everyone's attention is all on Ying Fei-chan's alchemy furnace, and no one pays attention to her. Ying Fei-chan was stunned. His is an underground alchemy furnace. Why do cracks appear? At this time, someone whispered, isn't it the devil who is punishing me? One stone caused 1,000 waves. The main hall suddenly exploded. Yes, Zhu Yu said just now that you will be blessed by praying to the devil when you turn on the furnace for the first time every day, otherwise you will be punished. Ying Fei-chan must have been punished by the devil. Yes, that's what happened. The special envoy made it so clear, but he still insists on going his own way. Isn't this asking for trouble? He wants to win too much. But can he compare with Zhu Yu? She was blessed by the demon god when she entered the capital for the first time. The weapons transformed by the demonic chi were all thunder, which shows how much the demon god values her. People, you have to accept your fate. Not only do you have to accept your fate, but you also have to accept your defeat. His level of alchemy is not low, but compared to who else, he is far behind Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu can refine top-quality earth-level elixirs, but he can't even refine top-grade elixirs. One is in the sky and the other is in the ground. Ellipsis. Ying Fei-chan was originally so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood because of the cracking of the alchemy furnace. Now when he heard everyone say this, he rolled his eyes and fainted in the excitement. Fang Shi. She finally discovered that the psychological endurance of the demons was not very good, and they would faint easily. Is this a big blow? Speaking of this, it has to be her cheap grandfather. How miserable they are, aren't they still dancing on the grave? However, that pill seal she made up out of nowhere works really well. Even the earth-level alchemy furnace was cracked, and it is estimated that even the heaven-level alchemy furnace will be affected. The most important thing is that no one will doubt her. After all, I have never heard that Danyan can explode a furnace. Ugh. Being too talented is also frustrating. Just inventing a pill seal at random can have such power. Fortunately, other people don't know about this, otherwise how would they live? While she was here in Versailles, Ying Fei-chan had already woken up. In fact, it's just a rush of anger, nothing wrong with it. However, his eyes were dull and a little empty. Ying Heng, the leader of the Shadow Demon clan, could tell at a glance that his grandson had been hit too hard. But it's hard to say anything in the main hall. He was actually very angry, especially when he saw that old man Zhu Tianjue grinning with his big teeth. He wished he could slap him to death. Originally, he had a sense of superiority. He had won the emotional triangle and became the leader of the Shadow Demon clan. The most important thing was that he had descendants who had grown up. He can crush the old man Zhu Tianjue in every aspect. But who can think of his granddaughter suddenly appeared, although the granddaughter became Gao Grandma, but it did not prevent the old man of the husband. Really maddening. When he thought about losing 4,000 million magic crystals in 2 games, his old heart almost burst. The Demon Emperor was not in a good mood either. He originally expected Ying Fei-chan to give Zhu Yu a show of strength, but in the end, she showed her face. So after a few perfunctory words, people arranged for Fang Shi and the 3 of them to go to the post house to rest. As a result, Fang Shi proposed to stay at Zhu's house. The Demon Emperor was not in the mood to care about this now. Besides, he could save a fortune if they didn't go to the inn, so he didn't say anything. So, Fang Shi took Jun Wen and old man Chai back to Zhu's house. From afar, Fang Shi saw many people standing in front of Zhu's house. Seeing Fang Shi coming, everyone hurriedly saluted. Yu Gong, she is Lang Yinyuan's special envoy. In private, she is the holy aunt of the Blood Demon clan. Of course you have to salute. Fang Shi smiled and excused everyone, and said a few heartwarming words, which immediately made people feel like a spring breeze. Many people cried because they were so excited. Old man Chai. His confidant Zhu Xuan didn't have such a temper. Why was his descendant so useless? I have been looking for a cat to adopt for the past 2 days, and today I finally found a suitable new owner. I am not in a good mood, so I will update this. I don't have a cat anymore. Closed black lens bracket. Some people are dead, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 526. The main reason is that this gift is so important. After entering the house, everyone greeted Fang Shi. The Saint Aunt is older than the Saint Aunt. Some serve tea and pour water, some peel melon seeds, some peel fruits, and some fan them. The waiters are so attentive. Old man Chai felt sour. Generally speaking, there is no one with a higher seniority than him in the entire demon clan, but he has never enjoyed such treatment. The dead girl actually enjoyed it. Fang Shi communicated with everyone for a while and then left. Only the Blood Patriarch and the 3 Guardian Elders were left. The Blood Clan leader and the others were extremely curious, so as soon as they left, they asked, Holy Aunt, why did you become the special envoy of Lang Yinyuan? Fang Shi sighed, I don't want to be the special envoy of Lao Shizi. It's tiring and has no benefits. It's just a hard job. But there's no other way, I can't push it away. The Blood Clan leaders. If you weren't of higher seniority, I would have spat on your face. The Blood Patriarch coughed, Holy Aunt, what is going on? Fang Shi took a sip of tea and then said slowly. Mainly because my masters strongly recommended me, that's why I became this special envoy. The Blood Leader asked in confusion, Masters, didn't you worship Elder Death as your master? Are there other masters? Fang Shi nodded, well, I'll give you a chance to guess a riddle. Guess how many masters I worshipped in Lang Yinyuan. As a friendly reminder, the lowest level is Elder status. The expressions of the Blood Clan leader and others suddenly changed. The lowest level is also the status of an Elder. So there is someone with a higher status than an Elder. Then, isn't that the Peak Master? Is this possible? Who doesn't know that Lang Yinyuan dislikes the royal family and nobles? It's very unexpected that he can take the Elder as his teacher, but he can also take the Peak Master as his teacher. The 3rd Elder was impatient and immediately said, could it be 3? Fang Shi shook her head, less. The 2nd Elder immediately raised 5 fingers, 5. Fang Shi still shook his head. The Blood Clan leader bravely guessed, 8. Fang Shi chuckled and said, you can expand your imagination a little bit more. Zhu Shenju tremblingly guessed, could it be that there are 15? Fang Shi said with a smile, keep guessing. Zhu Tianjue took a breath. 15 is still less. Is she a disciple? Is this for restocking? Old man Chai really couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily. Stop being so pretentious, isn't it just 24? Just tell them and it's over. Fang Shi glanced at old man Chai. Old. Talk too much. Have you forgotten your identity? How dare you talk to me like this? Old man Chai. Are you pretending to be addicted? Okay. Who kept his identity hidden? I had no choice but to bite my back teeth and remain silent. However, he soon thought of one thing. Although his true identity could not be revealed to the public, he was the junior brother of Master Wanfeng and the elder monk, and the senior uncle of this dead girl. Why should she yell at him? Then I heard Fang Shi say, Uncle Master, although you are the elder, but to Mr. Yu, I'm the special envoy and you are the follower. There are still some rules that you must abide by. I don't care, it's mainly for Lang Yinyuan's dignity, so please forgive me. Old man Chai. You have all the good and bad words to say alone. The Blood Patriarch and others did not pay attention to the conversation between them at all, they were all stunned by the number 24. Is this a combination of 24 solar terms? After a while, the Blood Clan leader asked with a trembling voice, then, what are the identities of these masters? Fang Shi said lightly, they don't have any extraordinary status. 10 of them are elders, 7 are peak masters, and 7 are supreme elders. You don't know, I don't want to accept so many masters at all, just 3 or 2 of these will be enough. But no. These old men were crying and clamoring to accept me as their disciple, and I agreed in a moment of weakness. When I left Lang Yinyuan, they cried so miserably that they almost drowned Lang Yinyuan. Old man Chai silently covered his ears with his hands. I really can't listen. Zhang Wen stood with his hands behind his back with a proud look on his face. My sister. My biological sister. Which of you is more proud than me? The Blood Clan leader and others didn't care whether Fang Shi was Versailles or not. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. 7 peak masters. 7 Taishang elders. My goodness. Does this mean that all the senior officials of Lang Yinyuan are being rounded up? No wonder she is allowed to be the special envoy, and she may become the owner of the island in the future. Zhu Shen was definitely more shocked than the other 3. Because he clearly knew that Fang Shi was from the human race. Human race. In just over half a year, Lang Yinyuan was captured. If she stayed in the demon clan for 3 or 2 years, the demon emperor would have to give up the throne to her, right? There was dead silence for a while again. The Blood Clan leaders could not find their mouths. I really don't know what to say. It was Fang Shi who broke the silence and said with a smile. Patriarch, didn't I say in the main hall that I would hold an apprenticeship banquet? Let's hold the first one the day after tomorrow. Then hold one every other day to give everyone a chance to breathe. I'm a considerate person and like to think about others. Blood Patriarch. You've wiped out 3 layers of land in the capital, and you still have the nerve to say you're considerate. He could imagine those who came to the banquet, thinking each time it was the last time, but ended up coming 24 times. Give 24 gifts. If it were him, he would also collapse. Fang Shi then said, Clan Chief, organizing a banquet is a hard job, thank you for your hard work. The Blood Clan leader hurriedly said a few polite words. Don't say you don't have any complaints, even if you do, you don't dare to say them. I came back in such a hurry this time that I didn't bring anything good. I'm just a little careful. Please accept it. Fang Shi said, taking out 4 storage rings and giving them to the 4 Blood Clan leaders. When they saw what was inside, they were all stunned. It's not that they're short-sighted, the main thing is that this gift is really important. The Blood Clan leader felt that let alone 24 banquets, he would hold 240 banquets without any regrets. Next chapter around 11 o'clock. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 527 Brother Blood, you're fine. Fang Shi chatted with them for a few more words, then changed the subject and said. I can go to Lang Yinyuan thanks to my grandfather, so I want to go to pay homage to him early tomorrow morning. Because I want to say something considerate of myself, I will ask a few of you to take care of me when the time comes. The 3 Blood Clan leaders are fine, let alone the soreness in Zhu Tianjue's heart. He was obviously the real grandfather, but now he was snatched away by blood-devouring world. If the living have not robbed the dead, where can they reason? The next day, as soon as the gates of the capital city were opened, the people of the Zhu family went to the ancestral mausoleum in great force. Normally, as far as the inscription of blood-devouring world is concerned, no one would be willing to worship him. But things are different now. I have a good granddaughter. Due to emotions and reasons, they all have to go and worship. Even if it was just going through the motions, it gave Fang Shi enough face. Old man Chai felt a little uncomfortable. He has been escaping for these years in order to confuse the power behind the aura of death, so he has never paid homage to his friend. Unexpectedly, this time I took advantage of the dead girl's help and came to worship her openly. After arriving at the ancestral mausoleum of the Zhu family, the leader of the Zhu clan led everyone to worship the Zhu-devouring world. The offerings prepared were also very generous. However, blood-devouring Huan did not show up. After the Blood Patriarch paid his respects, he wisely led everyone away. Of course, even if they couldn't go far, the formation laid out by Old Man Chai was enough to confuse them. Fang Shi knelt down again and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Grandpa, your granddaughter is here to see you. Why don't you crawl out of the grave to see her? Zhu Yanhuan, who figured it out from the grave but didn't have enough cultivation. Old Man Chai glared at Fang Shi, and then began to set up the formation. With the activation of the formation, Zhu Yanhuan recovered some of his cultivation, and then poked his big head out of the grave. He glanced at Old Man Chai in surprise, but soon his eyes fell on Fang Shi. A worthless thing. Was he driven back by Lang Yin Yuan? I originally thought you could persist for a while, but you were kicked out in half a year. Well, the blood family is getting worse from generation to generation. Fang Shi said aggrievedly, Grandpa, you can't blame me. Before you asked me to go to Lang Yin Yuan, you didn't mention the great achievements you had done. You don't know, I encountered all kinds of difficulties as soon as I arrived at Lang Yin Yuan. It's a pity that I got a taste of street rats at a young age. The devil has blessed me to be alive till now. Zhu Yanhuan's big eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. I am me and you are you, why should they make things difficult for you? Besides, although I have done some outrageous things, they're not big things. Didn't I just drive out a few supreme elders who were occupying the latrine and not shitting themselves in the holy land of Away? Exclamation mark. Didn't I just poke a hole in the island protection formation? Is this a big deal? Lang Yin Yuan is a bunch of bastards. Just know how to bully children. However, you still have no ability to say 1,000 words and 10,000. If it were me, I would be able to make a difference no matter how bad the environment is. You are far worse than me. You had your tail cocked before, but not this time. Fang Shi lowered her head and shed tears. Grandpa, you're right, I am so useless. I probably won't be able to help you change the inscription. However, in the future, I will come over every year and festival to burn paper at your grave. If you feel lonely, I will burn some old ladies for you. Blood-devouring world. He was about to get angry when suddenly his eyes rolled. No, if you were kicked out by Lang Yin Yuan, why do those little bastards treat you with such respect and come to worship me in large numbers? Explain, what is going on? Fang Shi suddenly burst into laughter, and her face changed very quickly. Grandpa, how can I say that you are a generational hero? Your insight is too strong. You guessed it right, I'm doing pretty well. After all, I'm your granddaughter, how can I embarrass you? Bloody Huan snorted coldly. You little girl, you still want to lie to me. Look at your arrogance, have you become Lang Yin Yuan's direct disciple? Fang Shi shook her head. Zhu Xuan's mouth was about to turn into a gourd, then he is the inner disciple. Is this worthy of your criticism? He is really worthless. Fang Shi said slowly, Grandpa, if it were in front of others, I would definitely have to show off, but in front of you there is no need. Let me tell the truth, I worship 24 masters, including 10 elders, 7 peak masters, and 7 supreme elders. The bloody big head melon seeds dissipated instantly. Because I was too shocked and emotionally agitated, I couldn't control my demonic energy. After a while, it regrouped. Is what you said true? Fang Shi nodded. Actually, this is just my identity on the surface. In fact, I am the 3rd generation owner of Lang Yin Yuan number 30 Island. Well, this is the Island Master's order. Fang Shi said and took out the Island Master's order. She was not afraid of Old Man Chai snatching it now. Because Old Man Chai has already accepted his fate. The bloody big-headed melon seeds dissipated again. It took a full quarter of an hour to regroup. Zhu Sihuan said to himself somewhat dully. I just want you to stir up trouble, so that those idiots in Lang Yin Yuan don't get too comfortable. Why did you become the owner of the island? Fang's eyes pupils shrank. She had made jokes before just to trick Zhu Yanhuan into saying something. She had previously suspected that Zhu Yanhuan knew that she was from the human race, and any attempt to change the inscription was nonsense. He is just using her. Looking at it now, I guessed it right. Fang Shi took out a small hammer from the storage ring and knocked out the word, almost, on the inscription of blood-devouring world. Almost caused disaster, became, caused disaster. Grandpa, I can see that you don't care about reputation at all, so my granddaughter wishes you a helping hand. The confused Zhu Yanhuan said. You damn girl. Although I am indeed tricking you, I really want to change the inscription. At this time, Old Man Chai said to Fang Shi displeasedly, nonsense. Before Fang Shi said anything, Zhu Xuan stared and said. Where did you come from, old monkey? What can you say about my granddaughter? Besides, she is the owner of the island, who are you? Could it be that he bullied her because she was young? Then he said to Fang Shi. You can't be more thoughtful. What are you doing with this old loser who has no eyesight? I think he is not as good as your 250 brother. Jun Wen, thank you. Old Man Chai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Zhu Yanhuan had recognized him, so he said this. He let out a long sigh. Brother Zhu, you're welcome and safe. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. What's the matter? You have lived for too many years and your eyes are not working properly. I have become like this, and you still say that I am fine. I just want to ask you, you're a good island owner, why did you give the island owner order to this dead girl? Old Man Chai smiled bitterly and said, I don't want to give it to her either, the key is that I won't come back. Brother Zhu, you have gained a good granddaughter. Zhu Yanhuan suddenly said proudly, that's natural. Although this damn girl is from the human race, Shinzi is my flip-flop. When I first saw her, I knew that she and I were from the same group, so I wanted her to go to Lang Yin Abyss to stir things up, so that Lang Yin Abyss would not become a pool of stagnant water. I just didn't expect that this girl was more capable than I thought, and she actually usurped the throne. It has to be my granddaughter. If nothing else, at this point, you can't catch up with me even if you try to flatter me. Old Man Chai glanced at him and sighed. But, she also recognized me as her grandfather. Well, I didn't want to accept it, but this girl cried so hard that she burst into tears, so I had no choice but to accept it. Forget it, just take it and treat it like raising a kitten or puppy. Fang Shi. Why does this tone sound so familiar? Why do you deserve a beating so much? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 528 Why do you snatch my granddaughter? Fang Shi suspected that Old Man Chai was imitating her, although she had no proof. On the other side, after Zhu Yanhuan heard what Old Man Chai said, his big head began to twist and deform, and his hair stood up. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It turned out that she was so angry that it was true. However, she did not intend to appease Zhu Yanhuan. She is still angry. She has always dug holes to bury others, but this time, she was tricked by this cheap grandpa. If she hadn't been clever, nothing would have happened. He gritted his teeth and said, Yuan Wenchen. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others like, so what do you mean by taking my granddaughter? I still treat you as a confidant. Is this how you repay me? Seeing that he was really angry, Old Man Chai hurriedly explained. Brother Zhu, this damn girl insists on recognizing me as her grandfather. I have no choice but to accept her. If you want to blame her, you have to blame her. Fang Shi, who was watching a show. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist, right? Diverting trouble to the east, right? She finally saw that these two old men were not good people. It is true that there is great love, but little virtue is lacking. She sighed, Grandpa, do you think I can force the second grandpa to make a decision? Forget it, my second grandfather can say whatever he wants. I am a junior, so I won't explain. Old Man Chai. Let's not talk about what the second grandfather means. The key point is that your words may seem like you don't have an explanation, but in fact you might as well explain it. Sure enough, Zhu Xuan sneered and said, Yuan Wenchen, you are really becoming more and more worthless as you live, and you actually put the blame on this junior. If you don't want to accept it, how can she force you with a little girl movie? After all, it was you who made the move. You want your granddaughter to find her own life. Why are you robbing my granddaughter? Anyway, you have changed your skin, so it's not like you can't give birth. You can give birth to 100. Old Man Chai. If it weren't for the fact that you have turned into our Piao, I would beat you to death. He glared at Fang Shi fiercely, and then said to Zhu Yanhuan. Brother Zhu, okay, stop talking, everything is my fault. However, even if she doesn't recognize me as her grandfather, she still has to recognize someone else as her grandfather. Think about it, her master has accepted 24, how can Grandpa have fewer? Instead of asking her to recognize other people, she might as well recognize me. The strength of the two of us is here. If she dares to recognize her grandfather again, her legs will be broken. Zhu Yanhuan sneered, it's not enough to just break her legs. I cut her tongue to prevent her from being unable to keep her mouth shut and confessing her love randomly. Fang Shi. Did I recognize the two grandpas? These are two enemies. It seems that if they want to recognize the grandfather in the future, they will have to find someone who is more capable than these two things. Then they will not dare to do anything. Thinking so in my heart, I said. Grandpa, second grandpa, look at what you are saying, as if anyone is qualified to be my grandfather. Only extraordinary heroes like you are qualified to be my grandfather, no one else is worthy. Zhu Xuan's expression obviously changed from gloomy to clear. This makes sense, how can others compare with us? But how do you calculate the consequences of changing the inscription? Fang Shi said with a smile. Grandpa, second grandpa has already told me about your great achievements. When the time comes in the future, I will definitely give you a clean slate. Besides, second grandpa said there is hope for your resurrection. Who needs a tombstone for a living person? So what I did just now was to bring joy to you. Old Man Chai, is this how you use it to celebrate happiness? No matter how much he complained in his heart, Zhu Xuan was very helpful. He kept praising Fang Shi for being smart, sensible and filial. Old Man Chai. I guess even if she digs out your grave, you will still applaud her. The adopter took the cat away. It was so uncomfortable. It was worse than falling out of love. There was a void in my heart. I will update this today. Normal updates will resume tomorrow, still at PM. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 529 The tacit understanding between grandparents and grandchildren reaches its peak. When Old Man Chai saw that Zhu Xuan was boasting endlessly, he coughed. Brother Zhu, let's get down to business. The forces behind the Chi of Death have some clues. Zhu Xuan frowned after hearing this. Even though he was usually not very talkative, he was still very serious when talking about business. He pondered for a while and then said, the air of death and silence has been leaked frequently recently, which shows that the Tiank Alliance has begun to take action. Even if we temporarily block the air of death and silence, it is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. It won't be long before the Tiank Alliance takes larger-scale actions. The situation in the Northern Territory is slightly better. After all, there has always been friction between the humans and our demons in the Northern Territory. The two sides are constantly fighting, so vigilance is still acceptable. But it's hard to say in the Southern Territory. The human race in the Southern Territory has always been arrogant. If they're sold by the Tiank Alliance, they have to help others count their money. If I tell them the truth directly, I think they may not believe it, and they will think that it is a trap dug for them by the cooperation between the human race and the demon race in the northern region. Therefore, we have to find another way. When Zhu Xuan said this, he looked at Fang Shi. Isn't your fourth senior brother related to the Wang Fu family in the Southern Territory? You asked him to agree to return to the human race in the Southern Territory, and then you followed him and tried to find a way to find where the lifeless energy in the Southern Territory was hidden. With clear evidence, the Southern Territory human race has no choice but to believe it. Fang Shi blinked. Actually, I can wear a vest and go there. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. You know how to be clever. We too can see through your disguise, but the powerful people of the Southern Territory human race can't see through it. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as us, and when the time comes, you won't be able to eat and walk around. Although Fang Shi felt that easy to talk was not very practical, she had to admit that Zhu Xuan's theory made sense. Since receiving the 24 solar terms and receiving the Island Master's order from Lang Yin Yuan, she has become a little swollen. Now being stabbed by blood-devouring world, she regained consciousness. Okay, then I won't wear a vest. But this time, Old Man Chai said. This damn girl is indeed full of clever ideas, and she has learned a lot of skills recently, but there are so many experts from the southern region, I'm a little worried about her safety. Fang Shi was very touched. It seemed that Old Man Chai cared more about her than Grandpa Ah Piao, who was Zhu Yanhuan. When she was moved, she heard Old Man Chai continue. Actually, it doesn't matter whether she dies or not. The key point is that I'm afraid of delaying the big event. Fang Shi immediately fed the stray emotion to the dog. Zhu Xuan laughed loudly, making Old Man Chai and Fang Shi a little hairy. Fang Shi was even a little worried that his big head would fall apart due to his laughter. Zhu Xuan laughed for a while and then said, Old man, it's natural that she can't go to the movies alone, but if I go with you, everything will be safe. Old Man Chai. Fang Shi. The two looked at each other. At this moment, the tacit understanding between grandparents and grandchildren reached its peak. The thoughts in the hearts of the two were surprisingly consistent. Let's not talk about how Zhu Xuan followed Fang Shi to the southern territory. The key is that you don't know what's going on with you. The person who can cause the most trouble in the world is you. If I don't take you there, maybe things can be done, but if I take you there, I might have to clean up the mess for you. Old Man Chai organized his words in his mind and said, Brother Zhu, your current condition is not suitable for traveling far. It is better to stay here and gradually regain your vitality. Fang Shi also quickly said, Grandpa, I know you want to protect me, but in my heart, your safety is more important than anything else. Just listen to second Grandpa and continue to recuperate in the grave. When your body is healed, you can go to the southern territory to find me. Zhu Xuan shook his head and said, I know my own situation very well. If I continue to hold it in here, I won't be able to fully recover in 1,000 or 800 years. If there is a mistake, all previous efforts may be wasted. It's better to try your luck in the southern region. If you encounter a chance, you might be able to recover soon. Okay, this matter is settled like this, there is no room for negotiation. Fang Shi. She could finally understand those people in Lang Yin Yuan. This guy is just a bastard, self-centered, and won't accept other people's opinions at all. She couldn't help but look at Old Man Chai, hoping that he could stop the blood-devouring world. But Old Man Chai seemed to be mute and kept silent. Fang Shi thought about it in a flash and understood what Old Man Chai was thinking. According to what Zhu Xuan said, if he stayed here to regain his vitality, it would take a long time, and all the previous efforts might be wasted. But if you go to the southern territory, if you encounter an opportunity, you may be able to resurrect soon. Old Man Chai himself felt guilty about Zhu Yanhuan, so he was naturally willing to fulfill his wish. In fact, Old Man Chai thinks that Fang Shi is a person with great luck, and Zhu Sihun may really find a chance by following her. Although Fang Shi didn't want to bring along the troublemaker Zhu Xuan, but after thinking about it, with Zhu Xuan's current state, he didn't have the ability to become a demon even if he wanted to, so there was no need to worry too much. In addition, Blood-Devouring World is, after all, a generational hero, and his experience are all there, and taking him with him may be of great use. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, Grandpa, since you have made up your mind, then I will listen to you. But how can you come with me? Do you need me to dig your grave now? Blood-Devouring World. This chapter is short and the next chapter will be longer, about 10:30. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 530 The big head is about to fly away. Zhu Xuan glared at Fang Shi. It's not like you don't know that my body is just a puppet. I was afraid of being discovered, so I chose to die without any bones left. Therefore, only a piece of clothing was buried in the grave. Besides, in my current state, I can't even control a puppet. Do you have any talisman? Take it out, I'll pick. Fang Shi looked surprised. How could he still be like this? She took out all the talismans in the storage ring, some of which were given to her by the 24 solar terms, and some of which she drew herself. Zhu Yanhuan looked at it and said, just the dragon armor talisman. Although the production level is not very good, it is more in line with my identity. Fang Shi. Old Man Chai. Fang Shi said weakly, Grandpa, are you sure you want this talisman? I refined it. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. I guessed it was refined by you. It's not good at first glance, but it looks like it's shining gold, so it's not bad. I just like ostentation. This fits my temperament. Fang Shi blinked. Grandpa, are you sure you won't think about it anymore? Zhu Xuan said impatiently, why do you talk so much nonsense? That's it. Seeing that he refused to listen, Fang Shi had no choice but to activate the dragon armor talisman. Zhu Xuan said angrily, I just want to possess it, what are you doing to activate it? His words came to an abrupt end because a golden pig appeared in front of him. He kept shaking his head and wagging his tail at Fang Shi. Bloody Huan's big head melon seeds have deformed. No, isn't this a dragon armor talisman? How could a pig come out? Still so flattering. Thinking about the words he said before that fit his temperament, the whole ghost feels bad. Fang Shi was worried that the golden pig would eat the remaining souls of the blood-devouring world. After all, this thing had eaten the arm-footed monster before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have activated it, wishing to see the blood-devouring world in embarrassment. Just as Fang Shi was thinking about it, the golden pig lay on the grave and sniffed at Zhu Huan. Fang Shi could even vaguely see its halazi. Fang Shi quickly took out a pile of magic talismans. The golden pig looked at Zhu Yanhuan reluctantly and ran over to eat the magic talismans. Zhu Yanhuan and Old Man Chai were both shocked. What the hell is this? Can you actually eat magic talismans? Zhu Xuan was a little scared. This ghost seemed to want to eat him just now. He was about to change his mind. It's better to stay in Zuling. Otherwise, things may go wrong very quickly. His life is not guaranteed. At this time, Fang Shi said, Grandpa, I also have a sack of golden pig talismans like this here. Are you sure you want to choose this one? Zhu Yanhuan quickly shook his head, and his big head almost flew away. Unless he was short-sighted, he chose this golden pig talisman. He thought for a while and said, you should have a blood demon token on your body, right? I'll possess it. Fang Shi. No wonder old man Chai is living a good life, while her cheap grandpa turned into our Piao. Look at your luck, you chose the talisman and the golden pig, and now you choose the blood demon order. Do you want to be sucked by the little black ball? The devilish energy you cultivate is not enough for it to fill the gap between your teeth. However, now that she is a holy aunt, she can ask the blood patriarch for another high-level blood demon token. So, she said to Zhu Tianjue, Grandpa, the level of the blood demon token I have is too low. I'm going to get a high-level one. Please wait for me. After finishing speaking, Pai Bianpian went to find the blood patriarch. Because of the big gift package given by Fang Shi, the blood clan leader was very obedient to her. Not only did he give it to her, but he also gave her the highest level blood demon token. The blood clan leader thought very clearly. This little girl has worshipped 24 masters, and her future is limitless. There are only advantages and no disadvantages in following the path. If she really offended her, then the 24 masters would have to destroy him. After Fang Shi came back with the blood demon order, he knelt down on the ground and said respectfully, Grandpa, my granddaughter is here to pick you up. From now on, your granddaughter will be your eyes, your ears, and your legs. As long as I have a breath, I will never put you in danger. Zhu Xuan never expected that Fang Shi would say or do this, especially the sincerity in the little girl's eyes, which moved him beyond measure. If he had used Fang Shi to some extent before, now he really regarded Fang Shi as his granddaughter. It's a pity that he is a Piao now. Even if he is very moved, he can't shed tears. He took a deep breath and possessed his soul on the blood demon order. Fang Shi stood up and asked respectfully, Grandpa, do you have anything else to explain? If not, I'll give you the storage ring. No, I'm a little tired too. If you have anything to say, I'll talk about it later. Fang Shi then put the blood demon token into the storage ring. Then he looked at old man Chai. Second Grandpa, do you think my grandpa is doing this well? Why don't you also learn from it? How about I put you into a storage ring too? Old man Chai, get out. He didn't want to be so rude, but he couldn't help it. This damn girl always finds a way to piss him off. Fang Shi chuckled. Second Grandpa, I am here to entertain you, why are you really angry? By the way, you're familiar with my grandfather, do you have anything to tell me? Old man Chai said immediately. Your grandfather is a man who acts arbitrarily and without any rules. You should listen carefully to what he says, otherwise, just believe whatever he says. Don't you have my messenger talisman? Ask me more about everything, I am much more reliable than him. The next moment, Zhu Yanhuan's voice sounded in Fang Zai's consciousness. My dear granddaughter, let me out and see how I deal with this old man. Fang Shi. Challenge mission accomplished. I ask you to join forces to block me from recognizing my grandfather. I will let you start fighting among yourself first. She comforted him, Grandpa, as the saying goes, you tell the truth behind your back, why don't you listen to what my second grandpa has to say more? Zhu Xuan thought it made sense, so he continued to speak. Fang Shi said to old man Chai. Second Grandpa, I actually think my grandpa is quite reliable. For example, the plan he proposed for me to go to the southern region is very good. Old man Chai curled his lips. Anyone with a brain can come up with this method, it's just that I'm too lazy to say it. Okay, I'm too lazy to argue with him. Anyway, remember, don't believe everything he says in the future, just believe me. Although old man Chai's words seemed to mean avenging private revenge, they were indeed for Fang Zai's good. He knows very well what kind of virtue it is to devour the world with blood. If he, the island owner, hadn't protected him back then, he would have been driven out of Langyan Abyss long ago. Look at how he is now, even worse than before. If Fang Shi lets him have his way, he will definitely cause a big disaster. Then, he heard the thunderous sound of Zhu Shuhuan. Well, Yu Yuan Wenshan, fortunately, I have always regarded you as a good friend, but you actually said bad things about me behind my back. It's totally bullshit to think whatever you want but don't have any rules for how to act. If I acted out of order, would I have a chance to talk to you here? He's already damn dead. I kind of know, you were just jealous that I took in my granddaughter first, so you were not the one orchestrating it behind my back. My dear granddaughter, you don't know, right, this Yuan Wenshan looks like a pretty good guy, but in fact he is full of affection for his son and daughter. When he went out for training, he was with someone from the Southern Territory. Before Zhu Yanhuan finished speaking, old man Chai said angrily, that's enough. Zhu Yanhuan, if you continue to talk nonsense, I will cut off my robe and sever our ties with you. Seeing that he was really anxious, Zhu Xuan laughed and said, I didn't say anything, why are you so anxious? Okay, I won't say anything anymore, we are even, don't blame anyone. After saying that, he said to Fang Shi with his spiritual consciousness, hurry up and put me into the storage ring, I'm afraid he will jump over the wall and kill me. Fang Shi. What you're talking about is nothing more than a romantic affair, and how about it costing people's lives? The more this happened, the more curious she became. Grandpa, secretly tell me what's going on. I'm just talking nonsense, it's nothing. Children, please don't ask around. Seeing that he refused to say anything, Fang Shi didn't ask any more questions. I just didn't expect that Mr. Chai was still a love interest when he was young. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 531. This apprenticeship banquet is so worth it. Fang Shi put the blood demon token possessed by Zhu Huan into the storage ring. She was afraid that old man Chai would anger her, so she quickly changed the subject. Second Grandpa, do you think the demon emperor will agree to form an alliance with the human race? Old Chai said angrily. I'm not him, how do I know if he agrees or not? Okay, it's almost time, let's go back. After saying that, he put away the isolation array disk. Fang Shi didn't dare to say anything more and took old man Chai to join Junwen and the Zhu family, who had been trying their best to reduce their presence. Junwen feels that his greatest advantage is his knowledge of interests. Even though he was interested in many of the things Fang Shi and the others said just now, he could not bear to ask. In fact, he has glimpsed some sporadic fragments about the Shenyan army since he started cultivating his divine consciousness. However, he didn't want to delve into it. Because the first thing he remembered was cleaning the animal stables, which was really not a good memory. Now listening to Fang Zai's words, his sealed memories have recovered a lot. He thought to himself, no wonder the junior sister came to the demon clan in such a hurry. It turned out that they had swords hanging above their heads. The little junior sister has shouldered such a big thing on her own. Even if he, as a senior brother, can't help, at least he can't cause any trouble for her. Therefore, he has to watch his mouth, don't ask what he shouldn't ask, and don't say what he shouldn't say. Fang Shi also thought about asking old man Chai to block that memory for Junwen again, but operations related to spiritual consciousness were risky, and it would be terrible if something went wrong. Besides, Junwen himself had already broken through part of the seal, so it was only a matter of time before he knew the truth. After returning to the Zhu family, the Zhu clan leader began to organize Luo Fengshi's apprenticeship banquet. Although time is tight, it is not difficult if you have money and people. The next day, the main residence of the Blood family was decorated with lights and colorful gongs and drums. Everyone had a warm smile on their face and looked very happy. Guests came to the door one after another. Although the demon emperor did not come in person, he also sent people to give heavy gifts. All 6 princes were also present. It can be seen that Fang Shi, the special envoy of Lang Yuan, was given a lot of face. The Blood Patriarch had a toothache because he could predict that the smiles on the faces of these guests would disappear one after another during the apprenticeship banquets. You may not even come here in person later. However, their saintly aunt probably doesn't care about this, as long as she is polite. Regardless of what he was thinking, he was very enthusiastic on his face, and after greetings, he invited everyone to sit down. Fang Shi, the special envoy, did not show up because the auspicious time had not yet arrived. Of course, this thing is also for show and to show his identity. Finally, the auspicious time has come. Welcome to Special Envoy Lang Yinyuan. I don't know who took the lead to stand up, and everyone else followed suit. Fang Shi walked in slowly. Wearing a red robe, she looks elegant. Everyone subconsciously ignored her somewhat unremarkable appearance, only feeling that her every move exuded a dazzling light, which made people feel a little ashamed of themselves from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Zai's consciousness resounded with the voice of Xi Xuan. My dear granddaughter, isn't the secret method of saint's light taught to you by your grandfather good? Grandpa is not bragging to you. Although my reputation in Lang Yinyuan was not very good back then, as long as I use this secret method, there will be no one in Lang Yinyuan who is not obsessed with me. Although Fang Shi was skeptical about his statement, she had to say that this, light of scent, was very good and fit her cool temperament very well. Old man Chai was speechless when he saw this scene. Back then, blood-devouring world used the so-called saint's light secret technique frequently in Langyan Abyss. It was indeed very effective at first, but it had no effect later on. Because even if he wears 10 layers of aura, there is no way to cover up his bad deeds. Fang Shi walked slowly to the stage and nodded slightly to everyone. Thank you all for coming to my apprenticeship banquet. Although Lang Yinyuan is not concerned with worldly affairs, we all share the same origin and are all brothers. From now on, we will have to come and go frequently. The corners of the Blood Clan leader's mouth twitched slightly. You will have to come the day after tomorrow. You have to come every other day from now on. Don't you just come and go often. Fang Shi continued, I am not greedy for money, but the gift list was everyone's heartfelt wish, so I accepted it shamelessly. In order to express my gratitude, I will give away a seafood gift package from Shore UC to all the guests who attend today. In addition, I will also teach a secret Earth-level magic talisman from Langyan Abyss. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately exploded. Although the seafood gift package is also good, there is no comparison with the secret Earth-level magic talisman. This apprenticeship banquet is so worth it. Fang Shi raised her hand, and everyone immediately fell silent. Everyone has a drink and a banquet first. After you have eaten and drank well, I will teach you the magic talisman. Everyone was so anxious that they all finished eating in a short time, saving a lot of food and wine. The Blood Patriarch had to suspect that their holy aunt did it on purpose. In addition to saving ingredients, the most important thing is that even a genius cannot learn the Earth-level magic talisman in a short time. Therefore, if there is an apprenticeship banquet the day after tomorrow, these people will have to come with their heads sharpened. Even those who didn't give gifts this time had to come over and give gifts. What a good plan. This chapter is short, the next chapter will be longer and will continue at 10:30. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools. Tip: you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 532 I am who I am, a different scourge. While the Blood Clan leader lamented the Fang Shi monkey strut, he also had some doubts. Magic talismans, pill formulas, formations, etc. were all secrets that were not taught. Doesn't Lang Yuan have any objections to her doing this? Little did she know that the magic talisman Fang Shi taught her was her own creation. Of course, it's just some improvements based on the original. She didn't teach magic talismans just to make money. The main reason was that in the face of a powerful enemy, it was time to abandon sectarian views and let more people master useful things. Fang Shi kept his word. Seeing that everyone had finished eating, he began to explain the drawing method of the 1,000 arrows pierce the heart talisman. Although everyone feels that the name of this magic talisman is too straightforward, it is easy to use. Fang Shi explained it once, and when everyone looked confused, he explained it again. It's a pity that not everyone is as perverted as her, and everyone is confused. Although someone was clever enough to use a photo stone to record it, it can be done just by looking at it. Someone had to give guidance. But now it was getting dark, and they were too embarrassed to link any longer. Just when they felt extremely regretful, Fang Shi said with some embarrassment, "Everyone, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. I'm sorry." Someone immediately said, "Special Envoy, just like you said, we are all family members. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Yes, Special Envoy, just say whatever you want, we are all ears." "Yes, Envoy, please tell me." Ellipsis. Only then did Fang Shi say, "In addition to Elder Death, I also became a disciple of Elder Zui from Langyuan Alchemy Pavilion. I am also a master and I don't like to favor one over another, so I want to hold an apprenticeship banquet the day after tomorrow. I'm really embarrassed to say it, but there's nothing I can do about it. I hope everyone can understand." As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. I was originally worried about how to find the Special Envoy to answer my questions. Didn't this opportunity come? So, everyone shouted, "Special Envoy, you hold the apprenticeship banquet out of respect for your master. Of course we can understand. Don't worry, we will definitely attend on time." "Yes, Special Envoy, you are overthinking it. It is our honor to attend your apprenticeship banquet. Even if you don't let us come, we have to come." "That's right, let alone one more show, 10, 8, or hundreds of shows will be understandable." Ellipsis. Blood Patriarch, look, what did I say? Although their holy aunt is young, she is really too clever. Before, he was worried that her frequent apprenticeship banquets would make people criticize her, but now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about this issue at all. Maybe then everyone will have to praise her for her integrity. In the name of holding an apprenticeship banquet, it is actually to teach everyone the secret of Langyuan Yuan. What a noble and selfless good man. Old Man Chai didn't expect that Fang Shi would do something like this, but after all, he had been dealing with Fang Shi for such a long time, so he wasn't too surprised. The blood-devouring world in the Blood Demon Order is different. Although he knew that the granddaughter he recognized had 800 evil intentions, knowing it and seeing it were two different things. He reflected on himself for the first time. If he had been as scheming as her, he wouldn't have gotten a reputation as a disaster. However, he quickly put this little melancholy behind him. As long as he is happy, it doesn't matter what others think of him. He is who he is, a different scourge. But this time, Fang's eyes were red and she said with a choked voice, "Everyone, I didn't expect that everyone would understand me so well. I'm not good at words, and I didn't know what to say at the moment. Originally, I wanted to hold 2 apprenticeship banquets. After all, I have too many masters, and it would be bad to hold them too many times. But since everyone said so, I am going to hold an apprenticeship banquet for each of my masters. Every time I teach you a new elixir, magic talisman or formation, of course, it can also be used to answer your questions. Do you have any opinions on this?" After everyone listened, their eyes turned green like that hungry wolf. And such a good thing. As a result, they all shouted, "Special Envoy, you are out of line when you say this. No matter how many apprenticeship banquets you hold, we will definitely come to support you." "Yes, Special Envoy, just tell me, how many masters do you have?" "Yes, Envoy, please tell me." Ellipsis. Everyone felt that the so-called masters in Fang Shi were only 4 or 5 who were worthy of the sky at most. After all, her first 2 masters were both elders, and the ones behind her must also be elders. There couldn't be too many. What a pity. Couldn't learn more good things. Then, they heard Fang Shi say, "My talent is average, so I don't have many masters, only 24. 10 of them are elders, 7 are peak masters, and 7 are supreme elders." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a sound of cups and plates falling, and there was also the sound of tables, chairs and benches overturning to the ground. Of course, it's more of a sucking sound. Many people felt that they had heard something wrong. Counting on their fingers, it seemed that there were really 24. My goodness. No wonder she can be Langyuan Yuan's special envoy. This is Langyuan Yuan's treasure. No, hasn't she been there for just over half a year? Why did you wrap up all the big guys in Langyuan Yuan? How did she do it? The expressions of the 6 princes changed several times, and they all sent messages to the Demon Emperor. In fact, there was no need for them to summon him. The Demon Emperor had already received the report from his informant. After hearing the news, I almost fell off the throne. He has always been afraid of Langyuan Yuan, but the position of Langyuan Yuan's island master has always been vacant. In his opinion, although Langyuan Yuan is powerful, he is a piece of loose sand after all. Unexpectedly, there was no need to worry about killing him. This is obviously being cultivated by the island owner. Originally he wanted to find an excuse to refuse to form an alliance with the Northern Territory, but now he has to think about it carefully. This Zhu Yu obviously came prepared. If he refused rashly, I'm afraid it would be bad. Here, the guests who came to attend the apprenticeship banquet finally recovered. The way they looked at Fang Shi was different from before. Although he was afraid of her identity as a special envoy before, now he can no longer describe it as afraid, but as fear. Just kidding, who can withstand the gang fight of her 24 masters? If not, they could be exterminated. So whether it was out of fear or the attraction of the magic talisman prescription, everyone praised Fang Shi and praised her for being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the devil. The blood-devouring world in the Blood Demon Order is almost sour to death. For such a powerful person, he usually hears scoldings, but he has never enjoyed such treatment. What makes him worse than this cheap granddaughter? After much thought, he came up with an answer that was just short of opening his mouth. I'm deepleased. So sad. Fang Shi said a few more polite words to everyone before serving tea to see off the guests. As soon as the guests left, the Blood Clan leader wisely handed the gift list and gifts to Fang Shi. Fang Shi is not short of money now, but who would think it is too much? So, I was in a good mood and started looking at the gift list. Of course, she also wanted to get some clues from the gift list to see if there was anyone who was not discerning. After reading it, I was a little disappointed, because the nobles and the royal family were very sensible, and the gifts they gave were all heavy. I'm too embarrassed to find fault with anyone. After counting the gifts, Fang Shi pulled out a fifth. Clan leader, there are costs for hosting a banquet. You can keep these. The Blood Clan leader never expected that Fang Shi would do this. After all, he was already ready to donate for free. He quickly declined. Holy aunt, this is what we should do, how can we accept your money? Fang Shi smiled and said, Clan leader, you can't say that. Although I am the holy aunt of the Blood Demon Clan, I am also the special envoy of Langyan Yuan. One code is the same. If you don't accept it, I will have to find other nobles to help me hold an apprenticeship banquet next time. The Blood Clan leader heard what she said and saw that she was sincere in giving it, so he said a few kind words and accepted it. He glanced at Fang Shi again. People can be greedy, but they must be moderate and know how to give and take. Obviously, their saintly aunt understands this principle very well. He was confused. How could a reckless man like Zhu Tianjue have such a smart and insightful granddaughter? How enviable. Although Zhu Tianjue no longer has the title of grandfather, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zhu Wuyu is still very filial to him. There is really no comparison between people. Fang Shi said a few more words to the Blood Clan leader, and then returned to his yard. As soon as he entered the house, Old Man Chai turned his palms up. Where's my share? Fang Shi. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 533. Hold on to me even if you have opinions. Fang Shi really didn't expect that Old Man Chai was thicker skinned than her. He even wanted a share of the apprenticeship banquet gift. She smiled and said, Second Grandpa, I shouldn't reject you when you talk back at such an old age, but the situation now is different from before. In the past, when my grandfather was still in the grave, we would share every good thing in half. Now that I have my grandpa by my side, I have to compensate him well, so I plan to give all the gifts from the 24 apprenticeships to him as a filial piety. Do you have any objection? As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. If you have any opinions, keep them to yourself. It's filial piety if your granddaughter takes the initiative to give it, but it's shameless if you take the initiative to ask for it. You old fool actually cares about your granddaughter's things. You are really getting better and better. Old Man Chai. The dead girl said that filial piety is good to Zhu Yanhuan, but the key point is that this old guy doesn't know that it takes years and months to reshape the body. Isn't this thing still in her hands? What is the difference between this and turning left pocket into right pocket? But it's hard for him to say anything, because he's just a bastard and a fool. At this time, Fang Shi said, Second Grandpa, don't be disappointed. When the dust settles in the future, I will definitely hold a grand recognition ceremony for Grandpa and you. The gifts received were shared equally between the three of us. It wasn't so much a gift back then. I'm worried that your storage ring won't be able to hold so many good things. Although Old Man Chai knew that Fang Shi was painting cakes for him, he handed him a ladder anyway, so he glared at Fang Shi. You'd better keep your word, or see how I deal with you. Fang Shi smiled and joked, quickly making Old Man Chai laugh. Old Man Chai laughed and scolded, You dead girl has a good mouth, and you can make dead people live again. Blood Devouring Huan in the Blood Demon Order said quietly, Yuan, are you talking about me? Old Man Chai. The three of them chatted for a while, and Fang Shi said, Second Grandpa, I want to send a message to my human master to assure him that he is safe, but I'm worried that the Demon King will use tricks to spy on me, so please escort me. Old Man Chai. I, the former island owner of Langyan Yuan, still have to help your human spies convey messages and escort them. Do you think this is appropriate? Just when he was about to refuse, Zhu Xuan said impatiently. You can do whatever my granddaughter asks you to do. If I didn't have a physical body now, would I still need you? Besides, when has this been? Do you still care about ethnic differences? It's really short-sighted and unbearable. Fortunately, my granddaughter fought hard and grabbed the position of Island Master, otherwise Langyan Yuan would have been destroyed by you. Old Chai was so angry. He regretted agreeing to Zhu Xuan and ran out. Since this thing came out, his status has plummeted. He gritted his back molars and opened a special set of formation discs, and then said to Fang Shi angrily. I'll give you half a quarter of an hour. If you have anything to say it quickly, and if you have anything to say, hurry up. Fang's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Grandpa Second. She immediately used a special messenger to send a message to Xiao Beidao. Seeing that she had finished sending it out quickly, Mr. Chai asked her, What did you send out? Fang Shi said with some embarrassment, Second Grandpa, you also know that I am a polite child, so I asked if my master is here. Old Man Chai. It seems you are using your politeness in the wrong place. Little did they know that Fang Shi asked Xiao Beidao, Are you there, not out of politeness, but to confirm that Xiao Beidao was convenient for summons at this time. After a while, the messenger talisman began to tremble. Fang Shi probed her consciousness into it, and a familiar voice came from inside, Disciple, Master is here, how are you? Fang's eyes nose felt sour and she almost shed tears. Master, everything is fine with me. It's better than I imagined. It won't take long. I can go back to reunite with you in 2 months at most. Xiao Beidao's voice was also trembling. Then don't worry, Master. You don't have to be in a hurry to come back. It's not too late to come back after finishing your work. Fang Shi wanted to say a few more words, but Old Man Chai glared at her. The time has come. If you delay any longer, the Demon Emperor will become suspicious. Although there was no evidence, Fang Shi felt that Old Man Chai was just avenging his personal revenge, even though it hadn't even been half a quarter of an hour. Besides, with Old Man Chai's ability, can he still be afraid of the Demon Emperor's prying eyes? However, she was so preoccupied now that she didn't have the energy to argue with Old Man Chai. She felt something might have happened at home. Because if nothing happened, according to Xiao Beidao's character, he would definitely want her to go back as soon as possible. How could he let her stay in the Demon Clan for a longer period of time? What happened? She thought about it in her mind and called the Blood Clan leader over. Clan Chief, have any major events happened to the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory recently? The Blood Clan leader immediately said. I haven't heard anything happening recently, but there was news a few months ago. Shen Zhilan, a direct disciple of the Hunyuan sect, the one with the best water spirit route, somehow managed to get into the Changsheng sect in the southern region and directly became an inner disciple of the Changsheng sect. I heard that Bailey Muchen, the head of the Hunyuan sect, was reluctant to let go and was injured by someone from the Changsheng sect, but it was only a minor injury and had long been healed. TSK, the Southern Territory human race is really domineering. Only the trash from the Northern Territory human race can bear this cowardice. If we, the demon tribe, would have gone against them long ago. As he was talking enthusiastically, he saw a smile on Fang Zai's lips next to him. I just don't know why, but this smile is a bit catchy. The next chapter is longer, about 10:30. Chevron_left previous home index next chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 534 We are close relatives who are not related by blood. The Blood Clan leader was a little speechless. As a discerning person, he felt that Saint Aunt was not in a good mood. So, he laughed and said, besides this matter, there is not much other news. If Saint Aunt wants to know something, I will arrange for someone to inquire about it now. Fang Zai's smile became brighter. Don't worry, clan leader, I want to tell you a secret. The Blood Patriarch had a gut feeling that this secret might cost someone's life, and for a moment he wanted to plug his ears. But it is already late. Patriarch, actually I am not the Great Elder's biological granddaughter, but he recognizes me as his step-granddaughter. The Blood Patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a big deal. He just said, how could Zhu Tianjue have such a smart granddaughter? That's just bad bamboo producing good bamboo shoots. Then I heard Fang Shi say. I'm not a demon, I'm a human, a little famous, Xuanshan sect, Fang Shi. Blood Patriarch. He almost thought he was hallucinating, so he pinched his thigh hard and grinned in pain. You, what did you say? I'm Fang Shi from the Xuanshan sect. I'm here to visit the demon clan if I have nothing to do. Blood Patriarch. 3 words repeatedly floated through his mind. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could Saint Aunt be Fang Shi from the human race? She was brought back by Zhu Tianjue himself. She was adopted as the granddaughter by Blood-devouring world. She is Lang Yin Yuan's special envoy and the disciple of 24 big bosses. She was blessed by the ancestors of the Blood family. She was blessed by the demon god. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Until he saw Fang Shi taking out the token of Xuanshan sect's direct disciple. He was completely dumbfounded. He took a few steps back and then asked calmly. Are you really Fang Shi? How did you get into our demon clan? Fang Shi chuckled and said, Clan chief, don't be nervous. I didn't reveal my identity because I didn't want to compete with you, I just wanted to say something heartbreaking to you. As for how I got in, it's very simple. My ex-grandfather, the great elder Zhu Shenju, brought me in. Blood Patriarch. Did Zhu Tianjue bring her in? Could it be that Zhu Tianjue rebelled, became a human spy? No, what is he trying to do? He calmed down, why did he bring you in? It's a long story. In the beginning, I was the great elder spy in the human race. Later, he became my spy out of nowhere. Half a year ago our Zhu family entered the secret realm to fight for the Soul Valley. My ex-grandfather remembered me and asked me to come to the demon clan and pretend to be his granddaughter. In fact, let me tell you, this is the agreement made in the previous life and the arrangement of fate. I am born to be part of our blood family. Patriarch, we are close relatives who are not related by blood. Blood Patriarch. For a moment, he didn't know whether to scold Zhu Tianjue for having no conscience or scold Fang Shi for being shameless. Fang Shi continued, Clan leader, don't blame my ex-grandfather. Although he was a little selfish, he didn't want to lure a wolf into the house. After all, in his eyes, I was just a black-hearted little rabbit. This can be regarded as an accident, which has contributed to the friendly exchanges between our Northern Territory human race and the demon race. In addition, you should also relax. Although if the Demon King finds out about this, the Blood family and the Blood Demon clan will suffer, but with me here, everything will be safe. It would have been better if she didn't mention the Demon Emperor, but when she mentioned the Demon Emperor, the Blood Patriarch broke out in a cold sweat. If the Demon Emperor finds out about this, he will have to live with it. Who would believe that he didn't know anything? This is the last time he will be found guilty of covering up. Patriarch, I'm not talking big words or trying to comfort you, I'm telling the truth. My 24 masters in Langyuan knew my true identity. Not only did they not kill me, they also asked me to be a special envoy. Didn't you think of why? The Blood Patriarch's head was buzzing now, and he subconsciously said, why? Are they also human beings? Fang Shi. Otherwise, how can I be the leader of the clan? This way of thinking is so broad. Clan leader, you are overthinking, of course they are all demons. The reason why they indulge me is, on the one hand, out of the friendship between master and apprentice, and on the other hand, it is based on the overall situation. As you said before, the human race in the southern territory is domineering, and they're even more eyeing on the northern territory. If our demon clan and the northern human clan continue to fight, the southern human clan might take advantage of it. It's really like the snipe and the clam competing with each other, and the fisherman gets the advantage. That's why they sent me to persuade the demon emperor to promote a friendly alliance between the demon clan and the northern territory human race. The blood patriarch also calmed down a bit at this time and nodded, so that's the case, but the demon king may not agree. Even if you agree, I'm afraid the blood demon clan will be dissatisfied with me because of this. In the future. He did not continue, but Fang Shi understood what he meant. He was afraid that the demon queen would settle the score. Fang Shi smiled faintly. Clan leader, you are worrying too much. Even if the demon emperor was unhappy, he would not dare to do anything. Behind our blood demon clan is Lang Yin Yuan. If he dares to lay a finger on you, I will chop off all 6 of his princes. Blood patriarch. Not finished, there is still a short chapter. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 535. Human race's Fang Shi has 8 evil intentions. Although the blood clan leader felt that Fang Shi was speaking harshly, he still felt a little calmer. Fang Shi took a sip of tea. The demon king is a smart man, he knows what to do to maximize his profits, so he won't do such stupid things. Besides, I am a person who has been blessed several times by the demon god, which means that the demon god also supports the alliance between the demon clan and the northern territory human race. Why does he, the demon king, not agree? Does he still dare to resist the will of Lord Demon God? Only then did the blood patriarch belatedly remember, yes, this person was blessed by the demon god. He felt a little more at ease again. Fang Shi added, of course, you have to be prepared for everything. If the demon emperor doesn't know what's going on, then you'll have to use force. The blood patriarch swallowed his saliva. Why are you so hard? First, I will let people spread rumors that the demon king disrespects the demon god and is not worthy of his virtue. If he cannot be killed, it will bring great disaster to the demon clan. Second, I will put the sea snake army I brought into the endless sea and introduce the northern human race into the demon race. Third, I will send a message to the Satsuma clan and ask them to attack the demon clan. Fourth, I will ask for help from my 24 masters and let them lead the Lang Yin Yuan elite to attack the capital. Fifth, patriarch, you join forces with other demon nobles to force the palace together. Sixth, the blood patriarch is stupid. Don't talk about him. Old Man Chai and the blood-devouring Huan in the blood demon clan token are also stupid. It seems that the demon king has no other way to survive except agreeing to form an alliance. After Fang Shi mentioned a long list of methods, he said, although hard work can achieve the goal, it goes against my original intention. I'm here to make an alliance, not to make a grudge. If you can't help it, don't do it. So I called you here just to learn about some of the bad blood between the demon emperor and the nobles. I will make a fuss about this first to force the demon emperor to submit. As he spoke, he handed the blood clan leader a cup of tea to calm him down. The blood clan leader drank all the tea in the teacup, and then told Fang Shi some of the secrets he knew. 818 novel. Fang Shi kept nodding and finally came to a conclusion. In that case, the reason why your nobles are at odds is because the demon emperor is secretly manipulating it. Does he just want to see your intrigues? The blood patriarch smiled bitterly and nodded. We are all well aware of this, but in order to dispel the demon emperor's wariness, and since there are indeed conflicts of interest, we just go with the flow. Fang Shi was not surprised by this. The person in power did not like to see his subordinates being harmonious. Instead, he preferred to see them pinch themselves until they were black and blue, so that he could feel safe. Fang Shi thought about it in her mind, and then said, Patriarch, during the apprenticeship banquet the day after tomorrow, you tried to find a way to cause a conflict between the noble disciple and the prince. When the time comes, I will come out and seek justice. The blood patriarch interjected, do you want to help this noble disciple? Fang Shi raised her lips, wrong. I want to help the prince, and I will help the prince indiscriminately. The blood patriarch was a little confused. Doesn't this offend your honor? Fang Shi said slowly. Privately, I will comfort you, saying that I am helpless. After all, I have to give face to the demon emperor, and I will take the opportunity to provoke him again. On the other side, the demon emperor is suspicious by nature, and he will definitely think that I am helping the prince hide evil intentions, and may even suspect that Lang Yin Yuan wants to join forces with nobles to deal with him. At this time, if I go to the demon emperor to discuss the contract, the chance of success will be greater. After all, the demon emperor has to free his hands to guard against Shungui and Lang Yin Yuan. Blood patriarch, he finally believed that. Fang Shi of the human race has 800 tricks. If you ask him to say there are more than, it would be like sifting through a sieve. See you tomorrow at PM. Some people are dead, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 536. This seems to be a joke. The blood patriarch didn't know what to say except nodded in agreement. Fang Shi discussed the specific details with him again, and then said, Clan leader, I know you must feel a little uncomfortable. After all, you have been deceived. Let's do this. When we finish talking, you can vent your anger on my ex-grandfather. You can beat him or scold him as long as you want to keep him alive. Blood patriarch. Of course he knew that Fang Shi was telling him not to embarrass Zhu Tianjue too much. Unexpectedly, this girl is very affectionate and righteous. This is good, she can protect the Zhu Tianjue, and she will definitely protect the Zhu family and the blood demon clan in the future. Thinking of this, the blood clan leader felt a little more at ease. Fang Shi took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Clan leader, once the Northern Territory human race and the demon race form an alliance, they must share their needs. This is a golden avenue. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise that as long as it's the Zhou family's business, it can flow unimpeded in the Northern Territory. If anyone interferes with it, I, Fang Shi, will be the first to refuse. The Blood Patriarch's eyes suddenly lit up. As the leader of the clan, he understood the weight of Fang Zai's promise. As long as he seizes this opportunity, he will definitely be rich in wealth in the future. With money, are you still worried that the Blood family and the Blood Demon clan will not prosper? The grudge I had in my heart before disappeared in an instant, and the smile on my face became extremely sincere. Holy Aunt, everything is subject to your arrangements. From now on, our Blood family and Blood Demon clan will follow your lead. Fang Shi felt funny in her heart. Did you see it? As long as the benefits are in place, even the honorific title will be used. She said a few polite words before serving tea to see the guests off. The Blood clan leader came out of Fang Shi courtyard one step at a time. He only wanted to do one thing now, and that was to clean up the house. Bloody heaven, you bastard. You brought the wolf in, but you were hiding from peace. Although for Fang Zai's sake he wouldn't do anything to Zhu Tianjue, he still had to be beaten. So the Blood clan leader called Zhu Shenju into the secret room. This secret room is the most secretive place in the Zhu family and can be isolated from anyone's exploration. Even the Demon King is no exception. Although Zhu Tianjue wondered why the Zhu clan leader called him to the secret room, he never expected Fang Shi to blow himself up. Therefore, he still displayed the Great Elder's chart and sat down carelessly as soon as he entered the secret room. The more the Blood Patriarch looked at him, the angrier he became, and he slapped the table, kneeled down. Zhu Tianjue was startled and looked at the Blood clan leader with some doubts. Is this the wrong medicine? Or is it that Fang Zai's girl took all the gift money away, so she's upset and takes it out on him? The Blood clan leader was even more angry when he saw that he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Zhu Tianjue, as the first elder of the Zhu family, you actually let a human race pretend to be your granddaughter. You are simply a wolf-hearted dog, worse than a pig or a dog. Zhu Tianjue's head buzzed. You know. He didn't quibble, because he knew that since the Blood clan leader said this, he must have solid evidence. He thought to himself, that shouldn't be the case. That girl in Fang Shi is so clever that she doesn't seem to have any flaws. The Blood clan leader sneered. Fang Shi told me everything. You lured the wolf into the house just to win the Soul Valley. It's really disgusting. You have dragged the entire Blood family and the entire Blood Demon clan into the quagmire. If you are not careful, you will be beyond redemption. You are a sinner of the Blood family. He is a sinner of the Blood Demon clan. The Blood clan leader thought that after hearing these words, Zhu Tianjue would kneel down and admit his mistake, or even cry bitterly. But apart from being a little shocked, Zhu Tianjue didn't act too panicked. What he didn't know was that Zhu Tianjue had rehearsed such a scene in his mind countless times. Because he knew that paper could not contain the fire, and sooner or later the incident would come to light. So I had already thought about how to pass the blame. He was silent for a moment and said, Clan leader, this matter is indeed my fault, but my original intention is only to win the Soul Valley, and I have no other plans. But I never expected that the demon god would bless her, and our Zhu family ancestors would also bless her. The blood-devouring Huan even accepted her as the granddaughter, not to mention that she worshipped 24 masters in Langyan Yuan. It was they who contributed to the situation that led to the situation. Therefore, I can be considered an accomplice at most. If you want to find someone to settle the score, go find them. Blood Patriarch. I would like to find the main culprits, but unfortunately I don't have the courage. No wonder you and Fang Shi hook up together. In terms of shamelessness, you two are so alike. Seeing that he was silent, Zhu Tianju tried and said, Clan leader, what did Fang Shi tell you? Do her 24 masters also know that she is from the human race? Although Zhu Tianju does not have as many twists and turns as Fang Shi, it is not for nothing. Based on his understanding of Fang Shi, if he was not absolutely sure that he would not be able to reveal his identity, most of her 24 masters would already know the truth. The Blood Clan leader became angry when he saw him, and he hurt him again with a gun and a stick, but he also told what happened. Zhu Tianju let out a long sigh, and finally let go of his hanging heart. In the past 2 days, he had been worried that Lang Yinyuan would know Fang Zai's identity. Then, let alone Fang Shi, they would also have to suffer. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi actually settled Lang Yinyuan's side. This girl is really capable. It's a pity that such a capable granddaughter was taken away by this old man named Zhu Yanhuan. He can only be an underground grandfather who does not see the light of day. The Blood Clan chief told Fang Zai's plan again, and Zhu Shenju was stunned for a moment. After a long while, he said, Clan leader, why do you think that girl Fang Shi is so smart? If you were so smart, our Blood Demon clan would have become the royal family long ago. Blood Patriarch. He was puzzled. This great elder used to be a stubborn and taciturn master, but since he adopted Fang Shi as his granddaughter, his behavior has become increasingly deviant. Do you think this is human language? What do you mean, if I am so smart, the Blood Demon clan will become a royal family? This is your connotation, I'm stupid. He held back his anger and beat Zhu Tianjue again, and then called the second elder and the third elder over. Although I don't want to make it public, if I want to complete the plan, Fang Shi said, we need manpower. Besides, it's only a matter of time before we find out. After the second elder and the third elder heard what happened, they both turned into wood carvings and clay sculptures. The holy aunt of their Blood Demon clan is the Fang Shi from the human race. This seems like a joke. Great joke. Open black lens bracket, continue at 10:30, close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left, previous home index, next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 537. I have a secret admirer now. It took the second elder and the third elder a long time to digest the fact that Zhu Wuyu was Fengshi. The way the two looked at Zhu Tianjue was different from before. In the past, they were dissatisfied with Zhu Tianju, but now they are a little convinced. If nothing else, they were inferior in terms of courage. He actually asked a human race, a notorious scourge, to be his granddaughter. What a tiger. If you are not careful, it will be a disaster. But yes, this person has been hiding in the human race for more than 100 years, so he is somewhat crazy. Zhu Shenju could more or less guess what they were thinking, but he didn't care. He is not a demon unless he is crazy, he is a qualified demon. The Blood Clan leader discussed the specific plan with them, and then began to divide the work and deploy their respective tasks. On the other side, Fang Shi was making jokes with Old Man Chai. Old Man Chai curled his lips. What you said sounded nice, escorting the blood demons. In fact, it was to control the trade on the human side, right? That Blood Clan leader is a stick. He thought you found a way to make money for him, but little did he know that he was making a wedding dress for you. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Look what you said, I'm the holy aunt of the blood family. Isn't it the right thing for them to make my wedding dress? Not to mention the wedding dress, they still have to prepare a dowry for me. Not only them, second grandpa, you also have to prepare some dowry for me. After all, you are my biological grandfather. The secular world values 10 miles of red makeup. If I get married in the future, I will at least get thousands of miles of red makeup. Old Man Chai rolled his eyes. Who dares to marry you like you? I'm afraid I won't marry a Pixiu back. Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, there's nothing wrong with Pixiu. At least his elbows won't turn outwards. Old Man Chai. At this time, Zhu Xuan in the Blood Demon Order said. My bloody granddaughter cannot marry, so find someone to interfere with her. I think it's just you, that stupid idiot brother of yours. Although he is useless, at least he is a man. Fang Shi. Grandpa, please don't make such jokes in the future. I regard him as my brother and have no other ideas at all. Fang Shi was speaking from the bottom of her heart. She only had family affection for Zhun Wen without a trace of male-female affection, and the same was true for Zhun Wen. Zhu Yanhuan yawned. I just said that casually, it's not like every man in the world has to die, he has to do it. Besides, women don't have to get married, just be happy with it. Okay, I'm a little tired, I need to sleep. There was no movement before the words were finished. Fang Shi thought to herself, this cheap grandpa's sleep quality is really good, he fell asleep as soon as he said he wanted to sleep. At this time, Old Man Chai asked her. You obviously wanted to convince the Demon Emperor step by step before, but why did you suddenly change your mind? Could it be because of that Shen Zhilan? It's not all because of her. I noticed something was wrong with my master and guessed something might have happened. There should be no problems within the Northern Territory human race. In all likelihood, it is the trouble caused by the Southern Territory. Therefore, the Demon Clan can no longer delay and must put some pressure on the Southern Territory to prevent them from doing anything stupid. Old Man Chai felt a little sour. Although Fang Shi said it was righteous, it was obvious that she was worried about her master. When she was summoned to Xiao Beidao before, the eyes of this damn girl were red. It can be seen that the real feelings were moved. After all, his grandfather is one level behind. He suppressed the soreness in his heart and said, in this case, we really need to speed up the process. If your plan fails, I will use force to force the Demon Emperor to agree and try to get you back to the sect as soon as possible. Fang Shi felt warm in her heart. Second grandpa, I understand. In a blink of an eye, it was time for Fang Zai's second apprenticeship banquet. More people came than the first apprenticeship banquet. If the Zhu family hadn't been spacious enough, there wouldn't have been room for so many tables. However, everyone didn't come here just to eat. They took a random bite and waited for the Wuyu little classroom to start. Fang Shi lived up to expectations and began to patiently answer everyone's questions about the 1,000 arrows pierce the heart talisman. Ying Filong with red hair was also among the crowd. The more he looked at Zhu Wuyu on the stage, the more familiar he felt, and he always felt that she was very similar to Fang Shi. But he couldn't tell what it looked like. While he was thinking about this, he was pushed hard. If someone hadn't blocked him in front of him, he would have been thrown into the mud. He turned around angrily and saw the fifth prince standing behind him. He held back his anger and asked, Your Highness, fifth prince, why are you pushing me? The fifth prince looked confused. When did I push you? Is it because you didn't stand firm? Ying Filong was so happy. I'm such an adult and I can't stand firmly. If I offend you in any way, just tell me. There's no need to do it secretly, right? The reason why he must have been recommended by the fifth prince was because there had been some friction between the two before. On the other hand, the fifth prince did not stand in front, but stood behind him. Wasn't this a sign of a small trick? The fifth prince was usually an arrogant master, so naturally he would not suffer such cowardice, and sneered. Don't say I didn't push you. Even if I pushed you, what else could you do to me? Ying Filong gritted his teeth. I can't do anything to you, but I can't be pushed by you for no reason. You have to give me an explanation. Give you an explanation. You are really putting your own face on it, saying that you didn't know that you, Ying Filong, were a waste, or a fool who can tell the difference between right and wrong. Don't think that I don't know that you have a crush on the human Fang Shi, you really embarrass us demons. You wanna die. Ellipsis. The two soon started fighting. Fang Shi, who was teaching, watching a play, on the stage. My dear, do I have a secret admirer now? Am I so charming? However, the candidates arranged by the Blood Clan chief were quite good. Ying Filong and the fifth prince were both prone to getting into trouble and could easily get into fights. She shouted, Stop, what's going on? Ying Filong and the fifth prince had also been separated at this time. Ying Heng, the leader of the Shadow Demon Clan, glared at Ying Filong fiercely and said to Fang Shi. Special Envoy, I'm sorry. It's all because of my incompetent grandson's ignorance that he had a dispute with the fifth prince and disturbed your lecture. I will take him back to the house and discipline him. Ying Filong frowned. I'm right, you pushed me first. Ying Heng's face darkened, and he raised his palm to give Filong an ear scraper. Fang Shi raised her hand. Clan Chief Ying, please be patient. I stand high on the stage and can see far away. I can see clearly that it was the 5th prince who pushed Ying Filong. He was right. 5th prince. Special envoy, I didn't push him. Are you doubting the eyes of this special envoy or the character of this special envoy? I didn't expect that as a prince, you would dare to do something but not be worthy of it. It's really disappointing. That's all, this special envoy doesn't want to talk to you anymore. Ying Filong, you have been wronged, take this storage ring and play with it. There was nothing in it, only a bottle of heaven-level Ding Hui Chi gathering pill and 5 heaven-level magic talismans, which were not worth much money. As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of inhalation. A bottle of heaven-level elixir and 5 heaven-level magic talismans. How much is this not worth? This Ying Filong is really out of luck. The Blood Patriarch was a little confused. This is different from what was originally said. Could it be that Saint Aunt knew that Ying Filong had a crush on her, so she fell in love with her? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 538. I also have a previous name, Fang Shi. Not to mention the blood clan leader, Ying Filong himself was confused. Didn't his evil cousin offend the special envoy? Why would the special envoy still speak for him? Ying Heng, the leader of the Shadow Demon clan, was also confused. He thought that the special envoy would definitely take the opportunity to step on their Ying family, but not only did he help Filong speak, but he also rewarded him with something. Although it is not comparable to the 4,000 million magic crystals he lost, this attitude is very subtle. The joys and sorrows of the demons are not the same. Compared to the joy of the Ying family, the 5th prince was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't push Feilong at all, okay. The special envoy is clearly targeting him. Why? He felt that everyone around him was watching his joke, and his face turned red with anger. When had his dignified prince ever felt such cowardice? He walked away angrily. Then, I heard Fang Shi on the stage say slowly. It seems that the 5th prince is not interested in my teaching. From now on, just be polite and there is no need to come. The 5th prince staggered. You have wronged me like this, and you still want my gift. Why are you so thick-skinned? But he didn't dare to say anything, so he gritted his teeth and left. The more he thought about it, the more he held his breath and the more angry he became, so he came to the Demon King for support. In fact, if he didn't come, the Demon Emperor would also know about this matter. After all, he had been sending people to keep an eye on Fang Zai's movements. The Demon King has a lot on his mind. It was obvious that the Ying family and Zhu Wuyu were at odds with each other during the reception ceremony. Why would Zhu Wuyu speak for the Ying family this time? Could it be that Lang Yinyuan wanted to win over the aristocratic family? Or is it that she simply dislikes the 5th prince? It's hard to make a conclusion at the moment. He comforted the 5th prince and struck a few words, but did nothing. What I didn't expect was that one day later, Xishan from the Demon Escape tribe had another dispute with the 6th prince, and the special envoy still sided with Xishan. The Demon King still stood still. The next day, news came that the special envoy kicked the 2nd prince into the lotus pond. It is said that it was because the young master of the Mang Demon clan, Yu Li, was a road fool, so he accidentally wandered into the courtyard of the 2nd prince, Jinwu Zhangjiao. As a result, he had a dispute with the 2nd prince. As luck would have it, the special envoy passed by and went in to administer justice. The Demon King couldn't sit still. Zhu Wuyu is clearly trying to win over Shungui. If he doesn't do something, I'm afraid Lang Yinyuan and Shungui will join forces. So, someone came to invite Fang Shi into the palace. Old Man Chai was worried and went with him. Although Fang Shi felt that the Demon Emperor did not dare to do anything to her, she also knew that Old Man Chai cared about her, so she did not stop him. In the royal study, the Demon Emperor smiled very kindly. Special Envoy, have these recent apprenticeship banquets gone well? I really can't get away, otherwise I would definitely be there in person to congratulate you. Fang Shi said with a smile. It went very smoothly, except that some princes and nobles had some conflicts, and I helped mediate them. Originally, I wanted to go to the palace to talk about these things with you, but unexpectedly you invited me to the palace. Your Majesty, I'm not very good at talking. I speak too deeply, so don't blame me. You princes still need to practice hard. In comparison, the children of the Shungui family are much more promising, especially Ying Filong. If nothing else, his hair grows well. Opportunity knocks. How festive and auspicious. I almost want to dye my hair red. Magic Emperor. What's the mess? However, he also saw that the Zhu Wuyu really didn't take him seriously. Otherwise, how could he criticize several princes in front of him? He suppressed his displeasure and said, a few of them are indeed not very advanced, and I'm worried about Special Envoy Lao. The subtext of this statement is that your hand is stretched too long. Unfortunately, Fang Shi couldn't understand. I don't understand. And NNBSP, Your Majesty, you don't need to thank me, this is what I should do. Magic Emperor. Fang Shi took a sip of tea and said slowly, Your Majesty, how have you considered my previous proposal? The Demon King frowned slightly. Are you talking about forming an alliance with the Northern Territory humans? Fang Shi nodded. The Demon King sighed. There are pros and cons to this matter. I can't make a decision at the moment. I have to weigh it again. Fang Shi understands, just delay. She put down the teacup and curled her lips. Since you are undecided, let me help you make a decision. Sign it. If you don't sign, you won't sign. There is no shop like this after passing this village. Magic Emperor. Who are you? Why are you making decisions for me? I really don't know what to say. His face couldn't help but darken. This Zhu Yu is too presumptuous. So what if you have 24 masters? Can they still fall out with me because of you? When the Demon Emperor was about to give Feng Shi some advice, Feng Shi sighed. Your Majesty, there is actually something I have wanted to tell you for a long time, but I have never found the right opportunity. I did some fortune telling this morning. Today happens to be an auspicious day in the zodiac, which is the best time to talk about things. The Demon King was so angry that he was speechless. Why is this Zhu Yu so nagging? Then, I heard Feng Shi say. Your Majesty, although my name is Zhu Yu, I also have another name, Feng Shi. I don't know if you've heard of it. Extended next chapter, around 10:30, some people died, but not completely. Chevron _ left previous home index next chevron _ right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 539 The Call of Family Affection. The Demon Emperor was worthy of being the Demon Emperor. Even after hearing such outrageous things, he did not lose his composure. He just picked up the teacup and drank half of the tea. After drinking half a cup of tea and calming down, he said, Does Lang Yin Yuan know? Feng Shi nodded. I know, although the masters were very angry, they felt that I could be the bridge and link between the northern human race and our demon race, so they forgave me. In addition, the Demon Lord has blessed me several times, and he didn't have any objections. My master and the others thought it didn't matter whether I was a human or a demon. Magic Emperor. Of course he knows what Feng Shi means. The Demon Emperor doesn't mind whether I am a human or a demon. Do you dare to mind? He drank another half cup of tea. Then what are your plans now? If I don't agree to form an alliance with your Northern Territory humans, what will you do? Feng Shi burst into laughter. You have said yes, it shows that you have decided to form an alliance with our Northern Territory human race. This matter is basically settled. If you feel uncomfortable, then find some reasons to make yourself feel better. Magic Emperor. Deceiving too much. Outrageous. He really wanted to slap Feng Shi to death, but when he thought of Lang Yin Yuan, the human race of the Northern Territory, and the Mao tribe, he could only suppress his murderous intention. Feng Shi burst into laughter. Your Majesty, it is a good thing for our two clans to form an alliance. Why do you have to look so bitter and bitter? I know you're upset. After all, no one likes to be forced to make a decision. Well, here I have compiled elixir prescriptions, magic talismans, formations, and weapon refining information. They are all the secrets of Lang Yin Yuan and are given to you for free. Just think of it as my apology to you. Feng Shi said, then took out a storage ring and handed it to the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor probed into it with his spiritual consciousness, and saw several jade slips inside. He took out one at random, and upon inspection, it turned out to be an elixir prescription. Most of the anger in his heart immediately dissipated. Originally, he didn't want to have a big fight with the Northern Territory human race. The previous small fight was just to divert the nobles' attention, lest they always resort to tricks to compete with him. Besides, there are still people from the Southern Territory. He won't be stupid and let them reap the benefits. Therefore, signing an alliance with the Northern Territory human race is nothing more than a fool's errand. The Demon King's smile finally returned to his face. I was just distracted for a moment. It is indeed a good thing to form an alliance. I should be happy. Wu Yu, no, Feng Shi, tell me, how did you escape, to the Demon Clan? Feng Shi said with a smile. I just came to the Demon Realm for a walk when I had nothing to do, and happened to catch up with the Blood Demon Clan's great elder who wanted to find the granddaughter to enter the secret realm for him. He probably chose me because of my cleverness. After all, this is all fate. To be honest, I sometimes forget that I am a human being and feel that I am a demon. If the Southern Territory hadn't stopped, I would have really wanted to stay in the Demon Realm. Demon Emperor, you'd better go. I'm afraid that if you stay any longer, I'll give up my position as Demon Emperor to you. In just over half a year, he became the favorite of the Blood Demon Clan Saint and Lang Yin Yuan. It was only a matter of time before he took over the position of Demon King. Feng Shi chatted with the Demon Emperor for a while, but the topic turned to the 6 princes for some reason. The Demon King sighed. All 6 of my unworthy sons are not as good as one of you. I do have a few daughters, but let's not mention them. Everyone only cares about having fun and not making progress, let alone sharing the errands for others. Feng Shi advised, young people should have more experience and experience. If you are still not satisfied, you can continue to let the concubines in the harem give birth. Sooner or later, I will give birth to a satisfactory baby. If it doesn't work out, just accept a capable person as your son or daughter. For example, my grandfather, he can even give himself an adoptive granddaughter in the grave. The Demon Emperor's heart moved and he looked at Feng Shi. Coincidentally, Feng Shi also looked up at him at this time. The Demon King's voice trembled slightly. It's better. Feng Zai's lips trembled slightly. How about? At this moment, the blood of father and daughter awakened at the same time. Both of them felt the call of family affection. Daughter. Father. Old man Chai. Grandma is a bear. In the blink of an eye, there was a big baby. Feng Shi had a father who was satisfied with his father before, so he was very skilled in the business of identifying his father. He spoke of his father in every word, and it was so real and affectionate. The Demon King has a lot on his mind. This Feng Shi is Lang Yin Yuan's group favorite, the holy aunt of the Blood Demon Clan, and the auspicious person of the Northern Territory human race. She has a good relationship with the Mao clan. Accepting her as a daughter is equivalent to having an extra network of contacts. His seniority has also risen with the tide, making it easier for him to act. It's a lucrative deal. Therefore, the look he looked at Feng Shi was very loving, full of the brilliance of fatherly love. Let's put it this way, none of his 6 princes and 5 princesses have ever received such fatherly love. Nanny, my father has nothing to give you. There is a magic crystal mine 100 miles north of the city, so I will give it to you. Old Man Chai had goosebumps all over his body. Nanan is a nickname for the little girl. I didn't expect that the Demon Emperor could be called so smoothly. However, this Demon King was really willing to give the dead girl a magic crystal mine. If you give your daughter a magic crystal mine, do you also have to honor his father with a magic crystal mine? Write it down for him first, and then ask him for it later when you can identify yourself. Fang Shi also didn't expect the Demon Emperor to be so generous, much more generous than the satisfied Emperor. She smiled and thanked her, and then said, Father, my daughter plans to go for a stroll in the southern region after returning, so I don't want people to know that I am Zhu Wuyu for the time being. Please keep it a secret for me. The Demon Emperor's heart and mind moved, and he immediately said, Okay, my father will keep the secret for you. My father has also arranged some spies in the southern territory. If you get there, you can contact them. Immediately afterwards, the Demon Emperor gave Fang Shi a token and a way to contact those informants. Fang Shi really didn't expect that the Demon Emperor would do this, thinking that this second father was more reliable than the eldest father. As everyone knows, the Demon King thinks so. This damn girl is so capable of acting like a monster. It's better to go to the southern territory to toss. The more fun you have, the better. It's best to torture the southern territory until there is no peace. Lest one day the demons show up again and cause trouble. After Fang Shi and the Demon Emperor discussed the details of the alliance, the Demon Emperor said, Nani, although your identity as a human being cannot be exposed, the fact that your father accepted you as his daughter must be made known to the world. Well, let's hold a family recognition ceremony the day after tomorrow. Fang Shi agreed with a smile. She knew what the Demon Emperor was thinking, and he just wanted to beat those nobles and let them know that his position as the Demon Emperor was unshakable. When the news came out, the entire demon world was shocked. Especially the capital city. Others were fine, but they were just shocked, and the 6 princes were a little doubtful about life. Zhu Wuyu targets them everywhere, but his father still recognizes her as his daughter. What did the father think? There were also smart people among the 6 princes, and soon the eldest prince and the 3rd prince went to find the newly minted princess to get close to. Fang Shi speaks like an imperial brother, and his name is very family friendly. If you didn't know better, you would think they were brothers and sisters. In the past, Zhang Wen would definitely feel sad, but now he is calm. There will be countless brothers and sisters around the junior sister, but all they hold are porcelain bowls. He is the only one holding an iron rice bowl. No one can compare with him. 2 days later, the Demon Emperor held a grand recognition ceremony, accepting Blood and Wuyu as the princess, and giving her the title of Wuyu. If the Demon Emperor is really good at doing things, he went to the Zhu family ancestral mausoleum to worship the blood-devouring world on the day of the ceremony. He even ordered the tombstone to be replaced. The name is engraved on the front, and only 8 words are engraved on the back. Unparalleled talent, unparalleled in the world. Zhu Yanhuan in the Blood Demon Order was quite emotional. His granddaughter was not in vain. Not only did she help him change the inscription, but she also helped him acquire a great son who would become the Demon Emperor. If that's the case, should the world call him the Supreme Emperor? Yuan Wenchen Nabu Shu probably thinks so too, right? Old Man Chai is not in the mood to think about this now, because Fang Shi is going back to the Northern Territory human race. I don't know when we will see each other again. It's strange to say that he sometimes gets annoyed when this damn girl is around, but when he thinks about being separated, he feels empty in his heart. He is now a little envious of Zhu Yanhuan. Ah, Piao is better. You can always follow your granddaughter without being separated. Forget it, there is no banquet in life that lasts forever. That girl is also very affectionate, so she might be crying secretly in the house. Little did they know that Fang Shi was counting money in the room with a cheerful smile. You can make a lot of money this time when you come to the Demon Clan. Her master who was in debt no longer had to worry about money. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Closed black lens bracket. Some people are dead, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 540, Zhang Wen Jeden. It would be a lie to say that Fang Shi was not sad at all after leaving the Demon Clan. If nothing else, it would not be so easy to make money after returning to the human clan. The people of the Demon Clan are generous and simple, and she really likes them. If she wasn't worried about her master and the sect being in trouble, she would definitely stay a little longer. The key is, the apprenticeship banquet hasn't been finished yet. Let's just owe it now, and after finishing the Tiank alliance, she will make up for it. Early the next morning, Fang Shi left the capital and returned to Langyuan on the grounds that Langyuan was in urgent need. Of course, there was only Old Man Chai and 2 humanoid puppets on the flying boat, and Fang Shi and Zhang Wen had already sneaked away. When they were leaving, Fang Shi cried so hard that Old Man Chai wanted to go to the Northern Territory human race with her. But he can't. He had to stay in the Demon Clan's back line. Girl, you can be confident and brave, but if you encounter trouble, just send me a message and I will take your masters to help you. Fang Shi twitched and said, Second Grandpa, I understand. Old Man Chai repeatedly told Zhu Huan not to act like a monster, so as not to harm his granddaughter. Blood devouring the world, get lost, should I teach you? As soon as Fang Shi and Zhang Wen left Feizu, Zhu Yanhuan said. That old bastard finally got out of here. My good granddaughter, don't listen to him, just do whatever you want. Everyone said I was a disaster, but it wasn't me who turned the tide in the end. So, don't worry about the rules and regulations, just do whatever you want. Fang Shi sighed, Grandpa, you can do whatever you want because you are strong, I am still too weak now. Therefore, you have to be careful in everything. Zhu Xuan said with some pride. What you said makes sense. If someone doesn't listen to me, I'll just beat him down, and others won't dare to beat. Fang Shi sighed again, Grandpa, I don't have as much ability as you, so I can only persuade some people to be my thugs and beat down those who disobey me. The two of us are quite similar. Blood-devouring world. Ha, your method seems to be less laborious than mine. At this time, Junwen whispered. Junior sister, what exactly happened? Master doesn't want us to go back. Fang Zai's expression suddenly turned cold. It's probably related to the Southern Territory, and it's also closely related to Shenjilin. Junwen gritted his teeth. If you knew this, you should have killed that harmful guy a long time ago. What he said was entirely an afterthought. The key is that even if they want to kill Shenjilin, the Hunyuan sect will not agree. Even though Bailey Muchen was already disappointed with Shenjilin, he was a direct disciple of the top-quality water spread route after all. How could he be willing to take her life? The most important thing is that there is no conclusive evidence to convict her of the death penalty. Although she fell out of favor with Bailey Muchen, she couldn't be beaten to death. Fang Shi thinks this is normal. Shenjilin is the heroine in the book, and she is very lucky. It is not that easy to kill her. However, ever since she discovered the existence of the Tiank Alliance, she felt that her matter of wearing a book was not that simple. Shenjilin may be just a chess piece. There must be a big conspiracy here. Sooner or later she was going to get to the bottom of it. When Fang Shi was thinking about these things, Ji Lei, who had been insignificant recently, flew out of his sleeves sneakily and hid in Fang Zai's hair. Ever since Old Man Chai followed Fang Shi, this guy has been hiding in Fang Zai's sleeve pocket, not even daring to show his face. It's not that it's afraid of Old Man Chai, the main thing is that it's afraid of affecting its ability to eat melons and watch the show. It's not easy to follow Fang Dog out once. It can't exhaust all its thunder and lightning power early. It also wants to follow Fang Dog to the southern region to play. It's all because of the failure of the violent moray eel. It has been sleeping soundly since entering the monster bag. I don't know how to cultivate more electricity to charge it. It's a waste of time to give it a new name, power bank. Just call it useless for charging. Zhu Yanhuan was startled. What are you most afraid of as a remnant soul? Of course it's Ji Lei. Oh, and that dead pig. He was confused as to why his good granddaughter was covered in all these messy things. He used his spiritual consciousness to ask Fang Shi, how come you have the tribulation thunder on your body? Fang Shi sighed, I don't want it to follow me, but it has to follow me, and there's nothing I can do about it. You don't know that in order to follow me, it rolled all over the ground and made my yard full of mushrooms. I have a soft heart, so I reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, this is just its component. If it were the main body, I would not agree with anything. This thing is a burden and I don't care about it at all. Blood-devouring world. He seemed to understand why Yuan Wensheng called her a dead girl. Ji Lei didn't know the conversation between his grandfather and grandson. When he saw that there were no outsiders around, he became bolder and plucked Fang Zai's hair and looked around. It's time to leave the demon realm, but I'm still a little reluctant to leave. However, it is also a good thing to stay away from the evil star's territory. The little black ball is reluctant to leave the demon world. It is now rounder than before, and its cultivation has also soared a lot. If you stay for a while longer, your cultivation will definitely reach a new level. Forget it, after absorbing so much demonic energy, it's time to absorb spiritual energy. As a spirit of chaos, spiritual energy and demonic energy must be balanced. The journey went smoothly, and on this day, they arrived at the endless sea. Fang Shi released the violent moray eel. With it, no sea beast dared to get even close to them. Ji Lei also recharged his battery for a while. The violent moray eel was alive and kicking when it was released, but only half-life was left when it was taken back. If Fang Shi hadn't stopped it, it would have turned into dried eels. After Fang Shi and Junwen landed, they easily dodged the guards on duty and found a hiding place as quickly as possible. Fang Shi activated several hidden arrays to make sure everything was safe, and then she and Junwen began to sit cross-legged and meditate. At this time, the Danshan meridians were being flushed by spiritual power, and the two had a premonition that elixirs would form soon. An hour later, Junwen successfully formed the elixir, and his cultivation level was still soaring. The first level of the golden elixir, the second level of the golden elixir, it didn't stop until it reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden elixir. There is only one step left to enter the nascent soul. You were so happy that your eyelashes bloomed. He looked at Fang Shi excitedly, wanting to share this joy with her, and then closed his mouth knowingly. Because Fang Shi was still at the foundation building Dzogchen perfection and had not successfully formed the elixir. Junwen was afraid that he would be angered, so he quickly closed his eyes again and pretended to practice there. What's going on, little junior sister? Why didn't you form a pill? Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be, she has absorbed much more demonic energy than him. It was an epiphany and a blessing, so why couldn't I successfully form the elixir? 818 novel. Fang Shi also wondered why it didn't succeed. Could it be that he has done too many immoral things and is here to get retribution? Next chapter around 10:30, some people died, but not completely. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 541 Can't see me, can't see me. Fang Shi suddenly felt that her idea was ridiculous. Has she done anything immoral? Not good at all. She is the light of the Northern Territory, the blessing of the Satan clan, and the luck of the Demon clan. How could she do something immoral? Everything she does is meritorious. So the question is, why didn't you successfully form the elixir? She refused to give up and continued to compress the spiritual energy in her danshan. The so-called elixir formation is to compress and recompress the spiritual energy in the danshan, and finally solidify the true essence to condense into a golden elixir. Obviously the spiritual energy in her danshan has been compressed so hard that it is about to turn into big bricks, so why can't she form a danshan? Is it male? Can't lay eggs? Just when she was puzzled, she suddenly discovered that the real energy of the landline started to move. Whoops. It's time to lay an egg. No, it's time to form a pill. The true essence continued to rotate in the danshan, and finally turned into a green ball, suspended in the danshan. Fangshi. Golden elixir is naturally golden. Why is her golden elixir green? The key is that her cultivation level has not changed much, and she is still at the foundation building perfection. How is this going? At this moment, there was a tingling pain in the sea of consciousness. Immediately afterwards, Fangshi's 7 orifices blurred and she fainted. Zheng Wen, who was pretending to be practicing there, rushed over to rescue him. The process was so skillful that it made people feel distressed. He felt even more sorry for Fangshi. The junior sister must be like this because she can't form elixirs and is so anxious that her heart is burning. Ugh. The junior sister has been going smoothly, but this is the first time she has encountered such a big setback, and it is inevitable that she cannot accept it. No, there is still sword power. The little junior sister has not yet been able to master a sword style. It just so happened that the junior sister seemed to have fallen on him both times. From this point of view, he is actually not much worse than junior sister, he is also a genius. While he was thinking about himself, Fangshi opened his eyes. However, she had no time to pay attention to Zheng Wen now, because she found a jade sip lighting up in the sea of consciousness, and she immediately probed into it with her spiritual consciousness. After a while, he started to curse. Not even a single curse word, but forget about that hua. Zheng Wen shrank his neck, the junior sister seemed to be going crazy. Why is Fangshi so angry? Because it was clearly written in her jade sips that the exercises she practiced were different from others, so the elixir formation also had to correspond to 5 spiritual roots, which went through green, blue, red, earthy yellow, and finally gold. In other words, it is enough for someone to get the golden elixir once, but she has to get the golden elixir 5 times before she can officially enter the golden elixir stage. No such bully. If she had known this, she should have switched to practicing demon skills, and maybe she would have become a god. Otherwise, just dig out the spiritual roots now. Go back to the demon clan to practice. The 5 spiritual roots in the danshan tried their best to reduce their presence, and even hid behind the green golden elixir. Can't see me, can't see me. Of course, Fangshi was just talking. She was still anxious to go back to see her master. How could she really go back to the demon clan to practice? When her heart breaks, 5 times out of 5. Everything in this world has 2 sides. Although the 5th time is a bit troublesome, there is definitely something unusual about the golden elixir formed 5 times. Sure enough, she saw the benefits of forming pills 5 times behind the jade sip. If someone else's golden elixir is shattered, the person will be basically useless, and there will be no way to practice unless he dies. But she is different. The golden elixir can be recondensed after it is broken, as long as it does not exceed 5 times. It's equivalent to 4 extra lives. When Fangshi saw this, she finally felt better. She calmed down and said to Zheng Wen, 5th senior brother, congratulations on your success in forming the elixir. After saying that, he also gave Zheng Wen a pile of talismans. Blood-devouring world in the blood demon order. Although he knew that his good granddaughter had the talent to make talismans, could the talisman treasures be given away in piles? For the first time, he felt that someone was more suitable to use the word pervert than him. Zheng Wen scratched his head. Little junior sister, actually I could have attacked Nascent Soul just now, but I felt it was better to play it slow and steady, so I didn't do it. Let me stabilize my realm and then attack Nascent Soul after a while. I really didn't expect that I would be able to attack the Nascent Soul after just 1 trip to the demon clan. I'm really a genius. Fangshi snatched the talisman back from Zheng Wen's hand and put it into the storage ring. Zheng Wen. You're done, you're too complacent, you said the wrong thing. You stepped on the little junior sister's cat's tail. Fangshi said with a stern face, 5th senior brother, I don't care what you say, but you must control your mouth. Otherwise, when we return to the sect, what will the other 4 senior brothers think if you are so arrogant? It's just other people, just say the 4th senior brother, his mind is like a needle nose. If you goad him to hang himself again, how can you fix it? Zheng Wen swallowed. Jing Laosi was indeed very angry, and he might not be able to express his anger at all. There is also the 3rd senior brother, who is a master of sect rules. Once we guess from clues that we will go to the devil world to torment, we are not allowed to copy the sect rules every day. Zheng Wen broke into a cold sweat. What he is most afraid of is his 3rd senior brother Rong Zheng, who likes to use the sect rules to find trouble when he has nothing to do. He is a strange person who can offend the 4 major sects by himself. Fangshi continued. 2nd senior brother finally learned how to carve seals, and he makes money for me and master day and night. What if you let it slip and he goes on strike? Where can I find such hard-working free long-term workers? And senior brother, if he knew that we went to the demon clan to become demons, he would have to talk about it, and Luoli would be like an old monk chanting sutras. Zheng Wen wiped his cold sweat and said, Little junior sister, I was wrong. I was very wrong. I will be careful in my words and deeds from now on, and I will never be careless again. Fangshi nodded. 5th senior brother, what I just said was a bit harsh, but it is also for your own good. You should keep these talismans. Zheng Wen was so moved that my junior sister was so kind to me. Blood-devouring world in the blood demon order. You mallet. If you listen to her high-sounding words, she is taking revenge on you. Who told you to be speechless? At noon that day, Fangshi and Zheng smelled something near Xuanshan sect. Because they wanted to hide their whereabouts, the 2 planned to enter the sect at night. But they were homesick, so the 2 of them sneaked around the mountain gate. Since they were disguised, they were not afraid even if they met acquaintances. Then, they were surprised to find that there was a lot of excitement in front of the mountain gate. So many people. The 2 of them saw Xiao Beidao at a glance. Fangshi felt stagnant in her heart. Master had lost a lot of weight. The people behind Xiao Beidao looked angry and glared at the speaker. Because the speaker's back was turned to Fangshi could not see the other person's appearance, but could only tell that he was an old man. Master Xiao, the 1-month deadline has come. How have you considered it? See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Some people are dead, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 542. You are too extraordinary. Co Beidao said in a deep voice. Elder Huo, I still say the same thing. Jing Yan's stay or leave is entirely up to his own will, and no one can force him. However, for the sake of the overall situation, he is willing to hand over Ling Yunju to you, and he will have nothing to do with the Wang Fu family in the future. Elder Huo smiled. Master Co, I want Ling Yunju, but I also want Dan people. Co Beidao looked slightly cold. Elder Huo, we have already made concessions, why should we be aggressive? Elder Huo laughed loudly. Master Co, Jing Yan is from the Wang Fu family, why shouldn't I take him back to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan? I admire your love for your apprentice, but you can't be stubborn. If Jing Yan is not handed over, our southern territory will have no choice but to send troops to attack the northern territory. Then all life will be devastated, and this will all be caused by your masters and disciples. If others don't tell you, the other 3 major sects in the northern territory will be very dissatisfied with your Xuanshan sect. Your situation is worrying. Fang Shi was a little puzzled. From what Elder Huo said, the southern territory had already planned to attack the northern territory human race, but they were just looking for a reason. Even if there is no demon to restrain it, the junction of the north and south domains is still a big obstacle. Could it be that they have thought of a solution? Zhang Wen tugged on Fang's eyes sleeve and whispered, Jing Laosi is not here. Fang Shi had discovered it a long time ago and was probably locked up by Co Beidao. Otherwise, with Jing Yan's character, he would probably have given himself up and it would have been over. What a pity, he couldn't understand that Nanya was deliberately looking for trouble. His death will not solve the problem. Without Jing Yan, there would still be Zhang Yan and Li Yan. What Fang Shi is more concerned about is, where are the heads of the other 3 sects? Died. Or pretending to be dead. The Xuanshan sect is like this, why doesn't it show up? Is it out of necessity or is it just to protect yourself? At this time, Elder Huo sneered and said, Master Co, are you waiting for news from the other 3 sects? I advise you to give up. Even if they come, they will only advise you to make friends with others. After all, anyone with a brain can tell which is more important. If your Xuanshan sect doesn't make friends with others, you will be the target of public criticism and be reviled by thousands of people. The veins on Co Beidao's forehead collapsed, and the fists in his sleeves were tightly clenched. He knew what Elder Huo said was right. If Jing Yan is not handed over, the southern territory will use this as an excuse to launch an attack on the northern territory, and then the Xuanshan sect will become the sinner. But, how could he hand over his apprentice? This is almost like asking the apprentice to die. It's not that he didn't ask for help from the other 3 sects, but Bailey Muchen and the others never got a definite answer. He can also understand that this is related to the survival of the northern territory human race, so they naturally have to be cautious. Perhaps they are more inclined to sacrifice Jing Yan to take care of the overall situation. After all, this is the minimum price. But for his master, it means taking his life. Maybe he is not suitable to be the leader of a group and is too emotional. He took a deep breath and said to Elder Huo, besides handing over Jing Yan, you can put forward any conditions. As long as we can do it, we will agree to it. A trace of cruelty flashed in Elder Huo's eyes. Oh, if you put it that way, it's not impossible. As long as you abandon your cultivation, I don't want Jing Yan anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone behind Co Beidao exploded. Huo, don't bully others too much. This is the northern territory, this is the Xuanshan sect, and this is not a place for you to act wild. Don't scare people with big words, and don't talk about whether to send troops or not. If you have the ability, you can show off with me. Ellipsis. Elder Huo's face darkened and he released his pressure. Although a large part of it was removed by Co Beidao, a small part still affected some disciples. Some of those with low cultivation levels felt their chests were tight and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Jun is about to explode when he hears this. My heart said, Master, why are you so weak? Do it with him. Are so many of us still afraid of him? As everyone knows, Co Beidao has his own difficulties. He knew very well that Elder Huo was forcing him to take action. Once he took the initiative, the southern territory would find an excuse to attack the northern territory. This is why there is no reason to commit crimes. That's why he endured it. Sometimes it is harder and more painful to endure than to fight. But for the sake of his disciples, for the Xuanshan sect, and for the people of the northern territory, he must endure it. He waved his hand to signal the disciples of Xuanshan sect to be silent. Elder Huo, is what you just said true? As long as I destroy my cultivation, will Jing Yan's matter be over? Elder Huo was a little surprised. Is the Co Beidao so stupid that he wants to destroy his cultivation? Is it worth it for a disciple? It's not like he only has Jing Yan as his disciple. However, it would be good if Co Beidao could be eliminated. After all, there are only a few people in the northern territory who can take advantage of him. He nodded, of course it's true. Co Beidao stared at him, what you say is unfounded, but what you write is evidence. As long as you write down the document and stamp it with the seal of the Wang Fu family and the Changsheng sect, I will destroy my cultivation. The head is not allowed. Master, don't be confused. Master, you can't do this. Ellipsis. If Zheng Wen hadn't followed Fang Shi through the strong wind and waves, he would have jumped over by now. Master is just an old fool. What's the difference between depriving yourself of your cultivation and having a tiger's teeth pulled out? Since you don't have any minions, why don't you have to be sorted by others? Stupid. So stupid. He turned to look at Fang Shi and saw that although she frowned, she didn't look anxious. Zheng Wen. Could it be that with the 24 solar terms, the genuine master is no longer valuable? Junior sister, if this is the case, I will sever all ties with you. It's not that Fang Shi doesn't care about Xiao Beidao, but she knows that Xiao Beidao can't be so stupid. There is probably a secret to this self-destruction cultivation. It's just that she won't let this happen. Elder Huo saw that Xiao Beidao didn't look like he was joking, so he started drafting documents. If he could destroy Xiao Beidao, he would not be in vain this time. Soon, he wrote it and stamped it. Master Xiao, please. Just as Xiao Beidao was about to take the document, 3 flying boats came galloping from a distance. Hu Wankui, the leader of the beast control sect, said carelessly before he even came down from the gangway. Old Xiao, you are not interesting enough. Didn't you say that we would negotiate with the people in the southern territory when we arrive? Why did you talk about it in the first place? Is it a joke to say that the 4 major sects are in the same spirit? Lu Zhengquan, the leader of Wanjin sect, smiled and said. Yes, Master Xiao, our 4 major sects share weal and woe. Everything must be discussed through discussion. It's a bit unreasonable for you to take over everything. Bailey Muchen, who looked a little pale, said calmly. Master Xiao, Jingyan is not only your disciple, but also our junior, how could we just sit back and watch? You are too outspoken. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 543. Why is the sky full of cows? Xiao Beidao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. The corners of the eyes are somewhat moist. Unexpectedly, they came at the last moment. Still on his side. Fang Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Bailey Muchen and the others would just stand by and watch. If this is the case, her previous plan will have to be changed. There are too many 4 major sects, one is enough. With a little thought, she guessed the reason why Bailey Muchen and the others appeared just now. They wanted to see how far Xiao Beidao could go. If Xiao Beidao himself was not firm in his position, there was no need for them to get involved. This is also human nature. After all, as the leader of a sect, he must plan first and then act. Elder Huo's face looked a little ugly, because the other 3 sects also had people from the southern region visiting him. It was said to be a visit, but in fact it was to put pressure on them to prevent them from getting involved in Xuanshan sect's affairs. Unexpectedly, they came after all. The key is that their people didn't summon us. Apparently he was fooled by these 3 heads. Damn. He sneered coldly. It's good that the 3 of you are here, just to be witnesses. If Master Xiao destroys his cultivation, Jingyan's matter will be wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wankui looked at Xiao Beidao as if he were looking at a pen. Are you short-sighted, or have you been kicked in the head by the beast of your town? Can you agree to such an outrageous condition? Xiao Beidao. Although I know you care about me, what you said is too ugly. Lu Zhengquan bowed his hands to Elder Huo. Elder Huo, we have also heard what happened. Since Master Xiao has agreed to donate the Lingyun Pearl, let this matter end here. Elder Huo sneered. That's it. You're talking lightly. Why? Before Lu Zhengquan could speak, Bailey Muchen said coldly. Why? Of course it's based on ability. Elder Huo, it is true that your cultivation level is higher than ours, but if a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake, it is hard to say who will win and who will lose if we really take action. Elder Huo was furious. It seems that you are not going to drink the wine as a penalty. Okay, just did. Today I will let you see how powerful I, Mr. Huo, am. The situation suddenly became tense and on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, Xingwu came up behind Xiao Beidao and asked in a low voice. Master, where is my little junior sister? She has been in seclusion for such a long time, and it's time to come out. As long as she comes out, this person named Huo will cry and apologize to us. Xiao Beidao. Putting aside the matter of you calling me master, the key point is that Xiaoxi is not in the sect. Even if she were here, she couldn't control the current situation, and she might even be in danger. Ugh. I was in such a hurry that day that I didn't even say a few words. That child was someone who reported good things but not bad things. Maybe he was in a very difficult situation. He has been too busy recently and has no energy to pay attention to the movements of the demon clan. He will wait until Jingyan's matter is dealt with before looking for a chance to inquire. Xingwu saw that Xiao Beidao was silent, so he muttered to himself, believe in Fangxi and you will have eternal life. Believe in Fangxi and you will have eternal life. His master Hu Wankui was so angry that he kicked him out. Disgraceful thing. That girl from Fangxi is capable, but obviously there is nothing she can do this time. Otherwise, would she still be able to come out? Recently, a new member of the demon clan, Zhu Wuyu, is amazingly talented and has extraordinary talents. Compared with her, this girl Fangxi pales in comparison. I heard that Zhu Wuyu advocated an alliance between the demons and the Northern Territory humans, but there was no further explanation. Maybe he'd just released the wind to confuse them. After all, the Northern Territory humans and demons are incompatible, how could they really form an alliance? After Xingwu was kicked away, he happened to land next to Fangxi and Zhun Wen. He saw Zhun Wen gloating about his misfortune and was about to curse, then he saw Fangxi. His eyes suddenly lit up. He mouthed silently, little junior sister. Fangxi. I'm so embarrassed. My breath has changed. Can you still recognize me? Now that he recognized it, there was no point in denying it, so he had to signal Xingwu to be silent. Xingwu now felt confident. The back is straight and straight. Isn't he the elder of the Southern Territory Changsheng sect? Exclamation mark. What's so great about it? As soon as my little junior sister takes action, I will make you cry and regret it. He didn't doubt why Fangxi appeared here. The junior sister was very resourceful and she must have her own plans. Fangxi felt that the situation was almost over, so she sent a message to her father, the Demon King, asking him to contact Xiao Beidao and the other 4 immediately to tell them about the alliance. The Demon King was really obedient. He immediately sent a message to Xiao Beidao and the four of them after receiving the message. The wording is very polite, and it probably means that although the demons and the northern humans are somewhat at odds, the southern humans are now ready to make a move, and they should be on the same front. Therefore, we plan to form an alliance with the Northern Territory human race to be good neighbors and friendly, exchange what we need, and unite and help each other. Xiao Beidao and the other four were knocked unconscious by this big pie. How crazy is the Demon King? Why do you suddenly want to form an alliance with them? But then I thought about it, because of Shen Zhilan's advice, the passage between the southern and northern regions was not only widened several times, but also had a concealment effect, which indeed indirectly posed a threat to the demons. It's not surprising that the Demon King has this idea. Xiao Beidao was thinking, could this be caused by his precious apprentice? During this period of time, he had focused all his energy on Jing Yan and did not pay attention to the movements of the Demon Clan. Especially after Feng Shi sent him a message, he knew that she was fine for the time being, so he paid no attention to it. Others in the Xuanshan sect knew about Zhu Wuyu, but no one could say that at this time. So Xiao Beidao still doesn't know that his precious apprentice is thriving in the Demon Clan and has become a princess. Elder Huo saw that Xiao Beidao and the four people had obviously relaxed, and felt a little drumming in his heart. What happened? At this moment, a crisp voice came from behind. Hey, could it be that I have been in seclusion for too long and the world has changed? Why are there so many cows in the sky? Just as Zhang Wen was about to speak, Xing Wu rushed to say. Someone is bragging. They're bragging to the sky. If they continue to brag, the sky may not be able to contain it. Zhang Wen. You wild senior brother, do you have the right to speak? Exclamation mark. How shameless. Elder Huo turned his head angrily and saw a little girl walking over slowly, followed by two losers. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen had already taken the antidote and restored their original appearance. Many people shouted in surprise, Feng Shi. It's Feng Shi. It's the junior sister who has come out of seclusion. It's junior sister Feng Shi. Ellipsis. Jiang Ji, Pei Zhou and Rong Zheng ran over quickly, and the other three direct disciples of the sect also gathered around. Like the stars holding the moon, they gathered around Feng Shi asking questions. No one is curious as to why Feng Shi appears here. Does the junior sister need to explain to them what she is doing? Feng Shi said with a smile, brothers and sisters, we have plenty of time to reminisce about old times. I will have a few words with Elder Huo first, and then we can have a good drink. Everyone spontaneously moved out of the way, and Feng Shi walked up to Xiao Beidao and others. Master, three uncles, can I have a word with Elder Huo? Although Xiao Beidao was surprised that his little apprentice suddenly appeared, he finally felt at ease when he saw her face was rosy and bouncing around. Now that the Demon King has agreed to form an alliance and his young apprentice has returned safely, he feels a little more relaxed. Zhang Wen, who was ignored the whole time. Master, I'm here. I'm one step away from the nascent soul. I'm out. Look at me, look at me. Look at me. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 544. Xiao Beidao actually saw Zhang Wen, and when he saw that he had no missing arms or legs, he didn't want to look at him a second time. Not to mention the others, all their attention was on Feng Shi. After all, the enemy is facing us, who has time to watch him? Zhang Wen comforted himself, after the junior sister finished dealing with the man named Huo, everyone would naturally notice that his cultivation level had soared. He is not afraid of being late for a good meal, and he is not in a hurry. At this time, Feng Shi had already stood in front of Elder Huo and looked at Elder Huo dozens of times. Elder Huo was stunned by her look. What are you looking at? Feng Shi wondered, looking like a human being, why don't you speak human language? Elder Huo was immediately furious. How presumptuous. If it weren't for your youth and ignorance, I would definitely teach you a lesson. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so please step back quickly, otherwise you won't blame me for being rude. Feng Shi said with a smile. I was young, but I wasn't ignorant. Whether this person has experience or not has nothing to do with age, just like me and you. Elder Huo. Are you going around the corner and calling me ignorant? This stinky girl is really hateful. Originally, he maintained his identity and didn't want to take action against Feng Shi, but now he was so angry that he didn't care so much and used pressure to cover Feng Shi. Xiao Beidao and the four others had been watching, and they immediately took action at the same time to resolve Elder Huo's pressure. Zhang Wen looked on and thought to himself, are you superfluous? Exclamation mark. This little pressure is a piece of cake for the junior sister. However, he was still doing his best there. Recording. He is already a mature 5th senior brother, and he knows what he should and shouldn't do without having to be told by his younger junior sister. Mainly a sensible person. He felt that the junior sister was about to start performing. Sure enough, Feng Shi said with an angry look. Elder Huo, you took action against the junior during the negotiation process. Is this what your Changsheng sect does? Is this what you do in the southern region? I understand. In your eyes, I, Feng Shi, our Xuanshan sect, even our entire northern territory are just ants in your eyes. You can trample on us if you want, and kill us if you want. You don't regard us as human beings at all. You came here this time in the name of helping the Wang Fu family to acquire people, but in fact it is just a cover. Even if we hand over 4th senior brother to you, you will still find other reasons to anger us. Once we take action, you will have reason to raise troops to attack our northern territory humans, right? An invader actually wants to give himself a high-sounding excuse. Do you think everyone is blind? Or do you think that people in later generations will not have the ability to distinguish right from wrong? Now that you have become a robber, don't even think about having people sing your praises again. Elder Huo's face turned green and white. He never expected that Feng Shi would reveal their conspiracy. After all, in his opinion, even if people in the Northern Territory knew what was going on, they would not dare to say it because they were afraid of angering the Southern Territory. Before he could speak, Fang Shi continued. What, you didn't expect me to dare to tell you your conspiracy? There are so many things you didn't expect. Do you think our Northern region is afraid of your Southern region? Are you afraid that you will really raise troops to attack us? Wrong, big mistake. The reason why my master is so nice to negotiate with you but always gives in is because he is greedy for life and afraid of death. Do not. This old man is doing it for the overall good. The Southern Territory human race and the Northern Territory human race are both human races, and they should watch and help each other instead of fighting each other. Once the two sides fight, there will be a loss of life and mourning everywhere. No one with a conscience wants to see this scene. So, my master and my three uncles are all showing maximum tolerance, but in your eyes, do you think this is weakness? If you conclude from this that we are afraid of you and dare not confront you head on, then you have really underestimated the integrity of our Northern Territory human race. Even if our resources are indeed inferior to yours and our cultivation is weaker than yours, the Northern Territory is our home. No matter how powerful the invaders are, we will definitely let them go and never return. Anyone who bullies our Northern Territory will be killed. Anyone who tramples on the dignity of our Northern Territory will be killed. Anyone who offends our Northern Territory will be killed. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, Xingwu raised his arms and shouted, "Kill!" Everyone in the Northern Territory had already been excited, and now they all roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Zhang Wen, who was recording. Is your wild brother addicted to stealing my life? However, he couldn't care about this now, and quickly followed suit and shouted, "Kill!" Although Xiao Beidao and the other four did not shout along, their eyes were firmer than ever before. The kid Fang Shi was right, the Northern Territory was their home, and even if the demons didn't agree to form an alliance, they would definitely stick to their homeland. Even if they are attacked by the Southern Territory humans and demons at the same time, they will never back down. Elder Huo and the people he brought with him were frightened by the loud shouts of death and took a few steps back. This is the momentum. Even though they knew that the people in the Northern Territory would not kill them, they were frightened by this situation and felt timid in their hearts. Elder Huo finally put away his contempt and arrogance and looked at Fang Shi in disbelief. A little girl who hasn't even had haircuts yet. Just a few words inspired the fighting spirit of these people. It can be said that every word is bloody and every sentence is heartbreaking. Fang Shi raised his hand and pressed it down, and the loud shouts of killing stopped instantly. She looked at Elder Huo and said calmly, "Elder Huo, we in the Northern Territory have made our words clear. You don't have to think of ways to anger us anymore. If your Southern Territory wants to send troops, then go ahead. Welcome to our Northern region. Please come back." Elder Huo stared at Fang Shi and sneered, "Okay, very good, you Northern Territory just wait to bear the wrath of our thunder." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Wangkui grinned widely. "Huo, listen carefully, we and the demons have reached a consensus and will sign a friendship alliance soon. If you in the Southern region have the guts, send troops, and then we will see who wins." Elder Huo staggered and looked at Hu Wangkui in disbelief. "What did you say? Aren't the demons and the Northern humans always incompatible? How could there be an alliance?" Hu Wangkui kindly repeated. "By the way, the alliance can be formed this time thanks to Lang Yinyuan's mediation. If there is a fight, Lang Yinyuan will definitely join the war." Elder Huo tried his best to stay calm, but his face still turned pale. As an elder of the Changsheng sect, he is very aware of Lang Yinyuan's strength. A Lang Yinyuan is even more powerful than the four major sects. This battle cannot be fought. Thinking of this, he forced out a smile. "Headmaster Hu, all headsmen, I have always said things in a hurry. After all, I am entrusted by others, so it is inevitable that my words will be a little extreme. I hope you don't take it to heart. Since Jing Yan doesn't want to go back to the Wang Fu family, forget it. It won't be too late when he wants to go back. I'll take my leave now. We will see you later." After saying that, he turned to leave. Fang Shi chuckled, "Wait. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 545 From now on, you can just call me Fang Papi." Elder Huo looked at Fang Shi. "What's the matter?" Fang's eyes face suddenly turned cold. "You bully my master, humiliate my sect, trample on my northern region, and just say something a little too exaggerated and be done with it. If I just let you go like this, others would think there is no one left in my northern region." Elder Huo suppressed the anger in his heart. "What do you want?" "First, apologize to my master. Second, compensate our Xuanshan sect for its losses." Elder Huo gritted his teeth. "I can accept the apology to Master Xiao. After all, my previous words were a bit extreme, but I didn't destroy your Xuanshan sect's items. Why should I compensate for the loss?" Fang Shi was speechless. "Because of your provocation and coercion, we wasted a lot of time. Fortunately, you are still an elder of the Changsheng sect. Don't you know how precious time is to cultivators? Time is our life. If you waste our time, you are seeking wealth and murder. Logically speaking, you should pay with your life, but considering that it is not easy for you to live to such an old age, let's pay for your life with money." Elder Huo. He was so angry that he was about to retort when Fang's eyes body flashed with brilliance and he immediately sat cross-legged and meditated. It turned out to be an epiphany. "Elder Huo. You scold me a lot and you still have an epiphany. Is there any reason for this?" Junwen finally found the opportunity to make a conspicuous bag and said hurriedly. "What does my little junior sister's epiphany mean? It shows that our northern region has heaven's help, but your southern region has been abandoned by heaven. This is the way to get more help and the wrong way to help less." Many people looked at Junwen, especially Xingwu. The little words are so strong. Is it possible to gain knowledge by being in seclusion? Elder Huo was like a chameleon. his expression changing. Want to leave? Obviously no way. But it would be too shameful to apologize and compensate. When he was suffering, Fang Shi came to an epiphany. Only then did everyone notice that her cultivation had reached foundation establishment perfection, and she was only one step away from forming a core. Everyone thought it was normal for her not to form a pill after her enlightenment. Forming a pill requires consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as sufficient spiritual energy. It is not that easy to succeed. Fang Shi felt very happy. Because the green golden elixir in Danshan turned blue, it was one step closer to golden color. She stood up and said to Elder Huo, "For the sake of helping me gain enlightenment, I'll give you a discount. You can just compensate us with million low-grade spiritual stones." "Elder Huo, is your discount a fracture? How dare you want it? One mouth is 100 million. He sneered, "Impossible." Fang Shi blinked. "Impossible, nothing is impossible with me. If you don't give it, I will have to keep you as guests in Xuanshan Sect. Then make what happened today public and let the world know to what extent our northern territory was bullied by your southern territory." 818 novel. If the crusade against the southern territory is what the people want, then we can only follow the trend and unite with the Demon Clan and the Dao Clan to attack the southern territory. Don't think that we can't do anything to you because of the natural danger at the junction of the north and south domains. Just because we, the human race, can't do anything, doesn't mean that the Demon tribe and the Tao tribe can't do anything about it. By then, our northern territory humans will have exclusive control of the southern territory and divide the northern territory between the Demon tribe and the Dao tribe. I believe they will be very satisfied. I think the Changsheng sect is good. From now on, our four major sects won't need to separate, we will just settle down in your Changsheng sect. Elder Huo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This hasn't happened yet, and you are already thinking about occupying our Changsheng sect. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why do you gain people's trust when you have no proof?" Zhang Wen hurriedly shook the photo stone in his hand. "The evidence is here. Don't worry, I recorded several copies at the same time." Elder Huo. "What about the negotiation here, but the video recording over there? Why are all your Xuanshan sect so weird?" He knew that he could not bear the consequences. So, he gritted his molar teeth and apologized to Xiao Beidao, and then started to collect money. He and his followers collected a total of 6,000 million spiritual stones. Fang Shi looked pitiful. "Elder Huo, you are also an elder of the Changsheng sect, why are you so poor?" He couldn't even get out million spiritual stones. How pitiful. Elder Huo. Who doesn't know that your Xuanshan sect is the most poor sect in the northern territory, yet you actually laugh at me for being poor? Fang Shi blinked and said, "If you don't have spiritual stones, you can use other things to pay for it. Herbs, elixirs, spiritual weapons, and talismans are all fine. I guarantee that I will give you a fair and reasonable price." Elder Huo's eyes were red with anger. This Fang Shi is really bullying. And NNBSP, but there is nothing we can do. His cultivation level is indeed higher than that of Xiao Beidao and the others. If he wants to leave by force, he can do it, but what about the followers he brings? The key is that he is afraid that if Beiyu really uses this incident as an excuse to send troops, the Changsheng sect will definitely push him to take the blame. That's not a matter of million spirit stones. So even though he was groaning in anger, he still took out all the valuable things he had on him. So are the followers. In the end, there was still a shortfall of 2,000 million spiritual stones. Fang's eyes fell on Elder Huo. "Elder Huo. No, you won't let me take off your clothes, right? Elder Huo, for the sake of helping me realize my enlightenment, I won't force you. You can just pay the IOU. Elder Huo. Why don't you call me Fang Shi instead, Fengbapi? In the end, I still wrote an IOU of 2,000 million yuan. Elder Huo also had an epiphany. If he could turn back time and see this dead girl appear, he should turn around and leave. What a painful realization. He gritted his teeth and said, "Give me the image stone." Fang Shi pursed her lips towards Zhang Wen, and Zhang Wen gave Elder Huo 10 image stones. Elder Huo. Recorded 10 at once. You were so well prepared. Elder Huo crushed all 10 image stones into powder, and then nodded to Fang Shi. "Fang Shi, you're doing a great job. The Green Mountains will never change, and the green waters will always flow. We will have another chance to meet in the future." Fang Shi chuckled and said, "Elder Huo, you still owe me 2,000 million spirit stones. Of course, there is still a chance to meet." Elder Huo. This breath can't go up or down. If he hadn't been strong in cultivation, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Then I heard Fang Shi say, "Elder Huo, we are destined to meet each other. I will also give you a gift. Please keep it." With that said, he handed Elder Huo a communication talisman. Elder Huo looked suspicious. What does "give me the messenger" mean? Could it be that the dead girl is scared, so you are ready to reconcile with him privately? Don't think too much. I'm giving you the talisman to facilitate my payment later. Elder Huo. Oh my god, come and hit me with thunder, just kill me. I can't stand this torture anymore. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Some people are dead, but not completely dead. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 546. Boy, your information is a bit behind. Elder Huo really didn't want to listen to Fang Shi anymore. Every word she said made his heart bleed. He was a wealthy elder when he came here, but he became a pauper when he returned. A pauper with 2,000 million in debt. No, to be precise, he is a pauper with a debt of 800 million. Because his entourage also helped him collect 800 million spiritual stones. He tried his best to maintain his last bit of dignity as an elder of the Changsheng sect, bowed his hands to Xiao Beidao and others, got on the flying boat, and galloped away. As soon as he got on the flying boat, he quickly swallowed a lot of pills. If it were later, you would be afraid that he would vomit blood. Feng Shi. Ignorant child, I remember you. Just wait and see. As soon as he thought of this, the communication talisman inside the storage ring started to tremble. Sent by Feng Shi. Elder Huo didn't want to answer it because he really didn't want to hear that demonic voice that penetrated his brain. But after thinking about it, I finally put my spiritual consciousness into it. Feng Zai's smiling voice came from inside. Elder Huo, I know you don't have a good impression of me now, but people are around each other. Maybe as time goes by, you will think I'm smart and cute. Elder Huo. How shameless do you have to be to say such a thing? He continued to listen. Elder Huo, if you fail to get things done this time and return to the Changsheng sect, you may be criticized. I will give you a clear path. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist, so you can blame the Wang Fu family. If they hadn't had to ask your Changsheng sect to come over and help with the request, there wouldn't be anything happening today. Not only should they take the blame, but they should also compensate you for your losses. I believe that considering the strength of their family, 1,000,000 spiritual stones is not a large amount. You can even ask for more to make up for the trauma in your soul. Of course, you may think that I am sowing discord, but you are. Right. I'm just sowing discord, you can do what you want. Elder Huo. Never seen such a brazen person. To be able to talk about the conspiracy so confidently. However, after much thought, he decided that what Feng Shi said made sense. Why should he take the blame? Why should he bear the loss of 1,000,000 spiritual stones? This matter was clearly instigated by the Wang Fu family, and they should take the blame. Just as he made up his mind, the messenger talisman trembled again, and Feng Zai's voice came from inside. Elder Huo, do you think my method is good? Do you really want to thank me? We are all family members, so we don't need to be too distant. When I go for a stroll in the southern region another day, just show your kindness as a landlord. Elder Huo's nose almost turned crooked. Who is your family member? Do you still dare to come to the southern region? Aren't you afraid that your corpse will be gone? What a bummer. On the other side, Feng Shi put away the communication talisman and greeted everyone with a smile. Hu Wangkui grinned widely and said, "You little girl is really good at talking, you can stand up to thousands of troops by yourself. If you had come out of seclusion earlier, your master wouldn't be so worried." Feng Shi said with a smile. Uncle Hu, I don't dare to take credit. The main reason why Elder Huo gave in was because the demons formed an alliance with our Northern Territory human race. By the way, why did the demons suddenly form an alliance with us? Hu Wangkui stroked his beard and said, I'm also wondering, could it have something to do with Lang Yin Yuan's Zhu Wuyu? A few days ago, she persuaded the demon emperor to form an alliance with us. When it comes to Zhu Wuyu, don't you not like hearing it? That little girl is more patient than you. She became the holy aunt of the blood demon clan at a young age, and she also worshipped the 24 powerful masters of Lang Yin Yuan. Given time, she might be the island owner of Lang Yin Yuan. By the way, the demon emperor also adopted her as his adopted daughter. She can be said to be a perfect darling of the demon clan with all the favors in one body. Feng Shi looked surprised. That Zhu Wuyu is so powerful. Then I really can't compare to her, she is so powerful. If I have the opportunity to meet her in the future, I will definitely learn from her. The only insider on the scene, Zheng Wen. At this moment, someone came galloping through the mountain gate. His hair was spread out like a madman. It was Jing Yan. Jing Yan's eyes were red, his cheeks were sunken, and he was holding his own spiritual sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. He plopped down and knelt down in front of Xiao Beidao. Master, I know how hard you have worked, but you and the Xuanshan sect cannot be brought into injustice just because of me. I am willing to go back to the Wang Fu family with them. After a while, when they arrived, the disciple left with them. Don't worry, my disciple has figured it out. Although my life is worthless, my junior sister is right. My life is not only my own, but also yours and that of the Xuanshan sect. Therefore, I will live well and we will meet one day in the future. After saying that, he kowtowed to Xiao Beidao. Everyone. Boy, your information is a bit behind. Elder Huo had already returned home, taking with him a heavy 2,000 million IOU. Feng Shi had a look of relief on her face. Her previous efforts were not in vain. Although the fourth senior brother still wore the skin of decadent beauty, he at least knew how to cherish life. Zheng Wen's focus is, why did Jing Laoxi's cultivation become a golden elixir? Or the 8th level of golden elixir? Although it's a little worse than him, isn't this improvement too fast? Combined with his red eyes and disheveled hair, I had a guess in my mind. Jing Laoxi was so anxious that he fell into the devil's path. Otherwise, there is no way to get rid of the guards and run here. Fortunately, now that the demons and humans have formed an alliance, it doesn't matter if they fall into the devil's path. When he was thinking wildly, Xiao Beidao helped Jing Yan up. The matter has been resolved. Elder Huo has returned to the southern territory. Xiao Beidao simply explained the matter, and Jing Yan looked blank. Master, is what you said true? After receiving a positive answer, he smiled and then fainted. Xiao Beidao quickly stuffed a pill into Jing Yan's mouth. Soon, Jing Yan woke up. But his eyes were a little dull, and he asked Xiao Beidao again. Again and again. Zheng Wen stepped forward and gave Jing Yan 2 ear scrapers. Jing Yan replied this time. Mainly because it really hurts. But now that he was happy, he didn't bother to settle the score with Zheng Wen. He solemnly bowed and kowtowed to Hu Wangkui and the others, thanking them for their help. Feng Shi was even more pleased now. Fourth senior brother now even understands the ways of the world. It's not easy, it's not easy. Finally, Jing Yan stood in front of Feng Shi and called, junior sister, with red eyes, but said nothing. Feng Shi said with a smile. Fourth senior brother, let's stop thanking each other. I just came out of seclusion and am about to starve to death. Let's go in and eat. Everyone was amused by her words and surrounded Xiao Beidao and the four of them as they walked into the mountain gate. Fang Shi Pian followed Xiao Beidao, and suddenly her knees softened and she knelt on the ground. Fang Shi. It's that familiar feeling. I'm home now. Next chapter, around 10:30. _left previous home index next _right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 547. Why is the stingy patriarch so generous today? Fang Shi became the focus. Everyone looked at her. Fang Shi was not panicked at all, let alone embarrassed. She looked at the plaque on the mountain gate with a pious look on her face. Thank you, Patriarch, for protecting me, Xuanshan Sect, and the people of the Northern Territory. Disciple Fang Shi kowtows to you. Xiao Beidao just woke up from a dream and knelt down to kowtow and thank his ancestor for his blessing. Others also knelt down and kowtowed. Even Bailey Muchen and the others led the disciples to respectfully perform the junior salute. After all, he is not a disciple of Xuanshan Sect, so it is not appropriate to kneel down. The three characters of Xuanshan Sect on the plaque shone brightly, and the people present felt as if they were bathing in the warm sun, feeling indescribably comfortable. A few people even advanced on the spot. Hu Wankui blurted out, "Oh my god. Patriarch Xuanshan actually blessed us." Everyone was overjoyed and looked at Fang Shi with gratitude. If Fang Shi hadn't taken the lead to kneel down, they wouldn't have thought of this at all, thanks to her. Fang Shi. Why is the stingy patriarch so generous today? She suddenly remembered the jade box given to her by her ancestor, and quickly took it out, but still couldn't open it. She suddenly didn't want to talk. He is very generous to others, but he is stingy to her. All those kowtows she gave him were in vain. Ugh. She hasn't counted them yet, and she doesn't know how close they are to 81. Fortunately, she originally said 81, but now she has to say 1. Fang Shi trembled and quickly followed Xiao Beidao and others into the mountain gate. After everyone arrived at the main hall, Xiao Beidao ordered people to serve tea, fruit and snacks, and also had people prepare a banquet. Fang Shi found an opportunity to ask Bailey Muchen, "Uncle Bailey, why do I see that your face doesn't look good? Are you injured?" Bailey Muchen felt very uncomfortable looking at her concerned eyes. If he could predict what would happen next, he should have accepted this little girl as his apprentice instead of that white-eyed wolf Shen Jilin. He sighed, "A lot of things happened during your retreat. You can find out by asking your master when you have time." When Fang Shi saw this, he didn't ask any more questions, but just told him to pay more attention to his health. Bailey Muchen felt even worse. At this time, his third disciple Mo Shiyun pulled Fang Shi aside, lowered his voice and said angrily, "Junior sister Fang Shi, it's all the fault of that white-eyed wolf Shen Jilin." Then Mo Shiyun told Fang Shi what happened. Even though Shen Jilin did many wrong things, Bailey Muchen only grounded her, and the food and clothing expenses were as much as the training resources. After all, he still had a little hope in his heart, thinking that Shen Jilin might be able to repent and start a new life. 2 months ago, an elder named Zhang came from the Changsheng sect and said that he had some connection with Shen Jilin's elders and wanted to see Shen Jilin. Bailey Muchen couldn't refuse, so he had Shen Jilin brought to the main hall. Unexpectedly, Elder Zhang said that he was interested in Shen Jilin's top water spirit root qualifications and wanted to accept her as his disciple and take her to the Changsheng sect to practice. How can there be any reason to steal someone's apprentice in this world? Moreover, there is also a dispute between the southern and northern territories. So Bailey Muchen politely refused. In addition, it was also specifically stated that Shen Jilin was a guilty person, and it was impossible to let her leave the Hunyuan sect until some things were verified. That Elder Zhang sneered again and again, made wild remarks, and proposed to compete with Bailey Muchen. If he loses, he turns around and leaves. If he wins, Bailey Muchen will have to hand over Shen Jilin to him. Bailey Muchen naturally would not agree, but he did not expect Elder Zhang to take action directly. Bailey Muchen had no choice but to fight. Although Bailey Muchen's cultivation level was slightly inferior to Elder Zhang's, they could tell the difference in a short period of time. She never expected that Shen Jilin would suddenly throw a heavenly hurricane talisman towards Bailey Muchen, causing Elder Zhang to seize the opportunity and give Bailey Muchen a slap in the face. Although Bailey Muchen avoided the vital point, he still suffered internal injuries and vomited blood. Immediately afterwards, Elder Zhang used the teleportation talisman to escape with Shen Jilin. Mo Shiyun gritted his teeth and said, "I heard that Shen Jilin quickly made meritorious deeds after arriving at the Changsheng sect." According to the method she proposed, the passage between the South Territory and the North Territory was not only widened several times, but also had the effect of concealment. Otherwise, Southern Territory would not have sent Elder Huo to threaten your Xuanshan sect. Fang Shi suddenly realized no wonder Nanyu suddenly wanted to take action. It turned out that the passage problem was solved. At this time, someone finally noticed Zheng Wen's cultivation. Discovered by Xing Wu. Zheng Wen. It's ironic that the person who cares about him the most is actually his lifelong enemy. He wanted to make a fuss, but thinking of Fang's eyes warning to him before, he said rather modestly, "During the retreat, I realized several sword movements, so my cultivation improved quickly, but my foundation is not stable, and I need to stabilize it." Xiao Beidao was immediately relieved that Lao Wu had made great progress. It's true that those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black. This is all the credit of Shaoxi. Therefore, he looked at Fang Shi with a pleased expression. "Zheng Wen. Master, are you squinting? What do you think the little junior sister is doing? Look at me." However, he was more concerned about Jiang Ji's reaction. Senior brother Jiang Ji was really happy for Zheng Wen and patted him on the shoulder. "Fifth junior brother, well done." The second senior brother Pei Zhou took out a fan and fanned it. "It's okay, I've been focusing on the talisman and seal script recently, otherwise I would have been dead by now." Third senior brother Rong Zheng silently took out a book of sect rules and handed them to Zheng Wen. Fifth junior brother, you just beat fourth junior brother without any reason, which violated section 30 of Rule No. Junwen. Fortunately, he wasn't pretending. If he were, the third senior brother would probably give him a stack of Sect rules. Jing Yan said, congratulations, with red eyes and had nothing else to say. Junwen. Okay, you talked to me at least, and you are worthy of me. At this time, someone asked about Jing Yan's cultivation level, but was distracted by Feng Zai's gag, and then the topic was brought to the alliance between the humans and the demons in the Northern Territory. She and Junwen had different views. She felt that Jing Yan was not possessed by madness, but because of the Lingyun Pearl. Although everyone knows that Lingyunju is a treasure, knowing it is one thing and getting it verified is another, so it is better to avoid it. The conversation quickly shifted from the demon clan to Zhu Wuyu, and some even compared Zhu Wuyu with Feng Shi. Bailey Muchen and the others were a little worried that Feng Shi would be unhappy at first, but they soon discovered that not only was Feng Shi not unhappy, but he was also praising her so hard that he almost turned Zhu Wuyu into a flower. The three of them couldn't help but nod. Feng Shi is such a good kid. Be broad-minded and thoughtful. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 548 Where do you put me as a grandfather? Bailey Muchen and the others quickly shifted the topic to the Southern Territory. This time Elder Huo returned in defeat, and the demons have signed an alliance with us. The Southern Territory should be quiet for a while. Yes, so we must quickly implement the covenant with the demons to avoid long nights and nightmares. Ellipsis. While they were discussing, Feng Shi weakly raised her little paw. Master, can I say a few words to the three uncles? Hu Wankui grinned widely and said, Shashi, you are too polite. Just say what you want. Feng Shi immediately said, Master, three uncles, the best defense is to take the initiative to attack. Elder Zhang of the Shangsheng sect forcibly took away Shen Jilin, a criminal from the Hunyuan sect, and also injured Uncle Bailey. Is this the end of the matter? Isn't this a slap in the face to our Northern Territory? Therefore, we want Nanyu to give us an explanation. If they can't come up with a satisfactory answer to us, we will unite with the Tao tribe and the demon tribe to attack them. Didn't they build a channel? Build one and dismantle the other. People from the Southern Territory came over and strangled each one to death. Let's see if they dare to come to the Northern Territory to show off the power in the future. Xiao Beidao and the four others were all stunned. In their inherent knowledge, the Southern Territory is powerful and invincible, and all they can do is defend. Can you actually take the initiative to attack? Yup. Why not? They have now formed an alliance with the Demon Clan and the Tao Clan, and can compete with the Southern Territory. Thinking about the cowardice I had experienced before, I immediately decided to do it. Of course, they don't really want to attack the Southern Territory, but they just want to put pressure on the Southern Territory. Feng Shi has another plan. Shen Jilin is now enjoying herself in the Changsheng sect, but once there is an attack in the Northern Territory, the Changsheng sect will think she is a trouble. Her situation was less optimistic. The best strategy for using troops is to attack the heart. The four of Xiao Beidao immediately began to discuss the details, and Feng Shi found an opportunity to send a message to Xiao Beidao. The general meaning is that Bailey Muchen and the other two people came all the way to help, so they can't let people go home empty-handed. Why not divide the 6,000 million Strud stones she blackmailed from Elder Huo equally, that is, give each family 500 million Strud stones. Although Xiao Beidao felt very sad, he also knew that what his apprentice said made sense. If someone comes, it's a favor, but if they don't, it's a duty, so you have to show it. Otherwise, if something happens next time, they may not be willing to contribute. Besides, by collecting this money, Elder Huo's resentment will be evenly shared, and the relationship between them will be stronger. Therefore, after discussing the business, Xiao Beidao said with a smile, Three of you, thanks to your help this time, Elder Huo was able to retreat despite the difficulties. As the saying goes, the 6,000 million spiritual stones compensated by Elder Huo should be shared equally among the four families. Bailey Muchen, the three of them all looked confused. Xiao Pixiu has changed his gender. I wish I could split a Bigu pill into 8 pieces, but I can be so generous. The three people quickly declined, and finally accepted after Xiao Beidao's repeated insistence. After lingering for a whole night, Bailey Muchen and the others said goodbye. Xiao Beidao didn't stay too much because it was a troubled time and it would be safer for Bailey Muchen and the others to go back and take charge of the sect. They left, but all the relatives found various reasons to stay. Although they had some preaching to scare Rong Zheng, as long as he could be with his junior sister, it wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't until the next night that Xiao Beidao had the opportunity to call Feng Shi and Jun went to the study to ask what happened. After Feng Shi opened the isolation array, she recounted her experience in the Demon Clan. All that can be said has been said. Of course I didn't say anything that couldn't be said. For example, things about the Tiank Alliance, such as the fact that she is the master of Langyunyuan Island, and the fact that she has a dead ghost grandpa with her. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he fell to his knees with a plop. Master, I secretly worship 24 more masters without your permission. I'm sorry for your teachings to me and your love for me. Please punish me. Jun Wen also quickly knelt down, because he also made 1/12 of the mistakes of his younger junior sister. He worshipped 2 masters. It would be false to say that Xiao Beidao didn't mind at all. No one was willing to share his precious apprentice. And not just 1 or 2, but 24. His precious apprentice is so capable that he directly brought him back 24 solar terms. But he also knew that Feng Shi had no choice but to do this. And in the long run, there are advantages and no disadvantages to worshipping more masters. Therefore, he helped Feng Shi up with both hands. Disciple, you are also doing this for the Shuanshan sect and the Northern Territory. What's wrong with that? Don't say that you have worshipped 24 masters. Even if you have 240 masters, they will not be angry with you. Fang Shi said with a crying voice, Master, I knew you wouldn't blame me. You were so kind to me. Ellipsis. Zheng Wen, still kneeling on the ground. Hey. When you are acting out the deep love between master and disciple, can you take a look at me? Do I have no sense of existence? Fortunately, Xiao Beidao still thought of him and said mildly. Lao Wu, get up too. You've made progress this time. Zheng Wen immediately threw away the little resentment in his heart. Master praised me. Master really loves me. It's just that we love deeply and implicitly. Just like Master treats Jing Laosi normally, but at the critical moment, he would rather destroy his cultivation to save him. As for the junior sister, it's normal to favor her little. Who doesn't like a little girl who is smart, clever, awesome and can talk? If he were the master, he would also favor the younger junior sister. Next, Fang Shi began to offer treasures. Although Xiao Beidao was mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as well as the mountains of magic crystals. What they knew was that the little apprentice went to the demon clan to gain experience, but those who didn't know thought she was going to purchase goods. Fang Shi only kept a small part, and the rest was all given to Xiao Beidao. Xiao Beidao was moved to tears, but refused to ask for anything. The master and the disciple fought hard, but Xiao Beidao only accepted a very small part. When Fang Shi saw that Xiao Beidao refused to accept it, she didn't force it. When the master needed it, she would give it to him as well. Zheng Wen also gave Xiao Beidao a lot of good things, but Xiao Beidao only kept a small part. When he came out of Xiao Beidao's courtyard, Zhu Xihun in the Blood Demon Order sneered coldly. Didn't you say that those things were kept on me? Why did you give them all to Xiao Beidao just now? Where do you put me as a grandfather? Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Grandpa, I have always kept you in my heart. Still at the top of my heart. Blood-devouring world. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 549 1/1 Shining Jing Jing. Although Zhu Xuan knew that Fang Shi was playing tricks, most of his anger had dissipated. After all, my good granddaughter has never said such things to anyone else. He was the only one who lived in her heart. Fang Shi continued, Grandpa, I was indeed a little careless just now. I shouldn't have directly offered to give things to my master. I should have consulted with you first. After all, with your magnanimity, you will definitely allow me to give the things to my master. Don't worry, I will definitely change it in the future and won't make such a mistake again. If Fang Shi keeps quibbling, Zhu Xuan may be very angry, because people like him don't like others playing tricks in front of him. But now that Fang Shi has admitted her mistake obediently, he is not so angry anymore. Okay, it's just this once, it won't happen next time. Fang Shi immediately started to blow a rainbow fart. Blood-swallowing world was originally a floating fart, but now it was even more floating. If it wasn't blocked by the roof, it would have flown into the sky. The remaining anger of Zhu Xuhun also disappeared. Okay, that's what I said, I am only a granddaughter like you, what's mine is yours. From now on, you can give it to whomever you want, and I won't stop you. While talking, Fang Shi returned to his yard. As soon as she opened the door, Fang Shi saw a large group of spirit sword shadows hiding in the corner and watching her. Fang Shi didn't see these things last night. She probably went to look for Zheng Wen to play with. She said with a look of disgust. Go away, go and find my 5th senior brother. Don't be an eyesore to me. The spirit sword phantoms immediately swarmed forward, as if they wanted to fight Fang Shi against San Lily, and then they retreated in dejection. Because Fang Shi had an extra stack of explosive charms in his hand. Fang Shi was about to force them to get out, when Zhu Xuan inside the Blood Demon Order said excitedly. My dear granddaughter, I didn't expect you to have such a good thing here. This is a great supplement. As long as I swallow these sword powers, my cultivation will increase. Before Zhu Yanhuan finished speaking, a golden pig suddenly jumped out and rushed towards the ghostly figures of the spiritual swords. The phantoms of the spirit swords were frightened and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. The golden pig wanted to run out and chase him, but was kicked back by Fang Shi. Eat, 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 you will know how to eat all day long. It's like the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Zhu Xuan was so angry that he cursed loudly, and Golden Pig covered his ears with 2 pig hooves. Don't listen, bastard chanting. Not to mention, it is still rolling on the ground looking for Fang Shi to eat. The sword power is gone, then eat the magic talisman. That old Piao who can't speak human language is fine too. Fang Shi, family members, who understands? Exclamation mark. Others cultivate immortality, but I raise a pig. Fang Shi finally fed the golden pig a thick pile of magic talismans before getting rid of it. Zhu Yanhuan gritted his teeth and said, what's the point of raising such a fool? Fang Shi looked helpless. Grandpa, I don't want to raise it, but as you saw, it can run out on its own, and I don't even know where it is hidden. Are you knowledgeable enough to know what the hell this is? The well-informed Zhu Yanhuan. If I knew what the hell this was, I would have fixed it long ago. So that you don't have to eat me all day long. He immediately changed the topic. When will you go to the Southern Territory? Grandpa, the time is not yet ripe, so we have to wait. Speaking of the Southern Territory, Grandpa, I want to ask you for something. What's up? Grandpa, you also know that there is a big gap between our northern and southern human races, especially our direct disciples. So, starting tomorrow, can you point them through me? Zhu Xuan said impatiently, how can I have that free time? I might as well sleep when I have this time. Fang Shi said with a smile, Grandpa, I don't want to trouble you, but who in the world has your vision and experience? Others can only see the surface, only you can hit the nail on the head and let them make a qualitative leap in a short time. Not to mention others, even Grandpa Second is a long way behind you. Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything and I'll find another way. Zhu Xuan was silent for a moment. Actually, it's not good to sleep too much. You have to balance work and rest. Then I will reluctantly point out those little bastards. Fang Shi was also embarrassed. Her cheap grandfather is just a docile donkey, so he has to be coaxed. From that day on, Fang Shi spent most of his time competing with Xingwu and others, and then inadvertently giving them tips. Fang Shi knew the blood-devouring world was powerful, but she still refreshed her knowledge once again. It stands to reason that there is a big difference between the skills of demons and humans, but this point is not worth mentioning here in blood-devouring world. He only needs a few glances to find the opponent's weaknesses and ways to improve, and never misses a beat. After Zhu Xuan's guidance, Xingwu and others felt enlightened, and many people advanced one after another. No one doubted the irrationality of this matter because they had an obsessive trust in Fang Shi. Sin Fang Shi's eternal life is not just talk. Third senior brother Rongzheng was also among them, but he frowned and wrote furiously every day after practicing. Xing Shaman of the Beast Control Sect, who violated the stipulations of Article 20, clause, of the Sect rules, shall be punished with 10 days of confinement and copying the Sect rules 10 times, and execution shall be suspended. Wanjian Sect Ling chanting violated the second paragraph of the 30 rules of the Sect and shall be punished with 3 days of confinement. The execution is suspended. Hunyuan Sect Mo Shiyuan violated the provisions of paragraph, of article, of the Sect's rules and shall be punished with 5 days of confinement. The execution is suspended. Zheng Wen, a direct disciple of Shuangshan Sect, violates the provisions of article, section, of the Sect rules. He should be fined 1,000 spiritual stones, copy the Sect rules 20 times, and execution is suspended. Pei Zhou, a direct disciple of Shuangshan Sect, violates the provisions of clause 18 of article, of the Sect rules and shall be sentenced to 10 days of confinement. The rules shall be copied 10 times and execution shall be suspended. Ellipsis. Rongzheng wanted these people to receive their punishment directly, but after seeing Fang Shi bringing the golden-haired Suanyi over, he gave up this idea. The last time he bathed in the golden-haired Suanyi's saliva was so sour and refreshing that he could still remember it freshly. That's all, let's give them credit first. When the junior sister goes into seclusion next time, he will ask them to repay the debt. He felt that he had made a big concession until one day, Fang Shi handed him a thick stack of tickets. All the rules listed above are the rules he violated. He was not convinced and argued with Fang Shi. Then came another pile of fines. He was still not convinced and continued to argue with Fang Shi. Another pile of fines came out. Ellipsis. In the end, he got a half-sack penalty. Let's put it this way, if it is carried out, he will be bankrupt and be imprisoned until death. The light in Rongzheng's eyes disappeared. The light will not disappear, but will be transferred to the eyes of Xingwu and others. Twinkle twinkle little star. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival everyone, see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 550, the credit is all mine, and the blame is everyone else's. Rongzheng suddenly felt that the sect rules were meaningless. Because every rule he saw reminded him of the half-sack ticket, and his head was buzzing. Dreaming every night is a ticket. Still practice incense. If he wants to practice, he will continue to practice until he dies. Xingwu and others suddenly felt that the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and even breathing became easier. She has to be a junior sister. This is called repaying the person's body with the way of the person. During this period, Fang Shi found an opportunity to talk to Jingyan alone. Fourth senior brother, is your improvement in cultivation related to Ling Yunju? Jingyan nodded. On the day Elder Huo came, Master locked me up in advance. I was so furious that I spurted out a mouthful of blood, which splashed on the Ling Yun pearl. I fainted at that time. After I woke up, my cultivation level improved several levels. But I haven't figured out what exactly happened. Jingyan said and took out the Ling Yunju and handed it to Fang Shi. Fang Shi took it in his hand and turned it over several times, but didn't see anything special. At this time, blood-devouring Huan in the blood demon order clicked his tongue. This kid is going to be unlucky. Fang Shi was shocked and asked quickly, Grandpa, what do you mean by this? This bead is called the soul-eating bead. As time goes by, his entire soul will be swallowed by this bead. Fang Shi was shocked. Grandpa, did you see it wrong? This is the Ling Yun pearl of the Wang Fu family, not the soul-eating pearl you mentioned. If it was really the soul-eating pearl, why were the Wang Fu family so eager to snatch it? They're so short-sighted. Fang Shi. However, when she saw that Zhu Xuan's words were true, she believed it in her heart. Although blood-devouring world is sometimes inconsistent, his vision and experience are indeed unmatched. It is estimated that people from the Wang Fu family did not know the true nature of Ling Yunju and thought it was a good treasure. Grandpa, I can't just watch the fourth brother die. Do you have any solution? Zhu Xuan immediately said. Those who refine soul-eating pearls have only one purpose, and that is resurrection. The other party should be in a similar situation to me, both in a state of remnant soul, but I don't bother to use such destructive methods. There is not just one soul-eating bead, there are 5 in total, corresponding to the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once all 5 soul-eating beads have devoured the complete soul, the opponent can use secret techniques to restore life. Fang Shi wondered, then why did my fourth senior brother's cultivation level soar? Zhu Yanhuan sneered coldly, because resurrection has relatively high requirements for the soul, your fourth senior brother's cultivation level is too weak, so you will help him improve his cultivation level. The other party is just raising pigs, waiting for them to be fattened before they can be slaughtered. Grandpa, what if Ling Yunju is destroyed now? Now that your fourth senior brother's soul has become associated with the other party, if the soul-eating bead is destroyed, his consciousness will be severely damaged. The lighter ones may lead to stupidity and madness, while the severe ones may lead to death. Not to mention destroying the soul-eating bead, even if he leaves the soul-eating bead for too long, his consciousness will be damaged. There is only one way to solve this hidden danger, and that is to find the owner of the soul-eating pearl and kill him. If his soul dies, the soul-eating pearl will naturally be ineffective. After hearing this, Fang Shi felt a little discouraged. The north and south regions were so big, where could they find the owner of the soul-eating pearl? She even regretted that if she had known that Lingyun pearl was what kind of soul-devouring pearl it was, she should have given him this broken pearl when the Wang Fu family first sent people to ask for it. Didn't she indirectly harm fourth senior brother? When Zhu Xuan heard her words, he burst into laughter. Your personality is not like mine. My principle is that all the credit belongs to me and the blame belongs to others. You're so stupid that you blame yourself. Isn't this short-sighted? Besides, this soul-devouring bead has a special feature. It must be bound to the person whose soul is devoured before the age of 3. In other words, your fourth senior brother has already been soul-devoured. If nothing else, just his half-dead look shows that his soul has been damaged, but most people can't see it. Fang Shi suddenly realized that it was no wonder Jing Yan had a gloomy and unstable temperament. It turned out that he had already started to be soul-eaten. Zhu Xuan explained, you are good at everything, but you like to take responsibility for yourself too much. You have to learn from me, be unambiguous in critical moments, and love whoever you want in normal times. How come you are happy? How come you are happy? No matter what morals or rules he has, it's all bullshit. Besides, you are not the Tao of heaven, and you are not the god of demons. Where do you get so much sense of responsibility? You are just a little girl, there is no need to live such a tiring life. Listen to Grandpa, you are almost in age now, let's go down the mountain to visit the kilns and houses. You should also see this colorful world and experience the love between men and women, and don't be so tired from living all day long. Fang Shi. What you said before was quite true, but why did it change later? Is that the kind of place you want to visit? However, she felt that what Zhu Xuan said had some truth to it. She cared too much about Xiao Beidao, her master, so even if it was his apprentices and her senior brothers, she didn't want to see any damage to them. So there is some concern and chaos. She didn't bother to expose Zhu Yanhuan's words. If he was really as free and easy as he said, he wouldn't stand up in times of crisis. When people are alive, they inevitably shoulder some responsibilities. Even if you don't care about it at ordinary times, it will push you forward at critical times. There is no turning back. Although sometimes I feel like a bad person in retrospect, at least I have a clear conscience. Fang Shi looked at Jing Yan while writing a short composition in her mind. Jing Yan saw that Fang Shi had been looking at Ling Yunju and did not disturb her. He just sat there and concentrated on carving a bunny for Fang Shi. Fang Shi felt warm in her heart. Even if it wasn't for her master's sake, the fourth senior brother was worthy of her overcoming obstacles for him. She handed Ling Yunju to Jing Yan. Fourth senior brother, I haven't seen anything yet. When I have time, I will go to the library and look through it to see if there are any relevant records. Jing Yan has a sensitive mind. Although Fang Zai's facial expression didn't change just now, Jing Yan still noticed some clues. Little junior sister, if you have anything to say, just say it clearly. I can bear it. Fang Shi didn't know for a moment whether to praise Jing Yan for his delicate mind or to worry about his overthinking personality. She hesitated for a moment and then told her everything Zhu Huan had told her. Fourth senior brother, I also accidentally saw these in an ancient book. Maybe I made a mistake. This is not the Lingyun pearl, but the soul-eating pearl. Jing Yan smiled. Little junior sister, what you said should be right. Although I have no definite evidence, I vaguely noticed that after my cultivation level improved, my soul was a little unstable, and I felt a sense of intimacy and dependence on this bead. I know this isn't normal, but you've been too busy lately, so I haven't had time to mention it to you. Blood-devouring world in the Blood Demon Order couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder he was selected by the soul-eating pearl. It's interesting. Next chapter around 10:30. Chevron_left previous home index next Chevron_right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 551. This doesn't seem to be the junior sister's style. Fang Shi curiously asked Zhu Yanhuan. Grandpa, why do you say that? The average person's cultivation level has skyrocketed long ago. If they hear you say that this bead is not a good thing, their first reaction will be to suspect that you're wrong, and they may even be unhappy. But this guy immediately confirmed your guess. First, it shows that he trusts you. Second, it shows that he has long been suspicious. It is very rare to be able to remain vigilant under such a huge temptation of soaring cultivation level. The most important thing is that he has been devoured by the soul, but he can still have such a character. It is really not simple. However, the hosts selected by the soul-eating beads are all people with outstanding qualifications, otherwise they would not be able to bear the soul-eating beads constantly eating away at the soul. Fang Shi felt that Zhu Xuan's words made sense. She had indeed underestimated Jing Yan before. To be precise, attention was focused on his paranoia and gloominess, and his strengths were ignored. Fang Shi thought of this and asked Jing Yan. Fourth senior brother, where do you think we should go to find the owner of the soul-eating orb? When Jing Yan heard that she used we instead of you, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the little rabbit that had not yet finished carving. He didn't want his junior sister to be in danger, but he longed for this warmth in his heart. So I feel very conflicted. How fine is Fang Shi? He immediately made a guess and said with a smile. Fourth senior brother, do you have any clues? You know my character, and I will definitely not sit idly by. Even if you hide it from me, I will find out sooner or later. Jing Yan heard what she said and then said, the Wang Fu family will not look for Lingyun pearl for no reason. Either they mistakenly think that Lingyun Pearl is a treasure, or... Before he finished speaking, Feng Zai's eyes lit up. Fourth senior brother, do you mean that the owner of Lingyunju is in the Wangfu family? Or that the people in the Wangfu family were under his instructions? As long as we follow this line, we can find him, right? Jing Yan nodded, yes. Feng Shi stood up and said excitedly, Fourth senior brother, you are so smart. I think your guess is very reasonable. The first time the Wangfu family sent someone, they just said they wanted the beads back. This time Elder Huo came, but he had to ask you to go back too. There is obviously something wrong with this. Mostly it has something to do with the owner of the beads. It was probably the first time that Jing Yan was praised by someone. His face felt a little hot and even his ears turned red. The blood-devouring Huan in the Blood Demon Order clicked his tongue and said, this boy is quite innocent, but among your senior brothers, Peizhou doesn't look like a good thing. If you are looking for a son-in-law, eliminate him first. Feng Shi. She ignored Zhu Xuan and said to Jing Yan. Fourth senior brother, since this matter is related to the Wangfu family, let's find a way to get to the Wangfu family. Jing Yan raised his head and looked at Feng Shi. Little junior sister, I know you do your best for me, but I want to solve this matter myself. Don't they want me to go back? Then I will go back. Then we'll look for opportunities to look for clues. When I have a clue, it won't be too late for you and Master to help me. Of course Feng Shi knew that Jing Yan didn't want her to be in danger, so she said with a smile. Fourth senior brother, even if there is no such thing as the soul-eating pearl, I still want to go to the Southern Territory. Although after we signed the contract with the demons, the Southern Territory temporarily stopped. But our relationship with the demons is not stable. Once there is a recurrence, the Southern Territory will attack again. Therefore, it is still necessary to solve the problem fundamentally. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be victorious in any battle, so I have to go for a walk in the southern region to get more information. Besides, Elder Huo still owes me 2,000 million spiritual stones. I have to go and collect the debt to prevent him from defaulting on the debt. Jing Yan felt that what Feng Shi said were all excuses, and she just wanted to help him. Therefore, I still found reasons to refuse. Feng Shi nodded, okay, I won't go then, you can handle it yourself. Jing Yan. Although this is what he hopes to hear, why does he feel empty in his heart? There is also a sense of unreality. This doesn't seem to be my junior sister's style. Feng Shi said that she was tired and sent Jing Yan away. As soon as Jing Yan left, she began to think about her next plan. The Wangfu family must go. But she couldn't take the initiative to go, and neither could Jing Yan. Let the Wangfu family come to invite Jing Yan, come to beg Jing Yan. She thought for a few times and took out Elder Huo's communication talisman. Elder Huo, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are doing well. After a long while, the messenger talisman started to tremble. Feng Shi probed her consciousness into it, and Elder Huo's voice came from inside, what's the matter? The subtext is to say something quickly and fart quickly. Feng Shi said with a smile. Elder Huo, I have nothing to do, I just want to care about your financial situation. After all, we have a special relationship. Hehe, actually what I want to ask is, has the Wangfu family compensated you? Elder Huo almost lost his breath after hearing this. What is a special relationship? Isn't it just a dead relationship? However, when the Wangfu family was mentioned, he became angry. After returning to the Changsheng sect, he followed what Feng Shi said and put the blame on the Wangfu family. But he overlooked one thing, that is, the Wangfu family also had connections in the Changsheng sect. Therefore, he was only half blamed. In the end, he was punished by the sect for not doing things well and was fined 5 years of cultivation supplies. Not to mention his depression. The key is that the Wangfu family only symbolically compensated him with 1,000 million spiritual stones, and he had to fill the remaining holes himself. It really makes no sense. It was not easy for him to tell others about these complaints. He probably felt uncomfortable holding them in, so he told Feng Shi by some mistake. Although I regretted it after saying it, there was nothing I could do to remedy it. Feng Shi quickly sent messages, and there were several of them. The first few posts are all curses for the Wangfu family, let alone Huo. Elder Huo listened very happily. Among other things, Feng Shi was really good at swearing. What a great scold. So relieved. In the last message, Feng Shi said, Elder Huo, the Wangfu family has gone too far, we must give them some color. Isn't the situation at the border between the north and the south very tense recently? Are you in the southern region a little panicked? You must be reluctant to hand over Shenzhen to quell our anger in the northern territory, so why not let the Wangfu family be the unlucky guy? Let them prepare generous gifts to apologize to our Xuanchen sect. At that time, this generous gift will cover the debt you owe me. Although I have no good intentions, you have also benefited, haven't you? We are all in cahoots. What do you think of this approach? Elder Huo, you don't have to be so sincere. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 552 I'm too naive. Although Elder Huo did not want to have anything to do with Feng Shi, he had to admit that he was tempted. It can fill the hole and let out bad breath at the same time, why not do it? After weighing it several times, he still agreed to Feng Zai's proposal. Zhu Yanhuan sneered at Feng Zai's behavior. Your method is too troublesome. If I were to kill the Wangfu family directly, force them to hand over their people. If they don't hand it over, they will be killed without leaving any trace of their armor, and even their hairless little mice will be strangled to death. Feng Shi said with a smile. Grandpa, you have advanced cultivation and have no rivals in the world. How can I compare with you? When I become more powerful in the future, I will kill anyone I don't like. Not to mention their mice, even their earthworms were dug out and chopped into pieces. Zhu Yanhuan, you are more ruthless than me. Fang Shi didn't care about Zhu Xuan's arrogance, but little black ball couldn't stand his arrogance. It said to the little fat bird. Old Ape really doesn't know anything. Our master has a lot of beauty in his chest, a world in his belly, and is strategizing. What the hell does he know? He was arrogant, and now he has turned into our Piao. The unscrupulous master is quite tough on us, why are we so tolerant of him? The little fat bird's mung bean eyes were full of disdain. You can't even understand this. Because he is useful. If not for anything else, if it hadn't been for him, my mother would never have known that the Lingyun pearl was the soul-eating pearl, let alone the solution. So, you are not convinced that someone has the right to be crazy and arrogant. Hold it in. Little black ball. I shouldn't expect you, a silly bird, to have a common language with me. Fang Shi chatted with Zhu Xuan for a few more words and then came to see Xiao Beidao. Although she didn't want her master to worry about Jing Yan, she really couldn't hide this matter from Xiao Beidao, otherwise he wouldn't allow her to go for a walk in the southern region. When Xiao Beidao saw Fang Shi, his smile turned into a flower. Xiaoxi, you came just in time. Master has asked someone to buy you some clothes. Do you like them? As he spoke, he took out several sets of brightly colored clothes as if he were offering a treasure. In his opinion, a little girl should dress like a rainbow to look good. As soon as Fang Shi saw the material used in these clothes, she knew they were expensive. One set could cost several hundred sets like the one Xiao Beidao wore. Her heart warmed, and she immediately took the clothes to measure them, her eyes filled with joy. Seeing that she liked it, Xiao Beidao suddenly felt that the clothes were not expensive at all. Seeing the deep love between their master and apprentice, Zhu Xuan said sourly. Look at how worthless you are. Those things you gave him could buy tens of thousands of sets of clothes. Fang Shi just pretended that she didn't hear anything, and still showed joy with her new clothes. What a coincidence, Zhongwen came at this time. Seeing the clothes placed next to Fang Shi, his eyes were full of envy. Xiao Beidao's partiality returned for a moment, and he felt that he had gone too far. So, he took out some old clothes that he had worn and said, Lao Wu, as the saying goes, wear something old rather than something new. These clothes are master's favorite, and they are all given to you now. Zhongwen looked at the clothes that were worn a little translucent. Apart from anything else, this dress is definitely very cool to wear. However, he still happily accepted it. In any case, there are no other four. This is the exclusive favor given to him by the master. Fang Shi couldn't bear it anymore and decided to buy a few more sets of clothes of the same material for her master and senior brothers. However, let's get down to business now. She didn't avoid Zhongwen either. After all, the fifth senior brother knew too much, so this was no different. Master, there is something I want to tell you. It's not a good thing, but it's not too bad either. Please be mentally prepared. Xiao Beidao laughed after hearing this. Xiaoxi, my teacher is not as fragile as you think. Let's talk about what happened before. I agree that self-destruction is just a temporary measure. Master a secret technique that can create the illusion that your cultivation is completely destroyed. In addition, in order to let Elder Huo relax his vigilance, I deliberately lost weight for half a month. Fang Shi. Zhongwen. Even the blood-devouring world in the Blood Demon Order was shocked. Are all humans so cunning now? Fang Shi was cautious about Xiao Beidao's words. The secret method might be true, but it would not be enough to lose weight. It was just to make her feel at ease. However, she did not expose it and said with a smile. Master, I feel relieved to hear you say that. Then I'll just say it. The Lingyun pearl owned by my fourth senior brother is probably the soul-eating pearl, and it has already begun to devour his soul. To solve this problem, the only way is to find the owner of Lingyunju. The fourth senior brother and I both guessed that this person was related to the Wangfu family, so the fourth senior brother and I had to go to the Wangfu family. Xiao Beidao frowned. He already cared deeply for Jing Yan, but now he felt that this child was in trouble and had a bad fate. In addition, he felt even more sorry for Fang Shi, his young apprentice. Originally these were things that he, the master, should worry about, but now they all fell on her shoulders. Xiaoxi, master knows that you are smart and capable, but this matter is no small matter. Not only is the Wangfu family like a dragon in a tiger's den, but the Shangsheng sect will also be detrimental to you. After all, you have offended Elder Huo before, and with Shen Shilin's instigation, the Changsheng sect will definitely take action. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Fang Shi said with a smile. Master, I have acquaintances in the Wangfu family, and with the current tense situation in the northern and southern regions, they don't dare to do anything openly. If they were playing dirty tricks, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. Because I'm more sinister than them. As for the Changsheng sect, you don't have to worry. Elder Huo is already colluding with me. If there is any trouble, he will inform me. Xiao Beidao. Putting aside everything else, Elder Huo has been cheated out of millions trichal stones by you, so he can still tip you off. Is he crazy or stupid? Fang Shi immediately told her about the interrogation with Elder Huo. Xiao Beidao. I am too naive. I thought you were asking him for the summons talisman just to collect debts. Open black lens bracket continue at 10:30 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 553, Junior Sister, you can't do it without me. Fang Shi continued. Master, I believe that Elder Huo should be able to put the Wangfu family on the fire, so that they have to step in to quell the anger of our northern territory. At that time, they would come to our Xuanshan sect with generous gifts to apologize. Fourth senior brother and I happened to follow them to the Wangfu family for a stroll. When I get to the Wangfu family, I will try my best to adapt to changing circumstances. I know you are worried about me, but I can get along well in the demon clan, so the southern territory is no problem. Xiao Beidao was silent for a long time and then said, Shaoxi, since you have made complete preparations, master will not stop you. It is only my incompetence as a master that makes you shoulder a heavy burden at such a young age. Master, I am sorry for you. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Master, you may have misunderstood. I did share some things for you, but I don't think it's a burden. I enjoy it. For example, when I went to the demon clan this time, I encountered no danger at all. It was no different from going to buy goods. Besides, it's so boring to stay inside the sect all the time. The colorful world outside is more suitable for me. My life motto is, life never stops, and trouble never stops. Xiao Beidao. Zhang Wen helped. Yes, master, others are miserable when they go undercover, but my junior sister becomes someone else's princess when she goes undercover. What else do you have to worry about? Besides, there's me. With me protecting my little junior sister, no one will hurt her even a hair. Xiao Beidao. Fang Shi. Zhang Wen scratched his head. Master, little junior sister, why do you look at me like this? You all know the character of fourth senior brother. If you expect him to cooperate with junior sister, you are worse than expecting a pig to climb a tree. So, I have to follow you. Having said this, he looked at Fang Shi. Little junior sister, can you honestly say that we have a tacit understanding of our cooperation? Not to mention anything else, let's talk about Elder Huo. Not only did I take the initiative to videotape him, but when I handed him the photo stone, I secretly kept a piece of it. Let's just say this was done beautifully, wasn't it? Is it to your liking? Besides, Jinglao's 4 souls have already begun to be swallowed up by the soul-eating beads. If they are not saved, they will do some involuntary things. What if you don't have a helper by your side? Junior sister, you can't do it without me. Fang Shi. She really missed the 5th senior brother who looked disgusted with her back then. However, she felt that what Zhang Wen said made sense. Jing Yan's character is too introverted, even paranoid and gloomy. You really can't count on him for some things. Otherwise, why don't you bring 5th senior brother with you? Leng Budding, Zhu Yanhuan in the Blood Demon Order said. Take him with you. These 2 fools are very talented in swordsmanship. Maybe you will have a chance if you go to the southern territory. Fang's eyes heart moved. Zhang Wen was indeed very talented in the sword formation. He might be able to steal a lot of valuables back from the southern region. So, he immediately said to Xiao Beidao, Master, what the 5th senior brother said makes sense, then let him come with me. Since Xiao Beidao had already agreed with Fang Shi to go to the Wangfu family, he naturally would not object to Zhang Wen's additional head following him. Zhang heard that his master and junior sister agreed, and his heart was filled with joy. I can go wandering with my junior sister again. That is really good. He is now 1 step away from becoming a nascent soul. If he stays in the sect, he doesn't know how long it will take him to take this step. But if you follow your junior sister, you might become a nascent soul cultivator soon. The other 3 heads can only envy and hate him. There is no way, who makes him the most sensible. Besides, he was the first to meet his junior sister, and they fell into the mine together and were almost killed by Zhu Jianju. They have experienced life and death. No one else can compare. In the little junior sister's heart, besides master, it's him. All the 24 solar terms and all the cheap stuff have to be put aside. He is the person who is in the heart of my little junior sister. Although he was very upset in his heart, he looked quite calm on his face. This is a critical moment, and master cannot be allowed to catch the little tail. Xiao Beidao couldn't help but nodded. Lao Wu was much calmer than before. Just follow him. After Fang Shi and Zhang Wen left, Xiao Beidao went to find Jing Yan alone. When facing this 4th disciple, Xiao Beidao was cautious every time. He considered every word in his heart before uttering it, for fear that any words would make his disciple worry too much. This time too. 4th, master already knows about the soul-eating pearl, don't be afraid or worry, there will be a solution to everything. Besides, there's your junior sister too. She is smart and clever and can definitely help you find the person behind the scenes. When you go to the Wangfu family this time, remember to listen to your junior sister, she will definitely not harm you. Jing Yan lowered his head and said, Master, I have taken note of all your words. Even if you don't tell me, I will still listen to my junior sister's arrangements. Even if she asked me to die, I wouldn't hesitate at all. Xiao Beidao. Listen, is this human? If Lao Wu said this, I would just kick him while I was flying. But what the 4th child said, then, just say it. Xiao Beidao coughed twice. In this case, I feel relieved, but there's still a long way to go in life, so don't die easily. By the way, let Lao Wu go with you this time. Although he has no ability and is stupid, he is reliable and can help with running errands and passing on messages. Jing Yan smiled self-deprecatingly. Master, the 5th junior brother is not stupid. He and his junior sister went to the demon clan before, right? Xiao Beidao was startled. Although he tried his best to hide it, Jing Yan still got the answer from his fleeting shocked expression. He smiled. Master, are you wondering why I know this? In fact, I also guessed. First, according to the personalities of the little junior sister and 5th junior brother, it is impossible for them to stay in seclusion for such a long time. Second, the time when Zhu Wu was born was too close to the time when the junior sister went into seclusion. Moreover, the age and behavior styles of the 2 people are too similar. Thirdly, the 5th junior brother and the younger junior sister often get together and murmur, and it seems that they have been together recently. Fourth, the junior sister reminded us intentionally or unintentionally when we were discussing. Obviously her eyesight and experience have improved by more than 130 points. This cannot be achieved by retreat. Fifth, Xiao Beidao. Lao Lu, you thought you were hiding everything perfectly, but in the end, you became a sieve here. After Jing Yan listed the doubts, he said, Master, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, I don't have any jealousy towards the 5th junior brother, so you don't need to deliberately belittle him in front of me. Human fingers are still long and short, let alone the friendship between brothers and sisters. The fact that my junior sister and 5th junior brother are willing to take risks in the southern region for me is enough to make me burst into tears. How could I possibly think about something that is not there? Master, from childhood to adulthood, you have put a lot of thought into me, and I understand that. It's just that sometimes I get into trouble and think wrong, but I am the disciple you taught me, and I will not embarrass you in matters of right and wrong. Xiao Beidao's nose felt sour, and he burst into tears immediately. He was really worried that Jing Yan would be jealous of the friendship between Jian Wen and Feng Shi, so he deliberately disparaged Jian Wen in front of Jing Yan. Unexpectedly, he was the one who got distracted. Jing Yan is a child who is indeed sensitive, paranoid and gloomy, but in fact he is simpler and more sincere than anyone else. As long as you are nice to him, he will be 100 times nice to you. Happy National Day everyone, see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip, you can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 554, just 3, who do you look down on? Xiao Beidao patted Jing Yan on the shoulder. Master made a mistake. Master, I want to apologize to you. Jing Yan's eye circles were also red, and he only choked and called, Master, and couldn't say anything. After a while, the master and apprentice calmed down. Xiao Beidao warned Jing Yan again, and Jing Yan sat there and listened quietly, with a gloomy look on his face. Xiao Beidao. You were still buzzing just now, why are you starting to mourn again? Xiao Beidao had no choice but to preach to his 4 disciples about the value of life, and almost made Jing Yan swear not to commit suicide. In the end, his mouth went dry and he finally changed to Jing Yan, yeah. Xiao Beidao. It would be nice if the personalities of Lao Wu and Lao Si could be harmonized. After Jing Yan left, Xiao Beidao began to send messages to Bailey Muchen and the others, which probably meant to continue to put pressure on the Southern Territory. Originally, among the 4 leaders, Bailey Muchen had the most say, but now it was Xiao Beidao. The reason is very simple, I have a good apprentice. Not to mention anything else, the 3 of the direct disciples are still relying on Xuanshan Sect. Therefore, the 3 of them had no objection to Xiao Beidao's proposal and immediately followed it. With the continuous pressure from the Northern Territory and the fanning of the flames by Elder Huo, the Wangfu family was pushed out to take the blame. Wangfu Wenlian, the eldest elder of the Wangfu family, personally led a team to Xuanshan Sect to apologize. This is the second time Wangfu Wenlian has come to Xuanshan Sect. The last time he came to ask for someone, not only could he not bring Jing Yan back, but the Wangfu Dong and Wangfu Yao he brought with him were also defeated by Feng Shi. It could be said that he was angry and holding back his anger. But one thing is good, that is, he didn't break up with Xiao Beidao last time, so he came here bravely. The last time he came, Xiao Beidao personally went outside the mountain gate to greet him. This time he only sent Elder Hai to lead people to greet him. Although Wangfu Wenlian was angry, it was hard to say anything. After all, he was here to apologize. If Xiao Beidao could not be made to relent, life would be difficult for the Wangfu family. When they arrived at the main hall, Xiao Beidao just said a few polite words and did not stand up to greet him at all. Wangfu Wenlian suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a smile, Master Xiao, let me get straight to the point. There have been many misunderstandings about Yansa before, especially the elder Huo of the Changsheng sect some time ago who may have misunderstood the intentions of our Wangfu family, so his words and deeds were a bit extreme. I came here specifically to apologize. To show our sincerity, we brought some gifts. This is the gift list. Xiao Beidao took the gift list, looked at it, and estimated in his mind that there were almost 3,000 million spiritual stones. In the past, he might have been a little excited when he saw so many spiritual stones, but now he has calmed down. After all, his apprentice gave him too much. It's only 3,000 million, but you still want to deal with our Xuanshan sect. Who do you look down on? So he smiled and said, Great Elder, our Xuanshan sect has a weak foundation. We have never seen such a heavy gift, so we cannot afford it. Please come back. Wangfu Wenlian. Is this too little? What a huge appetite. However, his gift list was originally just a test, so he immediately said, Master Xiao, I haven't finished what I just said. In addition to this gift list, I also brought a big gift to your sect. He said and took out a very simple alchemy furnace from the storage ring. Master Xiao, this is the alchemy furnace that our Wangfu family obtained in a secret place. The bottom of it is engraved with the words Taishu Heaven Turning Furnace. We have had someone identify it and found out that this alchemy furnace is a very rare heaven-level spiritual weapon and can be said to be priceless. This time, in order to express the sincerity of our Wangfu family, we will give this furnace to your sect, and we hope you will accept it. Xiao Beidao was really a little surprised. The heavenly level alchemy furnace was a good thing that could only be found but could not be obtained. How could the Wangfu family be so willing to do it? Everyone else's eyes also fell on the alchemy furnace, except Feng Shi. She was live broadcasting the current situation to Elder Huo, especially repeating Wangfu Wenlian's previous words. Elder Huo was so angry that he cursed loudly. Why did I misunderstand the intentions of your Wangfu family? What does it mean that my words and deeds are excessive? What a fart. Feng Shi comforted her without any sincerity. Elder Huo, you and the Wangfu family have a relationship of mutual use. Just say a few words to him. He brought out a broken alchemy furnace and said it was a Taishu Heaven shaking furnace. Do you know this thing? Elder Huo immediately replied. Haha, others don't know that I don't know the details of this thing. When the Wangfu family got this Taishu Heaven shaking furnace, they almost went crazy with joy, but in the end they couldn't refine it at all. They privately asked Elder Meng of our Changsheng sect to help check, but Elder Meng took a look and found that the furnace was not turned on at all. Do you understand what turning on the furnace means? Just like a sword needs to be sharpened, the heaven-level alchemy furnace must be opened before it can be used. But this Taishu heaven-shaking furnace was not turned on for some unknown reason, so it was a defective product. They're fooling your Xuantian sect into thinking you are a fool. When Fang Shi heard this, she knew what was going on. So, he secretly summoned Xiao Beidao and explained the matter. On the one hand, Xiao Beidao was angry because of the Wang Fu family's deception, but on the other hand, he felt that Elder Hua was a very good person. You really know everything and can't explain it in detail. He immediately sneered and said, Great Elder, your Wang Fu family took an unopened alchemy furnace to apologize to us. Are you apologizing or provoking? You really don't take our Xuantian sect seriously. Come, see off. When other people in Xuantian sect heard this, they immediately became angry. Does the Wang Fu family think their Xuantian sect is a fool? Is it really unreasonable? Wang Fu Wenlian panicked. Only a few people knew that the Taishu heaven-turning furnace was not turned on. How could Xiao Beidao know? I originally thought of recycling waste, but now it's self-defeating. However, now is not the time to worry about this, it is still important to find a way to calm Xuantian sect's anger. So he hastened to say, Master Xiao, you misunderstood. This alchemy furnace is just a sidekick, this sky sword is our sincerity. As he spoke, he took out a sword box from the storage ring, opened it carefully, and took out a sword. The cold light shimmers, making people feel chilly in their hearts. Wang Fu Wenlian's heart was bleeding. He had made adequate preparations just in case, and the sky sword was used as a support. However, he felt that the people in the Northern Territory had limited knowledge and would never notice that the Taishu heaven-shaking furnace was not turned on. Even if they did find out in the future, they could still deny their knowledge. Unexpectedly, it was revealed on the spot. What the hell? Open black lens bracket continue at 10:30 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 555 I would never say such nonsense in my dreams. Fang Shi thought this sky sword was good, but to be on the safe side, she asked Elder Hua for confirmation and received a positive answer. So, she secretly winked at Xiao Beidao. Xiao Beidao knew what was going on. However, there was a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Great Elder, this sky sword is indeed good, but you also know that our Xuantian sect has 10,000 sword walls, so spiritual swords are not too rare for us. Wang Fu Wenlian. Not something too rare. You are not afraid of the wind flashing your tongue. All the spiritual swords from your 10,000 sword walls bundled together are not as good as this sky sword. In anger, he poured spiritual energy into the sky sword, and the blade of the sky sword immediately emitted a faint blue light. The spiritual swords of many people present began to become restless, and if they were not suppressed by their spiritual consciousness, they would probably make a buzzing sound. Wang Fu Wenlian sneered in his heart, now do you know the extraordinary power of the sky sword? For your Xuantian sect to be able to obtain such a treasure, it is like smoke rising from the ancestral graves. He still had a tone that was nothing more than that. It's really cheap and good looking. When he was feeling somewhat proud, the blue light on the sky sword suddenly dissipated, and then began to tremble violently. If Wang Fu Wenlian hadn't held it hard, he might have let go. Xiao Beidao frowned. Great Elder, is there something wrong with your sword? Otherwise, it's like someone suffering from epilepsy. It's just twitching when there's nothing wrong. Wang Fu Wenlian. Xiao Xiao tilde 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 zhang 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 tilde tilde men men men. Wang Fu Wenlian didn't want to speak like this, but the Kangqiong sword trembled so violently that he even spoke with a vibrato. He had no choice but to put the sky sword back into the sword box, close the lid, and finally it stopped shaking. He took a deep breath. Master Xiao, I don't know why the sky sword behaves like this, but I can swear to God that this sky sword is the treasure of our Wang Fu family. If it weren't for the purpose of apologizing to your faction this time, we would be reluctant to take it out. If you are still not satisfied, our Wang Fu family cannot come up with anything better. As soon as Xiao Beidao heard this, he knew that this was the bottom line of the Wang Fu family, and sighed. That's all. Although our Xuantian sect is not short of this, in order to avoid the loss of life in the northern and southern regions, let's put an end to the previous matter for the time being. Logically speaking, Wang Fu Wenlian should be happy that the matter was settled. But I can't be happy at all. Because he has been passive since he arrived at Xuantian sect, even the Kangqiong sword that supports him has gone wrong. What made him even more angry was that Wang Fu Yao had been staring at Fang Shi from Xuantian sect for hundreds of times, and he was still staring at her. He was confused. This boy in the Southern Territory had never been a womanizer before, so why was he so fascinated by Fang Shi? Although that dead girl is indeed good looking, she doesn't have to be so obsessed with him, right? Wang Fu Yao himself was also puzzled. Why did he feel that Fang Shi was familiar to him? The most terrible thing is that he wants to kneel down when he sees her. Although it's not as intense as last time, it's still a bit overwhelming. Fang Shi naturally noticed Wang Fu Yao. After all, he was once her subordinate, Xiao Ma Jia, but her attention was now on Mu Jian. Mu Jian feels very good about himself at this time. It has been working as an invisible sword with its tail between its legs for so long, and finally has the chance to be a conspicuous bag. That sky sword still wants to be the boss. Don't weigh your own weight. I can't scare you to death. Master, was my performance okay just now? We have all returned to the human race, and I can see the light. If it's okay, just let me come out and have some fun. My flying skills are much better now than before. You don't need to wear straps anymore. I promise I won't kill you if I fall. Fang Shi. At this time, Xiao Beidao asked people to serve a banquet. Since they have shaken hands and made peace on the surface, it is natural that they have to fulfill their friendship as landlords. Wang Fu Wenlian was not in the mood to eat and drink, so he took a few symbolic bites and stopped eating. Every moment he spent in Xuanshan Sect was torturous, and he just wanted to end the banquet and leave as soon as possible. At this time, Fang Shi came over holding a teacup. Great Elder, when you came last time, I thought you were a good person, and this time I feel that we have hit it off even more. Let me offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. Wang Fu Wenlian, who was given the good guy card. He didn't know what to say, so he touched the wine glass to his lips and put it down. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi did not leave, but said with a smile. Great Elder, when you came here last time, you told my fourth senior brother that as long as he is willing to return to the Wang Fu family, he will be the next head of the family. Does this still count? Wang Fu Wenlian. I would never dream of saying such nonsense. You may have misremembered. What I said at that time was that Yansu was also qualified to become the heir to the head of the Wang Fu family. I didn't mean that he was the next head of the family. Fang Shi slapped her forehead. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Is it true that my fourth senior brother's grandfather is still alive? Wang Fu Wenlian's heart moved. This Fang Shi couldn't possibly mention Jing Yan's grandfather for no reason. Could it be that Jing Yan's ideas have changed? This is not surprising. In the past, the Northern Territory was in a weak position, and he did not dare to return to the Wang Fu family for fear of being punished. Now that the situation has changed, he no longer has so many worries. Everyone longs for family affection. If this is the case, he will gain a lot this time. He hurriedly said, of course it is true, not only is Yansu's grandfather still alive, but his grandmother and two uncles are also here, and there is a whole family here. How, from what you say, Yansu wants to visit them? If so, you can go back with me and someone will take care of you on the way. When he gets to the Southern Territory, if he is willing to go back to the Wang Fu family to have a look, then he can go and have a look. If he doesn't want to, I won't force him. Fang Shi immediately said. Then I'll ask fourth senior brother. When he thinks about it, I'll come over and talk to you. After Fang Shi finished speaking, Pai Bian walked away. Wang Fu Wenlian was no longer in the mood to eat now. He stretched his neck and kept staring at Fang Shi's table. He was about to turn into a husband's stone. Fang Shi and Jing Yan murmured a few words. Jing Yan lowered his head and didn't speak for a long time. Wang Fu Wenlian was in a state of confusion when he finally saw Jing Yan nodding. He was instantly overjoyed. Become. Sure enough, Fang Shi jumped over and said. Great Elder, my fourth senior brother said he is willing to return to the Southern Territory with you, but he is only going to visit my grandfather's family and not return to the Wang Fu family. Wang Fu Wenlian said immediately, this is natural. Things have reached the current stage, and we can no longer threaten him. Oh, as long as people arrive in the Southern Territory, it's not up to you. Fang Shi blinked, but I don't quite believe what you said, so I have to go with my fourth senior brother to prevent him from suffering a loss. Wang Fu Wenlian was surprised and happy. This dead girl actually wants to throw herself into a trap. And such a good thing. See you tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 556. Is your memory wrong or your mind wandering astray? Wang Fu Wenlian is known as a smiling tiger, but he was not given a chance to perform today. Now the chance has come. When he heard that Fang Shi wanted to fly into the flames, he immediately smiled kindly. You are a little worried. Since I have made a promise, I will not go back on it. However, if you insist on going along, I have no problem with it. The two of us hit it off, and we happen to be able to chat more on the flying boat. Fang's eyes lit up, then it settled. I've always heard that the Southern Territory is extremely rich. I'm going to open my eyes this time. By the way, Great Elder, my fifth senior brother also wants to go with us, okay? The Great Elder naturally agreed wholeheartedly. In his opinion, it doesn't make much difference whether Zhang Wen goes or not, it's just an addition. However, he is now a little worried that Xiao Beidao will not agree to Fang Shi and the others going to the Southern Territory with him. Unexpectedly, Fang Shi just whispered a few words to Xiao Beidao, and Xiao Beidao nodded in agreement and asked Wang Fu Wenlian to take care of Fang Shi and the others on the way. Of course, he said it was annoying, but his tone was somewhat threatening. Wang Fu Wenlian agreed happily on his face, but sneered in his heart. Xiao Beidao, you are usually so cunning, but now you have made such a stupid decision. I took 3 of my 6 apprentices away, and you actually agreed. Are you not worried at all about being held hostage by me? It seems you are drifting. Also, if you take 3,000 million spiritual stones from our Wang Fu family, and also get the Taishu Heaven Shaking Furnace and the Sky Sword, how can you not float? How happy you are smiling now will be how painful you will be in the future. Many people are in pain at this moment, Xingwu the most. Although Jiangji, Pei Zhou and Rong Zheng were a little disappointed, they could still accept it. Jiangji liked silence rather than movement, and his motive for following was just to protect Fang Shi and the others. However, now both Jing Yan and Zhang Wen's cultivation level is higher than him. Although Fang Zai's cultivation level is not that good on the surface, in fact, one of them can beat him 8 times. It doesn't make much difference whether he goes or not. It is better to practice in the sect honestly and strive to become a nascent soul monk as soon as possible. As for Pei Zhou, he is now addicted to stamping. If he doesn't stamp for a day, he will get upset. Miraculously, he had an epiphany once he stamped it. Therefore, he thought that instead of going out and wandering around, it would be better to get stamped at home. Not only could he develop skills, but he could also help his master make money. It's even simpler for Rong Zheng. When he sees Fang Shi now, he thinks of the half-sack fine. He doesn't want to go anywhere now, he just wants to be quiet. As for Musa Wai, Ling Chanting and others, although they also want to go with Fang Shi, they know it in their hearts. Their senior brothers have not gone, let alone them. It wasn't that Xingwu didn't know what was going on, but he already regarded himself as Fang Zai's biological senior brother. At least half a grid higher than other wild brothers. As a result, now the junior sister has cruelly abandoned him. I would rather take that idiot Zhang Wen with me than him. Is it because he is prettier than Zhang Wen and too cool? Zhang Wen caught a glimpse of Xing Wu's half-dead look, not to mention the joy in his heart. I am the dearest senior brother to my little junior sister. You wild senior brother, step aside. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Wang Fu Wenlian immediately said goodbye. Xiao Beidao wanted to regret it for a moment and didn't want Feng Shi and the other 3 to follow him, but when he saw Feng Zai's smiling face, he had to swallow the words that came to his lips. He called Jing Yan to his side and took out the sky sword. Fourth, although the sword you had before was also a spiritual sword, it was not of a high level. From now on, you should use this sky sword. Jing Yan shook his head. Xiao Beidao directly put the sword into his hand. Take it. The elder gives it to you, you can't refuse it. Jing Yan's eyes were red. He knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Beidao, and then put away the sky sword. Xiao Beidao called Feng Shi over again and said, Shaoxi, you usually like to tinker with elixirs, so I'll give you this Taishu heaven-shaking furnace. Feng Shi happily took it and said, Master, I happen to be short of a hot pot stove recently. You were really a timely help. Xiao Beidao. Anyway, I didn't turn on the stove, so just rinse it if you want. Then, he caught a glimpse of Zhengwen. The 5th disciple was looking at him expectantly. Xiao Beidao frowned. Didn't I give you several old clothes? What else do you want? Besides, the Wang Fu family only compensated for 2 spiritual weapons and didn't prepare your share. But seeing Zhang Wen's eager look, Xiao Beidao still rummaged through the storage ring. Feng Shi had given him a lot of good things, but he can use his little apprentice's things as a favor. After rummaging through it, I finally found the sword manual in the corner of the storage ring. This sword manual was given to him by his master. He had every reason to suspect that his master had given him such a basic sword manual because he really had nothing to give. After all, his master was poorer than him. Now it's just for the 5th disciple. This can be regarded as inheritance. So, he said with a serious face, Lao Wu, this is the sword manual passed down by your master, and now I pass it on to you. You must practice the above sword skills well, you know. Zhang Wen immediately took the sword manual with both hands, his face full of excitement. But when he saw the Introduction to Xuanshan Sect Swordsmanship on the cover of the sword manual, he was stunned. Master, I'm almost one step closer to becoming the genius of nascent soul. Can you help me get started with swordsmanship? Is your memory wrong or your mind wandering? However, he is no longer who he used to be. Although he was complaining in his heart, his face quickly changed into a look of emotion, and he even shed a few tears. Xiao Beidao. If I had had Xiao Wu's acting skills, I wouldn't have been punished by my master to set fire to the dining hall. Open black lens bracket continue at 10:30 close black lens bracket. Chevron underscore left previous home index next chevron underscore right. Tap the screen to use advanced tools tip. You can use left and right keyboard keys to browse between chapters. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 557 Do you want to betray the clan? Xiao Beidao was still very pleased, because the 5th disciple had really grown up. He was a stupid idiot before, but now he can actually act. This is all thanks to the creek. This is really red when you are close to red and black when you are close to ink. If he had a junior sister like Xiao Shi, he wouldn't have learned the importance of acting after suffering so much. I hope that the 4th child will change after following Xiaoxi this time. He doesn't have too high requirements, as long as he doesn't beg for death at every turn. He was writing a short composition here, and Wang Fu Wenlian was so happy. Xiao Beidao, this idiot, actually gave the Kangqiang sword and the Taishu heaven-turning furnace to Jing Yan and Feng Shi. Isn't this equivalent to giving it back to their Wang Fu family? He is really smart and confused at the same time. Wang Fu Wenlian tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart. After all, he was still in Xuanshan Sect and didn't make any mistakes. Seeing that Xiao Beidao had finished his instructions, he stood up and handed over his hands. Master Xiao, thank you for your warm hospitality. I will take my leave now.